All right, I'm going to start with a song I've been working on. Oh, I'm going to sing it in Tom Waits style. I've been listening to some Tom Waits. I was thinking that makes some badass Broadway musical hit songs. Okay. I've been to Venus and I've also been to Mars. It's hard to navigate when you control the stars. So far from place to place. Girl, I like your face. Let's escape, I know a place. You don't have to hide it, south past Saturn on a pretty little moon. We must leave soon, cause the orbitals indicate departure by noon. I'm working on it. So I published all this stuff is over there. I have various things I was going to talk about. One thing is guilt. So my relationship to guilt, we were talking about guilt. Now, I hate guilt. I think it's a bullshit thing. But people get confused because the only type of feeling of responsibility that they know is this one we call guilt. But guilt's different because to me, there's a feeling of responsibility when you really feel, oh my God, I made this mistake. It caused this thing. Something I should have and would have wanted to do differently. But we feel a lot of guilt because it's like, oh, I should have got that person. I should have sent out Christmas cards. Now, sending out Christmas cards is a great thing. Sending out Christmas cards is a great thing, right? The people that do it, it's thoughtful. You keep in touch, especially like in a whole era before Facebook where there was no really other way to keep in touch. Here's a family picture once a year, this kind of thing. Cool stuff. Cool beans, like they say in the Midwest. But you didn't do it because you hate it, right? Maybe you even like receiving them, but just doing it, it's just, but then you feel guilty like you should have. That's a ridiculous kind of guilt. That's the sort of, because of societal's, and I think a lot of guilt is hooked up with that. I also think guilt is like a poison pill given to the populace so that the ruling class, who is guiltless in whatever they do, kill, torture, whatever had to be done, can run things, right? Slows down the people. Yet a feeling of responsibility is natural and necessary and is something that they lack. And if a feeling of responsibility was to slow you down, that's okay, because that it's worthwhile rather to anyway. Because the point is, when you feel responsible for something, you're making a connection to a way that you influence the world. So it's empowering to you to go ahead and pursue that. Guilt is powerless. Feel guilty about things, for example, after they're already done. You can't do anything about it. And you need to put that responsibility energy into the future. It's got to go into the future. It can't just be in the past, in my view. On the other hand, I've also learned that I live in a society with lots of Catholics and Jewish people and religions and various forms of traditional guilt. And Judaism, being an ancient religion, seems to have handled this kind of guilt. They have a sense of humor about the Jewish guilt thing. It's a funny phenomenon. A very similar form of guilt is in the Catholic world, and I think the Catholics haven't really handled it as well. Maybe just not as ancient a religion. They just needed 1,000 more years or something. So I found that a lot of people, ex-Catholics, or like they will call themselves recovering Catholics, their relationship with guilt is really funny. For one, they're really susceptible to it. Like on a Kanavad, he's immune to people guilting him, but he doesn't see guilt as self-inflicted. And my point is they give you the guilt and you go, nah. Someone else goes, oh, okay, I will turn that over and whip myself. So then in that sense, it's self-inflicted. But they're compulsive guilt acceptors. And maybe on a Kanavad is even overplaying the fact that he's overcome this, but is still susceptible, like just sensitive to chances to feel guilty. And so the interesting thing then is, so let's say you have an atheist ex-Catholic, there's still some construction and structure in their mind that is naturally reactive to guilt. It's become a language, a way to communicate. So, for example, it's Father's Day, and it's possible that I could be guilted for not being off with my family. They're off with my wife's sister's family, and they went to Splashdown Funtown, and right now they're going to Jurassic World, and they're a few hours away, and I couldn't go. I had to work. You know, they left early yesterday morning. I have work to do. So, you know, I'm totally past in my life being guilted for working, because that's one of the reasons I dropped out of my career, basically, and moved to Hawaii when my kids were still young, was because, hey, maybe the problem isn't that you have an abusive, psychotic spouse, Piro, but it's, you know, you work too hard and you play along with the man, you know. So instead, you know, with a sense of humor, because it's the only way to do it, because I don't believe in guilt, you know, they called and wished me happy birthday, and they gave me a cool, not happy birthday, Father's Day, they gave me Father's Day, Mother's Day is like scams anyway, but a little thing you could put on the dog that takes pictures while the dog goes around and stuff. But so that's great. I didn't even know it was Father's Day until my cousin mentioned it yesterday. So anyway, so that's all cool, but you know, they called today and wish me happy Father's Day, and I'm like, happy lonely day, because I am lonely. It's me and the dog and the cats. But you know, because I think you can't just ignore guilt, even the bullshit form I'm talking about, because it's out there in the society. It becomes a way to communicate, right? And there's this balancing weight with it. So anyway, I just thought it was kind of funny, because I think in order to cooperate in this society, you have to what's the word I'm looking for? Not bank, but you have to trade in guilt to a certain degree. And it is possible to do that without, you know, getting on the guilt train by using a sense of humor and stuff. And that's kind of, I mean, the most of the Jewish people I've known would be Reformed Jews, and they seem to have both, they can be guilted by their mothers and whatnot, and yet they also have a sense of humor about it, and yet they also follow up on the sense of responsibility that is a part of that, which we don't want to lose. Like throwing out the idea of guilt, you don't want to throw out that baby with the bathwater. You don't want to throw out the feeling of responsibility. And again, it's not because otherwise you're a bad person. That's the guilty thing. No, it's because when you feel responsible for something, that is you. That is your that's your mind, possibly your quantum mind, since it's generating an emotion. That is you feeling like there is something you could influence in the world, right? And the feeling of impotence, that there's nothing you can influence in the world, that's the most dangerous thing to your, you know, morale, you know, for your will to live, is that you're disconnected from making any difference even in your own life, right? And once you make a difference in your own life, you probably feel, I want to make a difference in the world, things in the world that need to be made a difference of. And when you have a feeling of responsibility, sure, there's a failure that you didn't already do the thing, but so what? It's a beacon that there's something you could do something about. That since you feel you could have done something and didn't, that means you could feel like you did something as well. So if you pursue those feelings of responsibility, you will ultimately feel better about yourself no matter what you've been through. There's that. Now, I was thinking about starting this off, because there's always some period of time. Once it was the whole thing, but that was because I forgot to do the link. Did I do the link? Maybe I should check that. Is it going? Why is it not coming through here if it's supposed to be going? I don't see it. So if you pursue those feelings of responsibility, you ultimately feel better about yourself than what you've been through. I woke up today thinking a lot about my life in childhood. I was thinking about talking more about my childhood, the kind of things I went through. And it's interesting because surely enough, the whole interesting life You know, what's interesting is the sort of the trials and travails, and to the degree that there's success, we like to see it as an overcoming of the travails as opposed to, for example, handed to us. You know, in the way I was raised, so I was born in 1967, in the winter of 1967. Obviously, I was conceived in the spring of 67, and I was gestated during the summer of love. So my parents were 18, and really I came about because of the 60s, the whole vibe of the 60s. In that sense, a creature of the 60s. And unlike the baby boomers, which were creatures of the 60s in the sense that when they were 15 and 18, the 60s were happening and they had an adolescent experience. And I started from that adolescent experience, and it definitely was. In the me generation, I can tell you a lot. I made a study of my parents' generation, the baby boomers, and I have a lot of opinions on that. Not unbiased. But anyway, so where was I going with that? So my dad ended up, you know, was a redneck, but ended up dropping out, tuning in kind of thing. Though in the long run, I found, especially going to Hawaii, how many redneck hippies there really are. How many rednecks turned into hippies where there's still a little redneck in there, and that there's a big overlap, especially the country hippies as opposed to the city hippies. But anyway, you gotta know your hippie types. Anyway, so let's see where they're going with that. So, oh yeah, so for example, as a successful thing, right now, a year ago, I came here, I'm trying to start contracting. It's struggling. At one point, I got down to like my last $1,000 of savings. It's not savings when you're living off of it. It's like, ooh, look, thousands of dollars, ooh, 5-digit thousands. It's like, well, you know, yeah. And then you wait 4 months to get a job. It's like, ooh, this wasn't very much money. So it's really nerve-wracking and all that. You know, I have had a couple things going on. And one of them was, one of them is what I'm working on right now. I'm in the middle, and hopefully they want to extend it, is working for a Fortune 100 company. It's a big tech company. It's going to look good on my resume for being an independent contractor. It's good experience. I was totally willing to just come in and, like contractors have to do, clean up a mess. But instead, I've got hired for my data science knowledge, and I'm making a tool in a tool chain that this company has. It's way awesome. I mean, it's totally awesome, and working on the biggest network I've ever worked on. And I've worked on some huge networks. I've worked on the NASA network. It's huge. Anyway. But coming from the child of the 60s, you see, oh, that's working for the man. You see, that's how I was growing up. That's my native value system, is that's selling out, doing that kind of thing. And my parents split up when I was very young, and my mom wasn't even supposed to see my dad. I remember one of my first memories is being probably 2 or 3, and somebody in my grandmother, my mom's side of the family's house, had asked me or something about my dad, who somehow I wasn't supposed to be seeing. And I had been seeing. In fact, my mom and dad were kind of dating a little after they divorced. And so I must have been maybe 3 in this case. I remember a couple memories earlier when I was 2 and we were all in San Francisco, living in San Francisco. But, you know, getting in trouble. I somehow got in trouble because I had been seeing my dad. And so there was this Family Feud-esque thing wrapped up in the 60s with like my mom's stepfather that I didn't find out was my step-grandfather until I was 13. You know, he was a surgeon in a small town, sort of a big fish in a small pond thing. And, you know, and I always thought my dad's side of the family was sort of other side of the track. Like they're supposedly poor working class family because they were, my grandfather on that side was a lumberman, a lumberjack. But he had been a manager, foreman for years and years. He was making pretty good money. And when I ended up seeing photos before he and my grandmother divorced, when their shit was all intact before the financial impact of divorce and all of that, you know, they had a big old house with a swimming pool that they built themselves. My grandfather built a full-size barn for my aunt's horses that they had on their property. So he was doing pretty good too. So there was kind of this east side, west side, or some uptown, downtown kind of thing going on in my life that turned out to be a big illusion. On the other hand, that did turn out to be the more working class part of my family. I mean, when there was a divorce, it was kind of a bit of a divorce. My grandfather actually didn't even see or have any contact with his kids on that side of you know, my dad and his brother and sister for like 3 years or something. And in the spin out, you know, definitely while I was becoming conscious, you know, that was the truth. And as I said, my dad sort of did the whole drop out and tune in thing. I remember when I was very young, so my mom, when I was like 5, because there was recession, she ended up joining the military and getting deployed to Berlin. And I lived with my dad in part of first grade and second grade. And at that point, he was in this quasi world. He'd already been to San Francisco, right? When I was born and stuff, they'd gone down there. And he went to University of San Francisco, a Catholic school, though he's not Catholic, family's not Catholic, whatever. That's just where they went. I don't know, my uncle went there too. And he moved back up there, and so he'd been a little bit hippified, a little bit tuned in, but he was still like he was working for a family of oil rig, water well drillers and stuff, and deer hunting and things. But also smoke pot, you know, so the whole thing, it started to mix. And when I lived with him, it was definitely more of the redneck side that I experienced, because like I was a 6-7-year-old kid. I had to hold chickens. They got their head cut off. It was terrible. And my dad, we had some rabbits, and my dad, we were going to eat them, I guess. And my dad's like, oh, you don't have to take part of this. And I remember I was looking through the thing, and he hung the rabbit upside down and hit it on the back of the head with like a bat or something. And then blood just gushed out. I realized recently this is one of the most traumatic experiences of my life. After that, he dropped full out and lived in a teepee on the river and shit. You know, living on the river with the nude beach. Actually, when we lived on the Tuolumne River, I stayed with him summers, like all summer. And that was actually idyllic, being able to run up and down the Tuolumne River before they flooded it. Just like a total paradise. And with teepees and all kinds of hippies all along the river. I was mixed in with old-fashioned the old-fashioned people that used to move out in the river were people that get mining claims, and maybe they just wanted to live out there. But if you could live out there, you could get a claim for almost nothing. And if you just work the land as like a couple $100 worth of improvement, you don't even have to look for gold. But most of them looked for gold too along the river. So it was a mixture of, and I always found that to be the case too in the off-the-grid world. Since the 60s is a mix between sort of the 60s hippie, get off the grid people and the people that have been off the grid forever, the hardy people. Sometimes they're some Puritan religion, sometimes there's some outcasts, sometimes they're just like people that like being alone. Sometimes they got the gold fever bug when it comes to, you know, and they got drawn out there by the gold and didn't know what the lifestyle was going to be like. It was kind of funny because those were the established people on the river. You know, might live in a trailer or something instead of a teepee or a tent or a wigwam. And those were some idyllic years there. They ended up flooding that whatever. So he totally, you know, he dropped out in that entire way. And so I was raised on his side. And really, I ended up over the years idolizing him, especially after this one summer where we went on a big road trip, and afterwards I came back. He wanted me to live with him. I said I wanted to live with him. My mom said I could live with him, and then she changed her mind because the family didn't really approve, or maybe she had second thoughts. And so my dad kidnapped me for 4 months, and that was also probably the most traumatic experience. I've had a lot of the most traumatic experiences in my life now. It all leads up to an experience so traumatic that it's really hard for me to imagine something more traumatic. But when my analytic brain kicks in, I'm like, no, there's still things that could happen that would be on that scale. And I don't want to ignore that reality. Like I had ultimately nothing else would faze me. No, it fazed me just as much. I could even maybe be fazed more. But on the other hand, my getting fazed by reality meter is saturated. So in a sense, you know, kind of all adds up to how can this all make sense, right? How can it all make sense? So, all right, well, it's 4:16. You slackers need to get in here. So I'm just gonna go smoke a cigarette. So. Dead air, dead air, dead air, dead air, dead air. Did I play my song right? I've been to Venus. Yeah. Slackers. Still nothing. Well, okay. I might play the guitar more than. What, can't you get in? Nobody says so over here. Wait, here's a comment. well, I would like people to come in, but I do have more. I'm just gonna talk about my childhood and play guitar until people show up. So to kind of prod people. I'm ready to talk about any of the things we've been talking about. More of the things we haven't quite been talking about, like feminism, social justice, the issue here. My point about, if you guys, part of my point with the whole way that this feminism argument that we're seeing now is taking place, it has to do with political celebrity. It's kind of like, I noticed when I was young, I've always been into politics. When I was young, I always follow these presidential candidates and Jerry Brown or this or that. And that's just fucking celebrity, man. That's just political celebrity. You are not interested in politics unless you know who your local politicians are. Hey. Okay, wait, I can't hear you. Hold
on. How you doing, Paro?
Oh, I thought it was my system, but it was you. I'm doing great. How you doing? Hey, I invited you this time.
I know, but I was asking Quintica. He was like, "You going to Paro's hangout later?" I was like, "Yeah," because I've got no college, he didn't tell me the bloody time though. He's a bit scatty like that. You ask him a question, he just talks about something completely different. So, but yeah, I just seen it then. It came up on my feed, so I was like, "Oh, okay, there it is." So I joined.
Well, I blame time zones. What a stupid fucking idea. Can't we just all have the one time? Couldn't it just, it's like where you are, the sun comes up at 6, and where I am, it comes up at 5. No.
We need internet time. We need some.
That's what I'm doing, dude. I program, and every machine gives you Unix time. Unix time is internet time in Greenwich. It's the number of seconds since 1970, January 1st. So leap years and all that bullshit doesn't even have to actually matter if it's just seconds since then. I try to do that, and more programming-wise, I actually am, because I'm working all over the country, and the server's one place and the client's another, and it's just like, fuck it, it's all, and then time zone is just like when you're doing web apps now, the time zone, it's like, let the host just be in internet time, and the browser knows your local time zone, and it just pretties it up. Really, you give it the actual time, and it prints it up as though it's your time zone, blah, blah, blah. But anyway. It's one thing I liked about Hawaii is there was no time shift. There was never a time change.
From what?
There's never a change in your clock forward and back for an hour.
Oh, do you mean like daylight saving
like
time?
Daylight savings time. Yeah, not in Arizona either. They don't do it.
Oh, well, that's really weird. I didn't know that.
It's weird to do it. It's one of the weirdest things. We spend so much money every year to change the time. Are you fucking serious? Like, we move the sun in the sky, so it's now a different time of day? Really? What, so we'll get up at a different time of day? It's funny when you're in Hawaii, because it'll be like, you'll have, like, I'll listen to a radio program that's normally on at 10, and then certain times a year it goes on to 9, and they act like it's still the same time of day, and it's like, dude, it's a different time of day. You are fucking deluded. No, I hate the time zone, the time change.
It's all an illusion. It's an illusion.
Well, and it's also seriously. I mean, to make a big, it's kind of a joke issue, but it's also, we spend a lot of money, and what is it all about? It's that people are so stupid that they can't just go to work later in the winter and earlier in the summer. Hey, if we want to go to work when the sun comes up, or an hour after the sun comes up, let's just do that. Why would we have to pretend that the time has changed so that our behavior will change? You know what I mean? We're pretending the world changed in order to change our own fucking behavior. We have to pretend the world changed and we kept our behavior the same. That's fucking psychotic.
Well, the human race is pretty psychotic, technically speaking. So, well, it's not that much of a difference. So where is Kunteker anyway? He said he's going to show up. He was going to go with...
He's been gathering. He's been raising shit. But I mean, I said this last time, but Kuntika, if you're watching, I understand. That's okay. But he was like going to MRMs and telling him, I need help destroying this dude. But that's okay. He's trying to raise somebody. He hasn't pulled it off yet. Keep trying, Kuntika. I'm ready to talk to him. Because, it's not like he's trying to get a rockin' Mr. E or something. It's like these, do you know Sargon of Assad?
Oh, yeah, the Scottish bloke, do you mean?
Yeah.
I like him. He's okay.
Yeah, me too. too. I totally agree. No, and I think you can almost always find, I mean, I've even found, you can find people with really noxious points of view, like, you know, race separatists or something. And you can actually find the one in the million, you know, in that group, maybe it's 1 in a million that can have a semblance of a rational talk. But even in an irrational philosophy, there's people that got to it that want to talk about it rationally. And I'm into that. And then certainly MRM is not as like white separationists. It's a lot more legitimate. And I mean, I don't really mind that Karen Strawn, her points, though I think there's a little bitterness or hatred or whatever, but it's all within the realm of, there's a lot of them to talk to, I think, and to make some progress with. Voice for Men, that blog, I have mixed feelings about. I think it does raise some good issues, but again, I see too much axe grinding, whereas this one, I think it's called Cafe, the Canadian people that had trouble getting men's rights talks on campuses and stuff. In their case, I'd say they're on the right. They identify important male issues. I mean, the male issues, I'd like to go over them. It's like more men die in workplace deaths, more men die in war, more men commit suicide, and boys are doing shitty in worldwide in all academics, where they beat the women in math, they suck in reading, where the girls are catching up in math, they suck at reading. Boys,
is that right though? It's not just all fucked up. Like, it's not just off fucked up. I mean, I don't like the whole women's rights, men's rights thing. I just think it's a bit dumb. But people are into that shit. I just don't want to waste my time.
Well, let me play the devil's advocate then, because I just brought up those issues. I mean, those are legitimate men's issues. I mean, the most interesting one is war, because there's an infinite number of reasons to be against war. And one of them happens to be it's sort of a burden on young men that's not really fair. Not even men in general, but young men. Right?
And that's society. That's not a man's issue. That's like society's fucked up though.
I know. So that's one, you don't really need men's rights to be a peace movement. I've been peace movement my whole life. It never occurred to me. It's like, well, how about because it's unfair to men? But that is a legitimate reason. We say because it's unfair to African Americans, or because it's unfair to women. Okay, because it's unfair to men counts. And I think that's a point they can make. Probably better issues are, to a certain degree, like things like prostate cancer. It's like, hey, we need the medical issues that are only attack men also covered. But I don't think there's a problem there. I do think there's a problem in male suicide. This is something, and we'll find out the roots of suicide. Right? We might solve problems of suicide for everybody by looking at why do men have it more.
Well, I just think that's just the way society is. There's no right or wrong, and for me, it's just like if you want to make it an issue, it will become one. But
let's say you want to decide, you want to figure out why people commit suicide. Let's say your real issue is, geez, that's sad. My mom committed suicide. I'm against it. Whatever. If you find that men commit suicide more, this is a clue. This is a scientific clue. We'll find out. Maybe you're going to find out why the women that commit suicide
you just have more common sense that men hide their feelings more than women do because they don't like being pressurized by other men to be a bunch of fucking women.
Well, yeah.
It's men's problem that men commit suicide.
So if I looked into this, here's the weird thing about that statistic. Men and women attempt suicide at the same rate. Men are better at it. Men
more successful.
They are.
Oh, God. Well, maybe women.
Does that mean that they're better at suicide, or
maybe women don't want to kill themselves, but go through the motions. Maybe.
I think that's part of it. I think that all suicide has
apply for help, where men literally just want to die. It's just that I literally want to die. Yeah. I think
we could just be dealing with the practicality of a man that makes killing himself the goal, focuses on that, even if really the subconscious goal was an emotional acting out, whereas possibly maybe women that are emotionally acting out are more in touch with the fact that they're emotionally acting out and they don't have to succeed at the suicide part in order to express their emotion about it. And so, they can go halfway maybe. I don't know, but I think it's something worth reading about. And then probably the most interesting thing to me, well, I like the war thing is interesting just because it's so complicated and is it even really an issue like you said. But I think the most concretely interesting is this thing of boys doing bad in school, because that's obviously school's fault. And I think the fact that our schools are still trying to teach kids to be factory workers when the factory jobs aren't even around anymore, there's a certain sort of conformity that I think it's good and healthy that boys are not into it. And we need to change school so that kids can be teaching themselves and learn the joy of learning like you or I like to do. You know, even if we get it half-assed or the wrong idea of something, we enjoy trying to figure out what we think about some scientific thing or whatever.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's a boy girl thing. I really do think it's a society thing, and I blame the past obviously because, you know, the way men and women were treated was men were expected to act a certain way, so were women. You know, you can take that for any rational kind of shit. So for me, it's like, well, let's sort out equality. We're not the same. Women are not the same as men, but we should respect each other for our differences. It's just the same as like being black or white or whatever the fuck it is. You know, we're all individuals. I wouldn't say black and white. Just say individual traits. We should all respect each other for being who we are. You know, and understand it's a complex. It's always complex.
Yeah, this is one reason I'm so accepting of this patriarchal idea, because I realize, look, this isn't just about oppressing women. This is the same thing that says the jocks get to run high school.
Yeah.
The patriarchy, you know, so it's like it's pretty bad for boys too. It's the whole system where only a small elite ever gets any juice out of it, and everybody else gets humiliated. And that's where the juice comes from for the elite that's being trained in this little proto-society that we put our kids through. So, you know, I think that really, you know, activists, any gender rights activists should naturally be aligned. And the radicals, of course, are not going to see it that way, but the real activists...
Nope, they're fucking mental. But they're the loudest people on the internet, though, and that's the sad part.
Well, here's the interesting thing. So here's some people that they have introduced me to. Aaron Pizzi, and then that guy whose name I keep forgetting that committed suicide. So I think they're both Canadians. Now, the thing about Aaron Pizzi is her reaction was naturally gender neutral. You know, to the point that she's, you know, she saw that the women coming into the shelters they were making were violent. They were violent to their children. They were violent to each other. She realized, look, these a violent nuclear family is a gender neutral situation. Either one could be getting the upper hand with the violence. That's the nature of violence. But in terms of what's the problem and who's the source, it's almost like the violent solutions themselves are the problem. And she really did want to say, you know, and so that guy that committed suicide, in the same strain, is like, we need shelters for men as well. And they did run into actual material interference from feminists who wanted it not to be a gender neutral, let's fight domestic violence. You know, and this matters to me because I don't know if I'm sure I've mentioned on my videos, but you know, my first wife was, you know, really violent. I mean, she gave me a black eye and our honeymoon, and I mean, I just put up with it for years.
It happens, you know. It's like it's true, but like that's the thing I'm trying to say. Like, men keep their emotions well guarded in regards to, because other men will see you as a pussy in less of a better term. So men feel obliged or pressured into being men, or a manly man, so to speak. I mean, you could be an emotional man but still have a dick, right? But it's like, oh no, you can't be emotional because that's not manly. You're allowed to cry. Don't cry. You know what I mean? So it's a bit weird in that regards.
Yeah, the whole don't cry thing, I use that a lot as an example of, for sure, it's feminists that made it okay for men to cry. Actually, a little bit ago, I was going to ask you, like, what do you think about that? I mean,
I don't care. I cry all the time. I cry for football, films. I don't give a shit. I'll just be like, oh my god, that's so horrible. I don't care. I don't care.
I got so burned at one point in my life that I couldn't cry. Sad things that made me cry. That was the worst part of my life.
It's good to let it's good to let the emotions out. That's why I was actually explaining this to someone before. I was like, look, I'm a very logical person. And I know what emotions are and what they do to you. That's why I don't avoid them. I embrace them for what they are, because it makes you a lot more of a logical person when you're dealing with them. It's like, okay, so they don't send you around the bend as much as they normally would. Because if you embrace them too
Yeah.
much, they can cloud your judgments and shit. It's like, okay, it's only an emotion. Don't
Yeah.
don't panic, kind of thing.
Well, a lot of people have this idea. I think we've got now that you're just handling your emotions, and the logic is on the side. You're trying to handle your emotions and do logic on the side. And really, I think if you look at psychology, you can find out just from looking at yourself, even that the logic we're using, it's with emotions. Emotions are they're the nouns.
Yeah.
Logic is actually through that, and we forget we have it. Good intellectual emotions like that feeling of curiosity or eureka. I'm sure you've had that feeling. Hey, I just figured out the solution. I mean, it feels really good. That's one of the reasons we're doing it. So it's not separate from emotion.
Yeah, it's not like you negate them.
Intellect.
Yeah, it's not like you negate them or you ignore them. It's just like you know what they're capable of doing.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have them, when you recognize it, and you're like, okay, like anger. One of the best ones is anger because that's one of the most poignant ones. It's like when you're angry, you've got two choices. You can go out on a mad rage, or you can calm yourself down and think about it and go, okay, I'm experiencing this thing called, anger. But what's going to happen next if I follow through? And that's when you make a choice. And that's also an emotion, right? The whole calming yourself down thing.
Much anger in our society and stuff, and certainly my strain of direct male lineage and stuff, and yet isn't there something in defense of anger where there's a clarity? And sometimes I've had the most clear thoughts, it seems like, through anger, and sometimes the clear thought was stop being angry.
Yeah.
You just have a hurt feeling, whatever. It can even contradict itself. But so what's that about? That's an unfortunate thing. If we're set up to that only at that point of anger do we have a clarity. Sometimes a clarity of condemning ourselves, even. But usually of condemning somebody else. It's a kind of a dangerous. I mean, I'm a hippie pacifist when it comes to my reaction to that. It's like, well, I don't want to hear that anger is so necessary, but I have found in my life telling people that it's like, no, like at work, I've had people where I told them something, waited 2 or 3 years, it grew to a head, then I got angry, then there was a solution because of my anger. They satisfied me. They're like, okay, and they're always like, well, you should have put it another way, and there's more, better honey than vinegar, and blah, 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 blah. And I know I'm 47. I've had time to wait around for 3 years before I did that. When I was telling you calmly, you did shit all nothing. Then when I got angry,
you did
solve the problem. Maybe I shouldn't have got angry. Well, okay, really? So,
that's the whole point. It's a bit mental, isn't it?
Well, and I don't like that it justifies the anger. I really am, I'm a peace lover, and the fact that maybe
that's the thing about individualism.
I'm a caveman and use anger. I don't like that.
No, but that's the thing about individuality. It's like we need to understand that not everyone's like us, even though we all live on the same planet. We take for granted that people think like us, and that's a detriment to ourselves to think that people think like us when they don't, because they're them. I mean, communication is key when trying to understand other people in that regard. It's like, well, either want to listen to them and then try and figure it out. And if I don't understand, ask more questions. Not wrong with asking questions.
Yeah.
But if you shout at someone like they should know shit, it's like, well, that's your fault, really, because they don't know. How would they know? They're not inside your head.
That's another irony, because what you try to do is put yourself in their head and think from their point of view and get some understanding. And so
most of the time you're wrong.
And you got to try to do that, and you got to believe.
I think that's natural. I think that's natural to do that as well.
But what you're pointing out is it never really succeeds. So you're in this thing of trying to put yourself in their point of view, and you can't. Sometimes you think you have and you can't. Sometimes you think you haven't and you actually did better than you thought. And all these weird permutations, it's really hard to know where you've lied.
Where you stand.
You gotta pretend you can do it, right? Right? Don't you pretend you put yourself in my position.
No, it's not. I don't pretend. I just do. I think humans do that automatically, or we wouldn't have.
Yeah, we do. No, it's our biology. That's the thing. Well, you know about this. You probably follow enough of this. It's a famous thing now. The what do they call them? Mirror neurons. Mirror neurons. You know about those?
No. Tell the viewers and me, because I don't know.
In the monkeys, you have particular neurons. Like let's say you are fixing breakfast and they do a PET scan on you and they see your neural activity. Well, if you watch somebody make breakfast, you'll get the same neural activity, and it starts from these things called mirror neurons that are hooked into your eyes, and then it sees somebody else doing it, and then it actually triggers in your brain, the imagination that you're doing it. It's like an automatic relativism, and it happens in chimps and certainly all hominids. So it's just what you're talking about. We actually are programmed in, like, unconsciously, against our will, whatever. It just automatically, we do have empathy and sympathy. We can, as soon as we see someone doing something, our brain will react just a tiny bit the same way as if we were doing it.
Yeah, because how would you react if you didn't have that? Then that's what I was thinking. It's like, I mean, for me, it'd be like playing chess. It's like, in order to play chess would require the understanding of chess. So in order to play the actuality of life, you would have to understand life. And the best way to understand it is to literally see it, so to speak, happening before your eyes. And that would probably change our makeup anyways.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. I think that kind of shit built in.
Have to have that.
It has to be.
Otherwise, explain how they congregate. Any social animal would have to have that. Otherwise, that other muskrat's just a patch of brown. No, they have to have this automatic sympathy. So, and that applies to even the loners in our mammal world, because they all have mating rituals where they come together. They all at least have to pair. And that's pretty much true even everywhere, right? Insects, anything. So you get into animals like insects that are super loners, even they must have some half dozen sympathy neurons, at least for mating. But any animal that piles together and dogs and sleeps together and hangs out and learns each other's personality, yeah, like you said, I mean, they must have this built-in sympathy. It doesn't come from willpower. I mean, it's a natural thing. Our brain absorbs information, and one thing, it automatically knows. See, our brain is designed not to be solipsistic. We know we're built. I mean, it could be that the universe is just solipsistic and I'm the only one that exists, but our brain is designed, built not to think that. We assume there's other ages. That's why we put spirits in the trees. Before we take spirits out of other animals, we'll think there's spirits in the trees, because we naturally have this idea of seeing other things as ourselves. So,
I think it's definitely built in there, for sure.
So I had a question for you.
Sure, man.
So on the I was talking about my childhood more and stuff, and I was thinking, yeah, it's a personal thing. It's something I don't know how to place it. So I was just curious. So, like, you grew up in Beetletown, right? I mean, Liverpool.
Yeah, Beetletown. Yep, Beetletown.
So, so is that, like, I'm gonna get to assume, isn't that's a working class city? It's not Hollywood.
Yeah, it's a rough part of England, so to speak.
So what did your it seems like it's in a pretty place down there, right? A little bit more south down there seems like some nice part of England now.
Yeah, up it. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a nice place, but it's still a bit like it's.
I'm from Sherwood Forest. My grandmother did our genealogy, and so she's always like, we're the Robins from Sherwood,
Robin Hoods.
from Brewster, William Brewster, who was from Sherwood area that went across on the thing. Yeah, it's the Robin Hood. Probably I'm related to Robin Hoods. That's all I'm saying. Isn't that close to you? Like a couple hours? It's kind of in the.
I've got no fucking idea. I got no idea.
It's famous.
What? I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I don't know what it is. That's different. I know who the fuck Robin Hood is, but I don't know what the fuck.
Okay, so back on the subject. So your parents, and I'm getting real personal here. Your parents would work in class. Would they work in a school, or how'd that work? What were your parents?
Just working class people, man. I did fucking normal
job. Your mom had a job outside the house. I mean,
of course she did. Well, I couldn't say of course she did, because you don't know. But no, I know.
Yes, my age, the mom probably wouldn't have had to work. If you were my age, like you're 20 years younger, 10 years younger. How old are you?
33, sadly. God.
So I'm 47. So, but it's not that many years. You're old enough to see that's not that many years. But see, if I was growing up in that, then there's a good chance that the mother wouldn't have had to work, even in a working class family. There's also a decent chance that in a working class town like that they did have the women working as well. But so anyway, both your parents worked, right?
Yeah.
But then they did work, so you probably did okay. You just had a working class, like you had a home, or how struggly was it? Do you think? Would you on a scale of 1 to 10?
Struggle. I don't know what struggle means though in that
Well,
sense.
like there's guys that they move, and their parents,
Oh, I would put
the
that
dad
like,
dies. There's no money.
well, I'd put that like 3.
Right.
I always got what I wanted, put it that way. So it wasn't much of a struggle in that regards. I think it was more of a struggle for my mum that I was an annoying cunt. That was about it. I always just get like chucked out of school and shit for being like, I don't know, fucked hard, I guess. I always just get thrown out of school because I was just like, my mum like had a library and stuff in the house, like shitloads of books. So I always used to read them.
Oh yeah, that's good. Oh well, that explains a lot, because it's like the working class hero song by John Lennon. You know, if you got books around,
Yeah, no, I just
class
used to.
intellectual thing is the best intellectual thing in my
Well,
opinion.
my mum used to collect like fucking Dickens novels, all these fucking crazy books. Fucking, her favorite music is classical, so she'd be like Tchaikovsky, Beethoven, all these. Like that's what I'd grow up with in the house and shit. So it was a bit mental. But then at the same time, it was like living in an area that I did. All my friends like sold drugs and shot people and shit. So
So
it
it
was a bit of
sounds
a
like
weird.
your parents were all together and cool, and that's what made you so crazy. My
No,
parents were crazy. That's why I'm so stable. No,
my parents didn't live together for fucking forever. But like it was just mental. I don't know.
but then, so growing up, I mean, it's also not about them, but I was just curious as a baseline. So then, growing up, um, Liverpool is like walking to school. Somebody gonna steal your money, or no? Is somebody gonna
Nah,
bully you? Is somebody
no,
no?
no. That's the thing.
So it's not like some Compton or something. The working class thing doesn't translate like to angry. What about
No,
racial tensions? You guys got racial tensions?
we did have, yeah. One time there used to be a road called Mill Street. It's still racist today, actually. It's kind of
Yeah.
fucking ironic. But like there would be 2 sides. There'd be a street. Basically, you wouldn't cross that street because you know if you went over that side, all the white kids hate black kids over that side, right? So they'd all like be on your tits and shit and want to chase you down the street. And you had no reason to go there anyway because the
Because
football
you were
pitch was,
black.
yeah, because the football pitch was on our side, which is kind of funny. So it's like if they wanted to come and play football, they had to come to us, kind of thing. So
So
you
all
know,
cities are a little bit like that. I mean, I think
it's
the
just so
breaking point
weird.
for a city is can you get from your house to your school without passing through these war zones? But also, just by virtue of so many groups, you'll always have some little neighborhood that's known for this or that.
Well,
That's a
the
little bit
school, the
different
school, I,
than,
the
like
school I went to was like in the war zone. It was like on the edge, man. Seriously, like I used to remember getting on the bus and the bus used to get pelted by all these little racist white kids and all the black kids, including myself, because I was only a kid. They'd be like shouting all this stupid shit out the window, and they'd be shouting all shit back. And like we'd have fights, and there'd be riots at the school, man. Seriously, it was fucking mental. So
what's what is the old school fighting? I mean, were there fights after school? Is that a common
like
thing?
gangs, seriously, like gangs of white kids, gangs of black
But what about like
kids.
a pub fight? You go out to the pub with your friends when you're 20, and is there fights at the end of the night or no?
Oh no, I never had any of that shit. But like, I don't know. It's weird. Like when I
Because
used
like
to,
Holiday up there in Scotland, and see, they're known for that, right? From outside,
they're
like,
fucking
oh,
snitches.
they're
They're
the
mental.
brutalist, you know. And that's what he says. It's like, yeah, it's like what my grandfather went through. It's like you go to the bar at the end of the night, 2 or 3 of the guys have a fight out back. That's how you end it.
Yeah, they're mental in Scotland though, because they fight over religion and shit, like Celtic and Rangers and all that stuff. One's Protestant, one's Catholic. They always fight over stupid shit like that.
Do you guys deal with all that other than with the cities outside of Liverpool? I mean, like in Liverpool, in your school and stuff, was there like you guys look like over in England, Britain, whatever, there's a racism between white people that is weird in the United States that, you know what I mean? Like how people think of, you're part of England and what they think of Scottish.
No,
Irish.
no, you don't really have any that weird. bit
There's no
more
like a Scottish
sophisticated.
neighborhood where a bunch of Scottish immigrant workers over the years, and suddenly there's a Scottish neighborhood, and then there's Irish.
No, that's I
Doesn't
think
happen.
that's a recent thing with like immigrants today. It used to be like that when black people came over in the Windrush kind of thing. So
Uh-huh.
like you would have that kind of, and that's why we had the riots in like the 70s and 80s. But when it comes to I guess now, no, we're pretty relaxed in this country.
Also,
And like, but growing up though, it wasn't the same thing. Growing up was fucking mental.
but when you talk
That was
about
only
like
like
black
20 odd years ago.
communities, when you talk about black communities, my impression is in Europe, a lot of that is like North African Muslims, is
Hmm.
right, immigrants, right?
Afro Caribbean show.
What
Afro
about from
Caribbean.
slavery? You guys were in the whole slavery thing. Did
Yeah,
African
well,
the
well, this
slavery from like 150 years ago or
well, this
whatever?
is the thing, right? Because Liverpool was one of the, in fact, Liverpool was the most famous port in England when it came to slaves.
Oh, really?
Seriously,
I
like
might have
all,
read it.
like lots of street names were named after like slave owners and shit like that, and they changed them all. Some of them are still around. You had the Exchange Building. That was for all this. That was for literally the Exchange Building. I mean, it says it in its fucking name, really. Um, they had all these buildings and all this other stuff. They had a statue of a slave owner at the bottom of the street. Well, not a street, a big road, like a junction thing. And then the riots in the 80s, they ripped it down and shit like that. So, you know, there's been riots, like literally, and in Nottingham as well. So it weren't just Liverpool, but they was for they were Afro Caribbeans. Like we used to have carnivals and stuff, and
Okay.
then they changed it into some like international shit. And
Right.
like when I look
Well,
back as
does
a
that
kid,
exist, or isn't the African American neighborhood thing in the urbans? It's North African Muslims, right? It's not dominated by
no,
Caribbean
no,
or
no,
African slaves.
no. In this country, most of the black people in this country are Christians. They're not actually Muslims.
Oh, really?
And Muslims won't even actually accept the fact that they're black. They just totally don't like. Muslims don't like being called black at all.
Huh.
They just say I'm Muslim. They don't associate with the word black because they think they're better than black people. I know that sounds strange, but I know that as a fact because I know Muslim people because I got a lot of friends who are Muslims, and I've asked them like,
But I
"You
thought
black?"
Europe
And they're
was
like,
getting
"I'm
like
Asian."
people from Libya and stuff where they clearly are Africans that haven't
No,
been
they won't
Muslim.
because a lot of them are light skinned. They don't associate with being black. Trust me on that, dude. Seriously,
No, I understand on the
too weird.
self-association.
Well,
Well,
only
it's
because
like
I've
that whole
grew up
thing.
with only because I've
You
grew up
know
with
that
that kind of
"Killing
shit,
an
though.
Arab" song by The Cure. It's by this. It's about a song of Camus' story called "The Stranger." I read it in high school, and it's like he kills this black dude, and it's a Muslim. And to me, at the time, it was like it made. I didn't get it. I didn't understand that. Um, I did not understand this idea of these African Muslims being ghettoized and thought of as others that some guy could kill on the beach because of psychological problems. It's like it's different. It's definitely different from the African American community where it's almost entirely dominated by the slave families, the descendants of slaves, and like probably that the Muslim, like the Black Panthers or who's that guy, the other Malcolm X thing, Brothers of Islam. They just adopted Islam. They were not Islamic. They were trying to
Yeah,
go.
but that was it. I'm saying that's a trend from the States.
Yeah.
That's not really an English thing. Like I said, most
No,
African Caribbeans are Christians. Rastafarians are Christians, technically
you're
speaking.
saying Caribbeans that were not Africans at all. You mean that were taken
No,
from,
yeah,
or
they were
Africans
put
that
in the
went.
Caribbean.
Well, because there's also like in the Caribbean, they brought a bunch of slaves, and then they were like became like slave ranches, like in Jamaica. They
Yeah,
were
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
that's what I'm saying. So like they are African, but they've been there that long. We just call them Afro Caribbean.
Right, yeah.
That's what you call, or
Because that's where my
Caribbean or
heritage was.
whatever. In fact, you don't even call them Afro, you just call them Caribbean. People know because they're black anyway. They know exactly where they come from. But I mean, it's the point is like I said in England, it was more so. a black, because most, like I say, most black people from that descent were actually Christians. They actually weren't Muslims. Muslims are relatively new to this country in that regards. Not totally new, obviously, but
Well, new, but like
in
from
the
the
sense
60s
of like,
and 70s.
yeah, it was a
Yeah,
big deal. You know,
right,
it's
right. So
it's
I
a
mean, I'm
more of
old
a big
enough to
deal
have
now.
seen that happen, but it is new. But yeah, I mean, it's new enough that and then, but it's after that, because I was born in '67, in the late '70s, that I'm reading about that this kind of a bigotry that doesn't exist in the United States because we have a different situation. But there's a very similar kind of bigotry. But you know, it's only in since 9/11 really that the Americans
I
woke
said
up
that.
to
It's
Muslims like being their devil. So
yeah, but I said that because we used to get blown up by the Christians all the time. They were called the IRA. No one gave a shit about them,
so
you know. And
weird.
that was a religious conflict between the Great Britain and
And then you
Ireland.
still have Sam Harris acting like, oh, but it's just the Muslims are the one
Yeah,
doing
but
it. It's like at the
he's a
moment
fucking idiot. He's
when
an
I was
idiot.
a kid, Harrods was getting blown up by whites. So I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean that's the thing. It's like, are Muslims right now crazy? Yep. Have they always been crazy? Probably. Are they is that the worst religion on the planet? No. It's not. It just means that they're reading this book and taking it too literally. I
Yeah,
mean,
but come
Christians just
on.
take
You
the
know, the thing
Bible
is,
literally.
the fact
That's
is,
centuries of that shit.
one of the defenses of people being religious is they don't take it that seriously, and it's been that way for centuries. You had, you had the Turkish Empire back, the Ottomans back in the day. You know, it's
That's
like, come
because we
on,
had wars over it, though. We
there's
had
a
wars
billion
over taking shit
Muslims, and
seriously.
most of them they just do some Muslim holidays and.
Most of them don't give a shit. They just want to do what the
Yeah, they
rest of
don't
us
give a shit.
do.
Most religious people don't give a shit. They're just trying to check off on a box. Do I still have a chance at heaven? Yeah. Okay.
Probably.
They mostly don't
Yeah.
care, and that's to their defense, that weakness of their convictions. But
Oh, by the
I
way, if
think
anyone wants to join this convo, Pyro's got the actual link on the thing
I
down
put
below.
it on there.
Yeah. So feel
Yeah, I
free to
gotta go
join
take a leak,
if you
get
got
some coffee.
a plus.
I need a 5-minute break to go take a leak and get some coffee. You gonna be here?
I might be AFK for a little bit though.
Okay.
I
All right.
need to
See
get
you.
some vodka and shit. So.
Hello. So where is everybody? Like zero of the regulars are gonna come in. Oh, you slackers. What the hell? I gotta do this every week just so that when you feel like it, oh, you okay. No. I know how it is. I'm okay with that. But seriously, none of you? So, yeah, because I'm willing to carry the weight, so to speak, of trying to be here every Sunday, at least if I'm around, not traveling or something. I'm cool with that. And so that you guys can come, when it's the right time and you remember, and maybe it's an hour before, and or even come late, like at 5, an hour late. That would be fine. I'm not gonna beg, no. So, but it is kind of the tedious part, and the dead air thing. Oh. Another funny part is when it does get going, it's kind of like, I gotta go do something else, guys, and I don't want to stop people. A couple times I just started working on the side, listening, but it's really hard. I can't really ignore the conversation once it gets going. We've had some pretty good ones, I think. So, as a matter of fact, a little mini shout out here. Andrew the Red, he started calling me on my my trash and rich people, which I wasn't doing, but just to play both sides of the coin right now since he's not here. I appreciated that. He's a reasonable person. I'm always looking for a reasonable person to discuss things. Can have strong opinions. I personally don't demonize the rich, but currently our rich are being mostly a bunch of shitheads, even more so in the past in a certain sense. And yet, because I think of governmental restrictions, workers are being treated better. And I think this is one of the reasons the rich people are like, oh, well, they're getting spoiled, so they're not even going to build us any libraries or schools or hospitals anymore. Fuck us, I'm going to spend $1 billion. Imagine if the Koch brothers, who are going to spend $1 billion on this next election, imagine if, or I don't know, fundraising, whatever. Imagine if they just spent that on parks and schools and paths and roads and extra teachers for a school that's in distress, and music equipment and endowment, so a school that doesn't have music or art anymore could have an art teacher or something. I think they'd probably, get a lot of things their way, because people would go like, look, rich people like giving to us. Make them richer. I think that would happen. But we're kind of in this bitter place. But the working class, by getting pissed at the rich, it's understandable that people that are rich kind of might take offense to that and go, that's not fair. We're going to do something about it. But I'm not on their side there. I think they're really doing too little with their money. There's so many solutions and things we could do. So I wouldn't mind debating the responsibilities of the wealthy to the society whose roads and basic structures they prosper within and could not prosper without, right? So the Koch brothers, got a big start. Their daddy working, developing the oil industry for the USSR, which I think is an interesting little historical fact. But anyway, on their side, arguably, that's why they became conservative, is seeing inside how that worked. But whatever, because Daddy turned on the Soviets. It's terrible over there now that I've made my money. But so I don't demonize people for this. For example, I'm really happy right now that I kind of have a capitalist hero. I think Elon Musk, he just announced he's going to do a hypertube test deployment so people can compete and try to make pods for a really cheap, high-speed kind of a rail system where you could actually drive your car into a pod, and then the pod would go 600 miles an hour somewhere else, and then you could drive out of it. Sounds pretty good. He has the space program at SpaceX. They're the ones sending things to the shuttle. He's got Tesla, the electric car, which is awesome. And he's got also Solar City, I think it's called, a solar company that's doing well, installing a lot of solar. He's rich. I really respect him a lot. George Soros, ethically mixed his history, let's say, but I like him, So anyway, I
I do like that debate. So thanks, Andrew. Where the fuck are you now? And also, Inventive Harvest. I couldn't invite him because when I typed in his handle, it doesn't show up as an addable, hangout thing. So I don't know what happened to him. Come back, Inventive Harvest. Okay. And then Vic. I like Vic. Vic and I disagree, I think, on a lot of things, but I really appreciate his approach and his sort of his straightforwardness. He's reasonable, but has convictions. And I thought, I don't know that he is an antinatalist per se, but he's the vegan, or not vegan side, but he's the animal cruelty side. Certainly is a very like the strong point of Gary's version of Efilism. And it's good to have somebody that can carry that without calling everybody a fucktard. No, I do, Vic. I do appreciate your input a lot in that you'll call people on shit, but I think you're very reasonable and you're not putting people down when you do it. So I personally appreciate that a lot. So where the fuck are you slacker? Is it not Sunday? Did I get the wrong day? Bastards. I hate you all. So, well, we could talk about I know I could play more music. Or I could talk about my childhood. Is both of those really exciting for everybody besides me, right? Everybody loves hearing about my childhood. And my songs. So, here's another one I'm learning. Let's try this Beatles song. Here we go. Oh, darling, if you, please believe me, I'll never do you no harm. No, I won't. You should believe me when I tell you. Fucked up a little bit. I won't do you no harm. Oh, darling, if you leave me, I'll never make it alone. So believe me when I tell you, I'll never do you no wrong. When you told me, oh, fuck it, you didn't love me anymore. Brink. Okay, sorry. Let's see what else is there. I've been working on this. This was a song when I broke up with my wife, but we got back together. Self-images got in the way. I'm so sorry it turns out this way. Even though things went wrong, we'll always have a happy home in the past. When things were better, I'll always love you forever. Self-image is not in the way. I'm sorry things turn out this way. I guess I let you out to roam. We'll always have a happy home in the past. When things were better, I'll always love you forever. Nation home under control. I know it's out. I just found out I'm on. Okay, finally. Jesus Christ, what do I have to do? A one-man play? Baltazar, for fuck's sake, say something. Or I'm going to start a one-man improvisational opera.
Hero.
Yes.
I just jumped in, and before I jumped in, I listened to you sing, and I was interested, but this is then I saw it was live, and I was interested in that story because I have a pretty bad story behind me, and I got very interested when when you said you broke up with someone, and you you came back again with each other. Was that so?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to talk about it live, and I don't.
Talk about it. I have a real personal attitude today. This is the day I would talk about it, but then again, I won't have to either. So yeah, well, tell me your story.
No, I don't want to talk about it live.
No, okay.
So,
Let me
but
talk
I
about
would love.
mine. Mine ended up good because I was in an abusive relationship for years and years, and actually it only just ended in that we had like 5-year-long divorce. 2011 we finally divorced. She finally took my retirement just last week. But my girlfriend that I've had for like 6 years now, yeah, we broke up, and you know, various reasons. I think some of her friends were, you know, stabbing me in the back and stuff. And then we ended up getting back together and getting married, and now we live in Maine.
Oh, that's a great story.
It could be, but while we broke up, we were broken up for just like 6 months or something out of having been together now 7 or 8 years, I guess. And my daughter died in that time. So
okay, yeah.
We feel bad about that because there's a lot of, you know, it could have had an influence. There's a lot of things that just could have had an influence in a situation like that. So.
Oh yeah. But you were apart for, you said 6. How many years were you apart?
We were just apart for like 6 months.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and we kind of remained friends and saw each other during the 6 months. We had common friends and stuff, but
okay. Yeah, that's a different story then. Okay.
Well, I won't ask. You said you don't want to talk about it, but so I won't ask. I know my wife is her family is from Montreal, a lot of it, and she has an interesting story in one of her uncles who met someone, and then like 14 years later, they ended up getting together. The woman actually knew the brother and stuff, and then they both went their separate ways, like to different parts of Canada, ended up moving back to Montreal at some point, and now they've been together, I don't know, they're older enough that they've been together 10 years or something, but it's like the recent relationship. And they actually met each other, had a little mini bit of a romance of the level of, oh, that's an interesting person, but now I'm going off to school in Nova Scotia or whatever. And then they ended up it's real romantic. They ended up getting together, and they're perfect for each other too, because they're in their 60s, but you know, they're the kind that they like to take road trips, and you know, they're just it's cool.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah. But that's also another story. No, I have real difficulties getting over my last relationship, and it's I don't have any interest, you know, I'm just lacking interest in any females, you know, and it's
when I split up with my first ex-wife, and so I got together with her around 18, and it was very negative, and we had 2 children, and then I went to Hawaii around then. I was realizing it might be over. I still thought we might be able to save it, and you know, and then I lost her, and it was like, but I didn't lose her at that point. I was ready. I was happy to be without her, and then I just focused on being a single dad for like 6 months, and I wasn't interested at all in any romance or any relationship. But then I realized that I was not being very social. You know what I mean? It wasn't necessarily good.
Yeah.
Not having a social life, not having friends, just focusing on the kids is not a good example for the kids.
Yeah.
So I opened up again, and I had a couple short, you know, 6-month type relationships, and then met my wife. I think I'm coming from a codependent angle, though. See, talking about my childhood, I think what developed for me was clearly looking back on it, a codependent kind of attitude. Like I really want to be in a relationship. So it was definitely good for me to spend, you know, months of like thinking I would never have one. In the end, I did need one. Maybe I'm still, you know, have this codependency a little bit to a certain degree. I hope not. I feel like one thing after losing my daughter was I sort of lost the codependency. It sort of took the luster off of life, and codependents have a lot of fantasies about the world.
Yeah. No, that's perhaps also, it's new for me, you know, this, and I think it can be good, but what you said, you know,
is that a recent development for you, or?
No, it's not a good development for me.
So how long have you been struggling with that, if you don't mind me?
A couple of years now, and it's.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. I mean.
Yeah, but it seems like the problem is it's the time is just hushing by, and I don't feel any development. You know, it's like it happened yesterday, and that's what's so.
Well, but that could be a fine thing, but maybe you feel you want to get past it. I mean, it could be a fine thing that this is just your new attitude, but if you feel like, no, actually, I don't want to be stuck with this attitude, I want to move past it, then there comes the problem, right? Because there's nothing wrong with just deciding, you know what, I tried this. The whole life is not fucking about a relationship necessarily. Maybe it's time to do something else. But the problem is we get in this thing where we feel a little numb, but we know, you know what, I don't want to feel this way forever. Maybe about her forever, but not in general forever. What's going on? And you kind of sound like maybe you're struggling in that zone where it's like, it's perfectly legitimate to keep having feelings. I mean, we're adults. To have a feeling for 2 or 3 years, that's part of not being 20. That happens. But you don't want to be stuck 10 years. You don't want to be stuck at all, you know. So it's hard to figure out what to accept about yourself and just what you're supposed to go forward with. I do think it's important. Hopefully I'm over my codependence, but I do think relationships are important. So it's worth figuring out how to feel good about the new people and not hold against them the baggage that you have, you know, from an old situation. But that's easily said and difficult to do. So what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Hey, we got some Sugar Land Ran. Finally, you blackers, hour late, time zone.
Sorry, it was actually the Demataki, but there you go.
Europeans. Can't get them online before midnight.
So what are we talking about today?
Oh, various things. Basically, if you don't think up something good to talk about, I'm going to talk about my childhood.
Hey.
I had these hippie parents. See, I'm a child of the 70s. I was born winter 1967. Obviously conceived spring in 1967. In between there was the summer of love. I'm truly a child of the 60s. And, man, they were fucked up. Oh, what terrible parents. Baby boomers. Hate them. Fuckers. That's my main message. Baby boomers. Oh, terrible generation.
I was born 73 during the time of the 3-day working week, the first miners' strike into the 80s and the post-nuclear age and the post-Cold War era in Europe.
3-day worker week. We never had that in America. What the fuck is that?
It was the first miners' strike, first big strikes in the UK. And then in the 80s there was the second set of miners' strikes and the teacher strikes, which you can get videos where you can see the police action on the miners. You know, Margaret Thatcher tried to.
Right. I remember some of that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the 80s. The 70s, I believe, was Healy. I think it was Healy. I was only born in 73, but I did social studies and what do you call it?
Was the 3-day week something that happened, or you mean it was a movement to try to work for one?
Do that. I'll try and get you the.
See, that's something that peaked in Europe that they kept out of the U.S. is the peak of workers' rights and being able to have
that social safety net and all of that. You know, I mean, you guys are aware, right? I mean, in America, they managed to, we missed that whole era. You know, now you're having your National Health Service under threat. Well, we never even had the era. There was no golden age for us, except maybe after World War II, our veterans had the GI Bill where you could get your first-time house loan and free college, and you know, so we kind of had a socialist wave that affected us after World War II, but it was just a limited socialism for the vets. So we never had anything like, you know, we didn't have any real workers' achievements in the 60s compared to Europe at all. I mean, I assume you guys know that. I mean, we really missed unionization over here. Like, look, our Labor Day, you know, we wouldn't even put it on May 1st. It's not an accident. I mean, they managed to sit out of, you know, they passed some labor rights and overtime laws, and they got out of the actual gist of workers ought to be able to survive and succeed just by doing their work. So we never had any kind of thing like that.
I put a wiki link for the 3-day week. It tells you what happened after it into '73, and it's around about the time of an OPEC crisis in the '70s as well. That all fed into that, and that's what led to the Thatcher trying to take down the unions in the '80s because they had so much power in the '70s.
But at least you have the Workers' Day. That's my favorite fun question to ask people in Europe. If you ask someone, where did the 1st of May come from, and people are guessing all kind of countries, communist countries, not communist countries, but no one thinks about US. So that's a strange thing that you have. Did you know that Huck, the Labor Day, was from America?
We don't have a Labor Day. It's
really?
No, we don't.
Oh, it's important. Okay.
I've never heard of it anyway. I've heard of it as an American thing. Do you know what I mean? But I've never heard of it, and we definitely don't have it in Ireland or the UK.
Oh, really? Perhaps because of the church or something? Well, Labor Day in my country and all country I've been to, it's a big day. Yeah.
Well, we've got bank holidays and other events. Labor Day is just another one that we get.
But you guys have May Day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the real Labor Day. We have Labor Day in some other part of the year specifically to avoid this worldwide May 1st.
Oh, really? But you made you invented the day. I mean, the origin is American.
Is that right?
I think so. No, in countries like Norway or like in.
It's funny. Okay, so I'm looking at the Wikipedia and it's saying, yeah, May Day was chosen to commemorate the Haymarket Affair in Chicago.
Yeah,
well, that's just one of those weird incidental things where we don't support May Day.
Yeah, and that's a fun
might have started here, but yeah, we got an underground that was involved, and Europe failed, and Europe had helped you guys succeed.
Yeah, so no, in my country and most Western European countries also, it's Labor Day, but it's also night to 1st of May. There are a lot of small riots, you know, not real riots, but like sometimes it can be heavy, burning. Yeah, so.
Well, our Labor Day is September 7th.
Okay.
Yeah, that's our Labor Day. That's when we have a federal holiday. It's people get the day off, and it's a real holiday, and it's called Labor Day. May Day, that's when the rest of the world celebrates the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you disjoint things like that in geopolitics, it actually is very effective. It's like if you have to give in to a labor movement and have a Labor Day,
your last resort before you fully give in is to not let it synchronize with the rest of the world, and it actually makes a difference because people show up and protest, and if it's on a different day, then you don't have millions of people across the world. You got, you know, they're separated out across the year. It's a way to break up that labor movement.
Yeah, and somehow you got it also out of the national identity or the nation building then, because I mean,
so, yeah, it's not really a part. Yeah, no, there's no Labor Day. You know, Halloween, and for that matter, St. Patrick's Day probably has more fervor in the U.S. behind it than Labor Day.
Yeah. No, like I said, when I ask for fun people here, you ask where did it come from, 1st of May, and no one has a clue that it could be U.S. So it's must be French, France, or Russia, or someplace, you know, or Germany, or. But
well, there is a history to having a spring festival. Then May Day, the Spring Festival, that was co-opted by the International Workers Movement, and so there is that European route, that there is such a thing as May Day, you know, prior to labor.
Okay.
Yeah, we would have May Day, but we've got about...
I mean, I don't know if it was a big deal, but there is the whole May Day poll and all this stuff that is prior and non-labor oriented, that is just a spring festival, just like any other, you know, calendar-based or weather, seasonal, I mean, you know, based thing. So I think there's that history. But yeah, no, I didn't know that there was a U.S. link at all. But yeah, the Wikipedia right away says, confirms that. Yeah. So still, I would say it's a European thing. It was in commemoration of some of the stuff going on in the U.S., right? The thing is, a funny thing about the United States is we don't even know our labor history. Like, we had these huge strikes in the late 1800s, the rail strikes. People are not taught that in school.
Yeah.
When we are taught history of the U.S., we're not taught about that. We're not taught about our labor movement and how close we were to becoming a communist country.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It's been taken out of the nation-building process, you know.
Yep, absolutely.
So, yeah.
I like to feel that it's there latent to rediscover, but the fact is it isn't a part of the American conscious. It's maybe at best a part of the subconscious.
But if it's latent, I mean, that's how nation-building functions. If you have some kind of original roots, you can always pull them out again and build a new identity on it. I mean, that's a possibility then. You know, that's not... Yeah. Many countries have made this, made attempts and just made up something, you know, to get a identity, and you at least have one there, latent.
You know, something I'm curious about is how many of us in this conversation, this public conversation, are working class. To me, it seems, well, there's a lot of more working class people, so maybe that's why we dominate in this new, you know, I don't know, like, that you come from a working class background, but my impression is that most of us are coming from the working class intellectual background, and that the ruling class intellectuals, you know, they've become lawyers and they don't really feel like the public dialogue is the productive one. They want to go to the elite dialogue, and they do. They have access, and that's generally statistically what happens, and that we really, most of us, we're the working class side, trying to take part in a public dialogue, you know, somewhat secondary, but in a consumerist society, you know, we're poised to take over the public dialogue if we haven't already. So, I mean, I'm not whining about our situation. I think we're in a controlling situation. The numbers, you know, will matter, but you know, it's interesting to me in thinking that maybe childhood is a subject. It's just, you know, where do we come from? You know, I think there's wealthy, there's ruling class people that feel guilty about that. There's working class people that want to pretend to be ruling class. There's, you know, every permutation of this. And the bottom line is, I mean, I'm just curious if we're all coming from this working class perspective. I think we kind of are. You know,
I think it's a very interesting thought. What you say that the one who are integrated a little bit higher up in society, they don't need this discourse. But I think not everyone necessarily are from the working class, but I think it's typical that many on G+ are not so good integrated. They don't have a steady job or something, you know, or a high-end job like a lawyer or something like that. So, or they don't have any job, you know.
Yeah.
So it's a way to get heard.
Well, there's a bias towards that. I mean, I've noticed, for example, that in terms of people that might be on in a situation of public assistance because of mental things, you know, they have a free reign and a lot of time to be on the internet. And I do think, and this is a segment of the population I actually care a lot about, so I don't mean it as an insult, but I do think we have a lot of people that are probably diagnosably personality disorder taking part in this conversation, for better or worse. I just think that's the situation. I actually,
I think so. I agree. I agree. I'm also unemployed at the moment, and that's how I came into. Yeah, I started with the G+ when I got unemployed. I think I would never have discovered it without being losing my job, you know.
When you say this conversation, do you mean the four of us?
Well, I mean, Sugarland Ren, I mean, I don't want to assume, but are you from a working class? Would you say you're from a working class background? Are you from a privileged background, you know?
Oh, no, definitely working class. Definitely.
Yeah, so I've just kind of noticed this, and I'm biased towards this segment of the population as sort of an activist and stuff. And it's of interest to me. I mean, why is that? I think one reason is, of course, there's more of us, and we're all on the internet, so we see a cross-section, we would dominate it. But I think it's more than that. I think if there's 10% of the people, you know, that are taking place in the Washington, D.C., you know, cocktail parties and stuff, that they are really underrepresented here, and it's probably because they don't feel like, you know, if you have access to be part of the conversation that actually controls things, you're less likely to spend your hobby time just discussing things with everybody. And to me, that's an issue, because I think what we need to do is discuss our issues with everybody. I think that, you know, we really ought to be arguing with the same people that, you know, are the talking heads or end up president, or, you know, and sometimes that happened when the liberal blogging was getting popular back in the early 2000s. You know, we had some key moments where we were just all talking among ourselves, and then suddenly, you know, Hillary Clinton and Obama and all of these Democratic politicians started writing blogs on our blog, and it felt like they were taking part. Of course, in the end, it was more like they had their college student assistants, you know, writing blogs and pretending to talk to the plebes, you know. They were really still being elitist. It's like sometimes the elitists, you know, slum around and hang out in the working class neighborhoods because they got to get elected. It's kind of like that.
Yeah. Well, I guess my country is a socialist country, really, because it's shown by the voting how we vote in elections and how our policies work out in the Scottish Parliament. Anyway, it tends to be a socialist stroke working class ethics that we've got as a nation. So even our upper class, our lawyers and such, have still got
So hey, what's going to happen with this whole independence thing? You know, that's stronger now. It lost, and now after this last election, it's stronger, right? That's coming back. What's the real story? Is the independence movement going to come back because of this latest shocking election results in Scotland?
Well, there's two main things coming up. One is the 2016 Scottish election, which is a better guide to how the country feels. Do you know, I'd say the general election was more a kick in the bollocks to Westminster. So you'll find that the 2016 election, which is voted in proportional representation, will give you a better idea of how Scotland feels, because they're not voting to send a message to London, you know. And then the next thing after that will be the British referendum on the EU, on whether they should stay in the EU, because one of the things that the Scottish nationalists have said, as far as a second referendum on Scottish independence, was that something seismic would had to happen to trigger it. And one thing that was mentioned was England voting to leave the EU. So as far as whether there'll be a second referendum vote, that's what you'd be looking towards to see whether it's going to happen.
So, okay, I have a couple questions about that. So one thing is, what were they sending a message to London about? Did you guys feel patronized with the whole media campaign that was like, we really love Scotland, you know, we might not have acted like it, but we do.
Oh, see,
or what was the reaction to then exactly would be the question.
Well, obviously, I could only give you what I know because A, I don't live in Scotland, and B, you kind of look into the minds of every voter, right? But during the referendum, see, Scotland's always been the Labour Party voting country. Do you know, out of 70 seats, say about 50 in general were Labour. Do you know, and it's a socialist, you know, Labour Party, Labour movement, etc. And in the referendum, they sided with the Conservatives, and in a no vote. Do you know, and you just don't rub shoulders with the right and expect to get a vote in Scotland. So partly it was a kick in the bollocks to the Labour Party for siding with the Tories, and partly a vote against the Westminster government in general because of things they did during the referendum. Sorry.
Right. I can tell you what it looks like from outside. From outside, it looks like the vote went the way of probably profitable businesses that don't want to see this national link severed. They marketed, they supported the message of don't do it, probably because their economic interests are that way. And it looks like, well, yeah, but the people are like, fuck that, we still have a problem. So you kind of have this vote that went through because of marketing and all the ways you have to influence a vote. And then people kind of had buyer's remorse, like, yeah, but what? Now we're in the same fucked up situation. So.
There's a few things that come into play here, okay? Now, the first one and the main one is the PURDA rules. I don't know if you've heard of them. PURDAH. It's rules that govern referendums. And part of that is that 28 days before the actual vote, the government isn't allowed to bring in legislation or propose legislation that's going to affect the vote. Which, when they got round it by getting a pro-no newspaper to ask for information, make a request for information on what would happen if there was a no vote. Now it went against the rules of PURDA, and it's believed that was legal. Secondly, pro-right and pro-no vote companies put out statements that they were going to move out of Scotland if there was a no vote, right?
Right. I mean, yeah, so an economic practicalism, which is not entirely unjustified, right? There is an economic practicalism.
Well, see, here's the thing. That came first, right? And it didn't work, right? Because the same thing happened when the first vote on devolution came, which gave us our own parliament in the first place, right? That didn't work. So that's why the theory that they're working on at the moment is that they got to see the postal ballots and they got scared, and that's where they made requests for information in order to put out legislation. See, it was thought throughout the campaign by some of the no votes and some of the yes votes that if there was a third option of what they called devolution max, which was further devolution, increased power to the Scottish Government, but within the remit of the United Kingdom, that was what would have got the majority of the vote. But because there was only two options, right, then it was the flip-flop effect of it could go either way, and it looked like it was going to be a yes, and that's when they basically put the third option on the table if you voted no. Now, what happened after the election is that, see, here's the thing. If they give more powers to Scotland, right, sorry, let me put it this way, right, Labour needs Scotland to win a vote in Westminster, okay? Anytime, because there's like 50 out of 650 MPs in Scotland, that's a sizable amount, right? So Labour doesn't really want to see Scotland go away. They don't want to see any more devolved power that would mean that they don't get that support, right? So the Conservatives tied any future powers to Scotland not voting on English affairs, which would mean that the Labour Party didn't want it, and the Conservatives didn't want it anyway. So, and it's this England, Westminster attitude towards the Scottish question that led Scotland to vote against Westminster England-centric parties.
So are you saying, though, that then, so the Labour Party wanted the referendum to fail because they need the political allies?
Yeah, there's no way Labour would ever win a Westminster government without the Scottish vote.
And the Conservatives didn't want to see it go because they remember conquering it, more or less.
No, because of oil revenue. Do you know what I mean?
Revenue?
Yeah, oil
they
revenue.
They control the rest of the UK, and they've got a banking empire that stretches the world. Why not get rid of the Liberals, take control of the UK, which is primarily this worldwide empire known as London banking? You know what I mean? It would make a lot more sense for them to go ahead and ditch, you know, help you guys split off if it was going to do that. I think, you know, the Conservatives in the UK look like, you know, they're not okay with having lost the empire, and so they spend a lot of their time, you know, not wanting to lose any more of the empire, basically, it looks like.
Yeah, but in top of all this, the BBC, which is the national broadcasting group for the UK, yeah, well, they're obviously government run. Do you know what I mean? They're funded by Westminster.
Right. And, yeah, and TV tax, right?
Yeah. So if you looked at some of the news pre-referendum, it was so fucking biased, right, against the Scottish nationalists, right, and the yes vote. And then
that was clear from over here that all the mainstream of England was like, no, it could actually happen. What the hell? Yeah, they were panicked.
Yeah, so what you were finding was that there's all this scare tactics and bully boy tactics coming out in the media, right, with MPs in the UK slamming Scotland, and then expect them to vote for them in the next election. Do you know what I mean? This is what I'm saying. Like the main parties have their power base in Westminster. The SNP's power base is Holyrood and Edinburgh, because they're happy to have the Scottish government. Do you know what I mean? Because that's what they want. So these English MPs are fucking shitting on Scotland before and after the referendum and before the general election, and they expected Scotland still to vote for them.
Yeah, John Oliver has this good HBO show now. He was covering one thing where there was an MP from Scotland, some 20-year-old girl beat some significant, you know,
She was the youngest MP to be elected since the
And they
1600s.
showed the BBC covering it, and in the middle of her acceptance speech, accepting winning, they just, like, right in the middle, they're like, yeah, whatever, we're going to talk about something else. So anyway, what do you guys think about how shitty Scotland is? You know, he did a really good job of showing how basically the BBC was dismissive of what was, you know, not just their opinion. They weren't just offering opinion, but they were dismissive of things that had actually happened as a result of what the people said. And it was pretty funny just because it was so blatant, and it was so like from an American point of view, it was a little bit British. Like you've got your BBC commentator with his more posh accent going, yeah, well, we're gonna go talk about this other thing. We don't need it. Listening to someone Scottish talk is very terrible. It hurts my ears. Let's talk about something else. You know, meanwhile, this girl has just made this historical victory that is obvious news. You should not break away from, really. You should let her have her say. She's fucking won among the people. Let's listen to what she has to say. Anyway, it was funny.
But me and my brother were actually we were on Skype, me in Dublin, him in my hometown, for like 2 hours. Because like I went to my first electoral count when I was like 11 or 12 years old, doing the count for the Scottish Nationalist Party. So I've been interested in this sort of thing for a while, and to see them fall, all the constituencies fall to the SNP, is such. I mean, I got to 40. Now there's only like 58, 59, 61 seats in Scotland, and it was like 40 before any of the other parties even won one.
Yeah.
So you're sitting there looking at it, it's like 30 for 0, 31 for 0, 32 for 0, and it's like fucking orgasmic watching it. Like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I can imagine. Yeah, it looked like it could never happen, really.
Yeah, well, it was
just 15 or 20 years ago, you were like, oh, you couldn't imagine seeing that. So if you're old enough, it's like, yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, like especially
outside the country, it's pretty surprising. I still don't know what it means is the thing, but like you say, it's a reaction. So what it actually means, I guess, is left to be seen.
Like I said, the Scottish, even when the SNP were going for the general election, right, it says, look, this vote is never going to make a difference as to whether we have another referendum, right? It says that's not our mandate for the people. Our mandate for the people is the Scottish election, right? And because it's proportional representation, even if everybody votes for the SNP, there's still a chance that a sizable amount of Labour MSPs will get through because of the percentage of the vote. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's going to be a fairer representation of how the people feel.
Yeah.
So,
Well, if I was an English politician in favor of keeping the whole nation together, I would point out, look, this is a success. See, we didn't need a referendum. You need representation. You guys vote for your party, you're going to have an influence. Yay! See, this is why we're all together.
well, see, here's the problem, though.
Because otherwise this election would have no influence on England, right? You could have this kind of election after you were independent. It would mean almost nothing to England. Now, it's actually going to change the way England thinks. So that sounds like a win. You know, if I was a nationalist, I'd go, hey, you guys, see, this is why you made the right decision.
Well, see, it is to a point, because before the election, it was a hung parliament and a coalition. Right? After the election, even though 58 out of 61 MPs in Scotland voted for the Scottish Nationalist Party, the Conservatives still won an overall majority, which means that even if every one of those seats went Labour, which would be like the Democratic version, the American equivalent, I guess, then Scotland wouldn't have got the government they voted for, right? And that's the whole point of what Scotland's. It's kind of came to a head here, because Scotland doesn't get the government it votes for. Scotland gets the government that the South of England votes for, which tends to be the Conservative Party. You know, the only time it isn't. Well, there was a time after Margaret Thatcher, then John Major, blah blah blah. Then Labour won with a landslide. Then they went into a fucking illegal war in Iraq, and then it fucking flip-flopped into back towards the Conservatives. So it's got nothing to do with what Scotland votes for, what happens in Westminster.
Right.
And it's just a reaction to that, you know. the thing that got to me was after the election, it was all the reason we've got a Conservative government is because of the Scottish. Do you know what I mean? Because they didn't vote Labour and because of the Scottish question, the Little Englanders reacted to try and shore up the fucking, do you know what I mean, the castle, right? And the Labour said, well, we never won because of Scotland, because, do you know what I mean, they were scared of the SNP. And that was a message that the Tories tried to ram home, and Labour basically let them. Do you know what I mean? They says to what do you call it? Oh, if you vote for Labour, you're going to vote for a coalition with the SNP, right? And the SNP says, well, if we get a coalition, we'll work for the best. This is a UK election. We'll work for the best for the entire United Kingdom, right? And Labour basically says, oh no, we'll never do that. We'll never work with them, which means they were a lame duck fucking group because they didn't have any other options in the event of a hung parliament. So Conservatives won because they tried to fucking bully the Scots again. I'm sorry, I know a wee bit about this, I apologise.
Yeah, no, it's interesting to me, but yeah, we haven't got anybody else in, so maybe we can open up to some other topics, but I find it really interesting. It's so similar to U.S. politics, and yet so different at the same time. I mean, it's almost kind of alien to U.S. politics, but yeah, that's informative. I mean, I see, it's hard to know. I mean, like in Hawaii, I lived in Hawaii. It's this liberal Democrat state. Really, it's dominated by this Japanese sensibility, which is somewhat conservative. It's just that they don't hate their fellow man, so they like to take care and have safety nets and things like this. But there's a lot of social conservatism that then doesn't get to be expressed if you're creating a safety net. And so there's a weird thing going on between this conservative and liberal. It's almost like people want to be conservative, but because the conservative politicians are so hateful of the working class, there become these reasons that they have these opposition parties. But in reality, they're kind of struggling to be like, hey, we agree with you guys, on traditional things. Let's, and yet, I don't know. It's people look trapped, right, in this issue. But it's hard for me not to imagine that this wave of the Scottish Party, Nationalist Party, doesn't have some momentum, and that in the end, it will empower the Labour, just because naturally that's the direction it seems to be going, even if there's problems right now.
Well, see, here's the thing.
But maybe it'll take over Labour. Maybe it'll be a new kind of. Maybe something can replace Labour in the UK.
Well, like I said, in Scotland, right, there's going to be an election for the Scottish government, and then they're going to have a chance to vote how they really feel, and that is going to be for us, it'll be interesting to see what happens. But I think you'll find it most, as in UK in a whole, unless you go to the fringes of the right party, you're not going to find many politicians that would sit anywhere other than to the left of most Americans. Do you know what I mean? Like, even the most liberal of Democrats is going to be to the right of the majority of fucking British politicians. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Because we've got social net. Do you know what I mean? We've got the National Health Service and sort of welfare system and public schools and things like that.
I hate to experiment in Scotland. I'm not there, so I'm just saying that as somebody that's outside. But I would actually have loved to see it go independent, just to see how this worked, and did it end up being kind of a new kind of conservatism now that it was on its own? Was it, I would be interested to see what kind of government Scotland as a unit might create.
So, yeah,
it might be a dangerous experiment. And that's what they scared everybody about, right? It's like, really, do you want to do that? It's a dangerous experiment. You got businesses, in your cities that actually care about their connection to the rest of the world. You really want to experiment with that? Maybe it wouldn't be a good idea. If I was there, I don't know how I would have voted. But if from outside, I'm like, yeah, do it. We need some experiments.
Well, see, here's the thing, though. There is comparable countries who have done the same thing and have managed quite well. Do you know what I mean? So to say that it isn't possible is just lunacy, right?
Like, who are you thinking of?
Who do you mean?
Well, Norway, the Republic of Ireland would be two that I would pick off the top of my head. Norway is comparable in size and has oil revenues. The Republic of Ireland broke away from the United Kingdom 1921, I think, was the partition happened. And there was a civil war after that.
Okay.
So it's no comparable as in historically, but demographically and financially they're comparable. So there's two examples, and examples that Scotland could work from. Do you know what I mean? They could see the mistakes that were made, and it would have been.
It's not like they'd be a pariah of Europe and couldn't trade. You know, I mean, they'd be in the best situation possible, really, in terms of trying to make an independent country of that size. And yeah, obviously in Europe, there's other countries that.
But it's been happening for the past 25 years. I mean, every country that left Russia had to become an independent country, and then they all broke up. You had Czechoslovakia broke into the Czech Republic and Slovakia. You had Yugoslavia broke up. Well, that didn't go down too well. But then you had that broke up into Croatia, Serbia, and Bosnia. Do you know what I mean? Like the creation of a fucking state inside Europe is not a new thing, and it's like, see, it kind of scared the Europeans, because you had places like Catalonia in Spain that are also looking for independence. Do you know what I mean? So I think the British government actually canvassed most European countries to try and get them to say, do you know what I mean, to step in at least vocally against the Scottish independence. Do you know what I mean? There's proof of that.
That's a whole other issue. The Spanish thing is entirely different, because with Catalonia and the Basque region, it's pretty clear the Spanish government is like a parasite on these very productive regions that do positively. So it's like in that situation, it's like those guys really have a reason to ask for freedom, because they've got their shit together in a way that their nation doesn't.
Yeah, some would suggest that's the same as Scotland, because like we've got more revenue per head of population than most other parts of the country. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, really? Just because of all the industrialism, I guess. It's
well,
it's still a productive part of the UK.
Yeah. But most of the money goes down south. Do you know what I mean? It leaves the country. If the money was in the country, then we'd be able to build it up and do something decent with it, like, you know.
Yep.
Mm. But yeah, my childhood was great. There you go. That was. Yeah. And it's kind of strange growing up without a national identity, or growing up with an identity that consisted of we were beaten and now we are downtrodden. Do you know what I mean? It's an interesting dynamic to have as you're growing up, because it always creates a fucking nation of victims. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you guys blame the old ruling class, right? Because Scotland was never actually conquered. I mean, it was surrendered into this situation.
Yeah, but there's a lot of money and fucking something to do with the Suez Canal or something like that. I remember reading something about that, that the Scottish ruling class, they lost so much fucking money trying to invest overseas that they requested joining the Union. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a funny situation, considering, you know, the Romans couldn't conquer it, the British couldn't conquer it, and then eventually the story seems to be that the ruling class kind of that economic conquering, the ruling class took part and basically lost. You know, well,
growing up in Scotland, the history basically consists of 1314, 1745, and then 1966. Do you know what I mean? Which is when Scotland beat the English, when the English beat the Scotland, and then when England won the World Cup. That's kind of
sublimated. It's been sublimated into soccer and cricket.
Well, this is it. I was actually at a football game on Saturday there, Ireland versus Scotland. It was fucking great, and the Irish fans and the Scottish fans were all mixing before the game, and the song of the day was "We Hate England More Than You." That's how we hate England. We hate England more than you. It's fucking funny as fuck, like. Yeah. It's like cousins playing football. It was. Really good day.
Well, you know, it's something Americans really sorely lack is the realization that racism isn't about like white versus black. In America, people think racism is about white versus black, and really, you know, you look at Europe, England, you see all of these bigotries that, no, there's, you know, it's a little more fine-grained than that. We know how to hate some white races or whatever, and so it's something you don't see in America, that there's this concept. Now, there's a history to it, like when the Irish were showing up, people were, and the Polish, people were bigoted, but those, I don't know, they just fell to the wayside. And most Americans in the 21st century that think of race or class or cultural struggles, it's impossible for them to imagine it's with people of light skin. Whereas in Europe and the UK, but also Europe, you know, obviously these cultural struggles have nothing to do with skin color. They're very much more historical. You know, and it didn't matter what the skin tone of the Romans were or the skin tone of the ruling class, you know, Germans in London. That wasn't really what it was about. So we miss all of that, and we miss the economic and historical aspect of these issues and think that it really has something to do with race, when if you look at it, obviously it has more to do with what was the last war you guys had? What was the last war that one of you lost that you're not over losing it?
That's very true. That's very true, yeah. And cultural racism, you can call it also, I don't know.
Yeah.
We have
so I apologize going in.
Yeah, no, I mean, we have a cultural racism with Muslims now. It's not about the skin color, it's the culture. And we have had the gypsies all over Europe, and that's a culture that we have regarded as lower, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you from, Matt?
That's an interesting one to me, too, the gypsies, because for a couple of reasons. One, like, I use the word gypped. Oh, you gypped me. For, like, into my 30s before I realized it was a slur on gypsies, right? And, but on the other hand, so I consider as a liberal that that's just a terrible bigotry. On the other hand, it's also true. There's a history of thievery and organized crime and not caring about the non-gypsies. You know, you're allowed to victimize them, and so there is some truth to the gypsy community, you know, feeling it's okay to victimize non-gypsies. So, you know, what's the proper liberal thing? You know, do I ignore that there's a truth to the fact of this culture maybe, you know, going from town to town, and maybe robbery is a part of the culture. Yeah. So I don't know, it's a funny thing.
It's like the movie Snatch. Have you seen this? Snatch?
No, you know, I've been told, my wife says I should watch it. It's a good one.
Oh, that's great. Have you seen it, Huck?
I've seen half of it. You're talking about the Travellers, and
yeah, they have another name, and when Pharaoh said to be gypped, they have another name for that. But I forgot the name of how they name the gypsies there. But it's the same expression.
Oh, wait a minute. I know what you're saying.
Pike? No.
Pikeys.
Pike? No.
Pikeys. In the UK, in England, it's pikeys, and in Ireland, it's knackers.
Yeah, and I think it was to get you know what it is to get piked. I think that was that's a great movie. Wow. If you haven't seen it,
whereabouts are you from, Balthazar? Is it? I'm getting Germanic there. Whereabouts?
I'm from Norway.
Norway, okay, so yeah.
Almost every hangout, someone asks you if you're German.
Yeah, I have.
That's why.
I did say Germanic.
Yeah, I have a bad accent. My English is actually pretty bad compared to many Norwegians. But I've studied in Germany and worked in Germany, and I noticed that also when I was in China. I studied there, and people from other European countries, they thought I was German, and I thought, shit, what? So I don't know.
Funny, I looked at a job in Germany because I was working in astronomy, have been, you know, not recently, last year, but I was before that. And they have the ESO, which is the European Southern Observatory, and it's based in Munich. And you know, to get a job there, you have to know English.
Okay.
And none of the countries in the European Southern Observatory, you know, organization are native English speakers. The UK isn't even in it. But you have to speak English. So I could actually work there, but a German national that didn't speak English, sorry. Isn't that weird?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, no, it's because in computers, like I was once, I worked with a lot of people from South America, and they would speak English when they were talking about computers, and I'm like, you guys are both from Chile, why don't you just speak Spanish? And they're like, because if we talk technical stuff, half the words are going to be English anyway. It's just easier to speak it in English.
Yeah.
Well, I'm lucky because I'm an American and I can't learn other languages, so it's not possible. We aren't capable of learning another. The English is too big, you know. It fills up your whole brain, and there's no room for it. So luckily, English is the
Really?
Yeah, okay.
I would like to speak German, believe me. But
you have more words, but I mean you don't have compositor in English, so when you measure, I think of course English have the biggest vocabulary, but we have the compositor, so we can take just two words, put them together, because we write one word is always written together.
Yeah,
in English,
German is like that. Yeah, I wish we had that in English. But you know what? We just, in the tech industry, we just do it. It doesn't matter that English supposedly doesn't support that, and we just create words all the time, willy-nilly.
Okay.
So, but yeah, we're adopting that. I mean, I know the whole, especially German is famous for how you can legally build a new word. But yeah, English, it's not legal, but we do it anyway.
Yeah. No, but I mean, my Norwegian, Swedish, Danish, it's all the same. We have the same system of compositor, so we do the same. And we have this nationalist tradition of making our own words. So if we have a foreign word for new technology, you don't want to adapt the English word, you make a Norwegian word of it. And there are crazy, very funny words then.
Yeah, well, that's the unique thing, because a lot of cultures have tried to do that, but basically they just, it's so fast.
Yeah.
No, and if you look at, like, in Japan, there's a lot of the words will be English words just pronounced in a Japanese style, and I think even technology is one. And it's just moving so fast that we're in the right place at the right time to kind of
colonize everywhere.
Yeah, the linguistic colonization.
Yeah, but see, if you look at a map of the world and then you take out all the countries that England has fucking colonized. Do you know what I mean? There's only like half a dozen countries left. It's back when you hark back to what you say about countries having different historical enemies and stuff. The one factor that seems to join everybody is a dislike for the colonisation by the English or the British. It would be apologise if you're there.
Yeah, outside Europe, but inside Europe, Germany has a bad reputation.
Well, yeah, for obvious reasons.
Loosening up now, of course, but it's still. In my country, every year we have some movies, about the Second World War, and we are always remembered.
Yeah, I was listening to somebody talk about a book they just recently wrote about the Armenian massacre, which actually, if it wasn't for the Armenian massacre, the Nazis would never have happened, because Hitler actually used the Armenian massacre as an excuse or a reason to fucking massacre the Jews. He used it as an example of what you can get away with. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
That was the massacre of the fucking Armenians by the Turks during the Turkish Empire, the fall of the Turkish Empire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they started the Jewish they started it long after the war was had started. So they started like in, I think, 42. I mean, the concentration. The Jewish concentration camps were first built when Germany was in war, you know.
But there was anti-Jewish legislation brought in before the war, about 33, was it not?
Yeah, but they didn't gas them before.
Yeah.
They didn't.
But I know when Hitler was actually, creating this era of hatred against the Jews, they used the Armenian massacre as an example. Like the Turks got away with killing 3 million fucking Armenians. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's still illegal to say that happened in Turkey. Do you know what I mean? I found out. If you can't actually use Armenian and massacre in the same sentence. If you do, you have to say it was the Armenians that started it. And it was Armenians that fucking tried to massacre the Turks. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I saw a BBC program about social Darwinism, and they had a experiment in India, the British Empire, and there were a big drought there, the biggest drought, and they decided just to better the working force by not giving the people food. They had storage with food, but just kept them away. And due to the BBC documentary, it was like 6-8 million people who starved to death, and that was experiment. At least it was described like that in the BBC documentary. So.
Can I bring this up as an American here? You know, one of the things we deal with is like America's empire. You know, we get the bad rap as if you guys in Europe have, you know, been through it all and now you're over it. But really, I mean, you guys raped the world, your government. Again,
Not my government.
The working class might. Well, no, you know, even the really, I mean, I'm all into the Sweden, and, you know, you guys have been ahead of the game with life expectancy and so many issues, but still, you know, as Europe, even you guys, but certainly Europe as a whole, it's hard to deny, you know, they went and raped the world. We got in late on everything. British slaves, then we did it and took responsibility for it. Or how about the Opium War? You know, that's the Brit fault, but we have all these people that all our whalers that went over there and made a bunch of money and now live up here in the northeast of the U.S. off of the Opium Wars. And it was kind of like, you guys raped the world, we showed up late, took the last spot, and then now we get all the blame, like we're the fucking empire of the world. I mean, it was Rome and then Europe, and we were the latecomer after the whole game was up, man.
I'm pretty sure, first of all, Balthazar, I'm pretty sure that Hughes never took part in the 18th century, 19th century, but he definitely did it first, bringing it to the Vikings.
Exactly. You guys, just because you did it all during the Viking Age doesn't put you off the hook.
That's what started the whole
nice. Yeah, the nice about being a small country, we have never had the possibility, so, you know. So we can be very...
The whole Viking thing, what do you mean? The whole Viking thing is you guys did it before everybody else. That's probably why you wised up and realized empire wasn't really the way to go. I mean, you got the most... Yeah, come on. It's just more further in your past. Good for you, but it's still there. It's still sitting there in the past.
And
we sacrificed people.
And then you went in and you beat the hell out of the British when they were still savages. Oh, you guys.
Yeah, but the Americans had something to do with the Japanese back in the early 1900s. Which is part of the fall of China. Do you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure the Americans had hand in that, because they did have a quarter of Shanghai at one point, and they helped. During the time of the first Sino-Japan War, I'm pretty sure America and Germany and the UK all supported the Japanese, which helped shape that part of the world.
We did until they started to win, and then it's like, oh my God, the Russians are white. We can't let the actual Japanese take over Asia, and then we backstabbed the Japanese and started supporting Russia as though it was our representative in Asia.
Yeah, but the problem with the Japanese, I mean, compared to like Germany, they were really brutal in China, but they have never excused for it, you know, never seen any reason to make an excuse, and that's not very good for the relationship there. So
they still claim it never happened. They still claim lots of it never happened.
Yes, and they I mean, they were really dirty guys. You know? They had fun, you know. They let the Chinese run, and then chopped off their head and looked how far they would run. You know, like.
Well, they actually started the war themselves by blowing up one of their own trains. That's back to the Mukden incident in 1931. But
and if it hadn't been for Japan, the communism, Mao would never have won the war against the nationalists in China.
Yeah, because Chiang Kai-shek was basically bowed down to them.
No, slow down, you guys. What are you talking about? Japan was, you think, crucial in Mao's takeover?
Okay, here we go. The British, American, Germans helped the Japanese by breaking up the Qing dynasty, right? Then came the Boxer Uprising. Then after that, there was the first Sino-Japan War, which meant that Japan basically took over most of Manchuria, and
in reaction to that was Maoism.
No. After that, you had the Mukden incident in 1931, which was basically where Japan blew up one of their own trains, blamed it on the Chinese, and then used it as a way to land grab. There was two main parties. One of them was the CPC, and the other one was the side of Chiang Kai-shek. And the CPC basically fought the hardest against the Japanese. After that, there was a civil war where Chiang Kai-shek and his men moved to Taiwan, and that's what caused the rise of the.
And it's a tragedy. I have studied the intellectual environment after the China became a republic in 1911, and you had so many interesting parties going on there, and so everything just went wrong with the invasion of Japan, and then Chiang Kai-shek had to fight the Japanese and the communists. So that was his problem.
Well, Chiang Kai-shek didn't really do a lot, as far as I know. Do you know what I mean? He was a bit of a fucking a lame duck.
Yeah. Instead of fighting the Japanese, they end up fighting them each other. And, Chiang Kai-shek had too much corruption in his role, so that's how.
Yeah, and then you had the Nanjing massacre.
Yeah, exactly.
300,000 people killed in 3 weeks or something like that, 6 weeks.
Hey, I have a call, you guys. Hey, how's it going?
How do you know all this stuff from China? What?
My wife's Chinese.
Okay.
But I've been to China maybe 5 times. Starting before I met my wife. I'm into martial arts, so I've got a lot of interest in China through that.
Okay.
But I actually visited the museum for the Mukden incident the last time I was there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And because where my wife's from, it's where the Mukden incident happened, so there's a lot of that. I wouldn't say that the history is exact, but if you go back, if you come back and then you look up Wikipedia, if I find some kind of less Chinese government run source, that's pretty fucking similar to what the Chinese claim happened anyway, do you know?
Yeah.
Japanese were not nice people.
Yeah, and the problem is they really haven't seen any reason to apologize, and that's yeah.
Yeah. Did you ever hear about the comfort women?
Sorry?
Have you heard about the comfort women?
No.
Chinese and Korean women that the Japanese took with them to rape. For the
Okay.
and
Oh, yeah.
to this day, the revisionists in Japan claim either that it didn't happen or they were willing participants.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That's even now. And that's where a lot of this trouble in Southeast Asia is happening at the moment, is China trying to fucking grab back islands that it more than likely owned before all this shit went down. There's the famous ones is the Diaoyu Islands between China and Japan. It's in the middle of oil reserves, and Japan owns them because something that was signed back in the 1960s, I believe, but this is back in the time during China's civil war. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and now there's a lot of tensions over that, and then there's other islands to do with the Philippines and another one with Vietnam. I can't remember the name of them at the moment, but it's a fucked up part of the world, and it of course stems back to the Americans and the English and the Germans trying to control trade in the area.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you,
it was also the Taiping rebel was very interesting, but it didn't succeed. So
where did you stay when you were in China?
I was first in Beijing, and I was at the university there, and then I went around, traveling a lot also when I was there. So I've been most, not every places, but many places. My favorite place was Yunnan province.
I've been to Lijiang. I've been to Dali.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
When was you last in Dali?
And Kunming. I've been in Kunming. That was 2005. That was 2005. I went around the Yunnan province.
Really? But I think I was there the same year, actually, and I met a guy from, he was from Scotland, and he was a very interesting guy. He was very old, and, sorry?
That wouldn't be me. I'm only 42 now, so it would have been 30.
Yeah. No, he was, actually, he had a tea plantage in Uganda, and he was driven out by Idi Amin. And now he was living, I think, in South America, and he was on a very low traveling budget in China. So he was like a normal traveler. But no, we had a great time together. We visited also some tea farms and so on. And
a good red tea in Kunming, and I remember that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I quite like a bit of Chinese tea. My wife's from Shenyang, so I go there most times I visit now. It's right beside the North Korean border. It's the province is anyway, and after the civil war, all the refugees went into her province. So there's a lovely Korean quarter to her city where it's got lovely Korean food and things,
Yeah. Now the problem with China now, I think, is it has changed so much from when I was there first time. So it's like it's so many Chinese have become tourists, and they are just overflowing all the beautiful small places.
Yes.
Before it was only traveler, like Dali. It was no tourists there. There were like 50 travelers at one time, or hundreds, perhaps, or 50, and no Chinese. And when I was there, they had just changed the whole city. I mean,
yeah, I think they'd only just built the airport in 2005.
Yeah. The first time you had to take a bus, there were also no train.
Yeah.
And I went fishing with Chinese in the lake there, and we caught shrimps and cooked them and so on. And now it's like you have hotels around the lake, and there are no fish there anymore, or just bad fish. So
I was in Urumqi, which is in 2005. That's a strange place to be because it's full of bazaars and it's like a Muslim area, and they don't like the Chinese being there, but yet you're there as a tourist, so you're kind of. I wasn't the only white guy there, but I was Scottish, so we are so white it's noticeable, whereas everybody else was all tanned and travelled, and it was kind of strange. It was like getting dropped into the middle of fucking somewhere in Turkey. It felt.
Yeah. Had it.
Strange place.
Oh, they are also beautiful people. The Uyghur or the Turkish.
Oh, the Uyghurs.
So, were you at 2005? Were you at? There's a big echo here going on.
Okay, I'll try muting my mic.
Okay. Now, were you at Marley's Cafe in Dali?
I honestly don't think so. We only spent a couple of days in each place. The 2005, it was the Silk Road tour I went on with my Tai Chi club, and we took in maybe 11 cities over 23 days. So we started in Shanghai, then went to Dunhuang, then went up to Urumqi, then came down towards Lijiang, Dali and all that. Went to Guiyang, and I think we finished off in Hainan and then Hong Kong.
Yeah.
But it was my first ever trip outside of Britain, you know what I mean? So I'd always wanted to go to China. It was one of these places as a kid, when you've only 3 channels on television and you're watching Bruce Lee and the Water Margin and stuff, you know. It's just one of these mystical places you always want to go to. It's a bucket list place.
Yeah.
No, I can remember my first trip in China. That was just amazing. I was there like for perhaps 2 months, perhaps so long, but it was like these 2 months, it was like when I came home, I had the feeling I had been some years away. So, it was so intense and so much happening that time.
That is quite intense, I'll have to say that, yeah. Like, my wife's city has got like maybe 7 million people or somewhere around there, and Ireland, where I live at the moment, in Dublin, has got 1 million people. So, like, trying to find, there's no quiet spaces in China. You know what I mean? It just doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Even when I do Tai Chi, like, you've got to accept that there's going to be at least half a dozen people staring at you as you do it. You know what I mean? And this is 5 in the morning. Everybody's out walking in their exercises, and they're going to stare at the white guy doing Qigong in the corner. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And they have no shame staring at people. They are very.
I love it. It's honest, though, isn't it? It's honest.
Yeah. Well, I'm just joking when I said they are curious and they have this, you know, this naive, this authentic curiosity, you know.
The only thing, alright, there's Blinded Sun saying how to adjust volume in the room or for the room or an individual. I don't know how you adjust it for individuals. I'm pretty sure for the room you just do it with your own computer volume. But what do you call it? The only thing that annoyed me when I was in China is when my daughter was born, because she's half-half. She got a lot of attention, and sometimes for a little kid getting stared at like that.
Yeah, that's that's a problem also. I met Europeans that had a small child with them, and sometimes it got too much because they were so eager to touch the baby and, you know, play with it, and sometimes it was too much.
Yeah, definitely we noticed that. You know.
Yeah. No, I can remember when I was there. I was traveling that time. You didn't have a. I traveled like normal class in trains and so on. That was in the early 90s, you know, and people were just touching your hairs on your arm, you know, just because you had light hair instead of dark hair and so on. You know, they had no shame.
Yeah, it wasn't really till I got to Guiyang when I actually felt that really, because most places they have a mixture of backpackers. Like Lijiang's got loads of backpackers coming from Thailand and stuff, so they're kind of geared towards the foreigner a little bit. But I don't know if you did any tourism travelling, but you've got the little kids who'll dress up in their national dress or their local dress, sorry, and they'll try and get you to take pictures of them for money. And I was in Guiyang in one of the national parks, and this little kid came up to me just in normal clothes and started talking to me, and couldn't understand her. I had basic Chinese, but I didn't understand her, and I asked the guide, I says, what she wants? She says, she wants a picture. And I thought to myself, she's not trying very fucking hard, you know. she's not dressed up in anything national dress, and she says, no, it says they want a picture of you. Right, because they'd never seen it, because that part of China was so, it was remote. There's nobody goes to Guizhou province, you know what I mean? So they wanted a picture of the white guy, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was quite nice. I quite liked it. I took a picture myself while I was at that. That was quite nice.
Yeah. I have some very beautiful pictures from villages in China. And the children's, when you go there by bicycle, the children, you know, they are just crazy. They are following you like in groups of 10 or 20. And, that was very romantic that time. But last time it was, you know, when you have had nice experiences at places and you come back and everything is different. That's not so.
Where the skyscrapers come from.
Huh? Sorry?
It's like you're standing there going, where did all the skyscrapers come from?
Yeah, and rivers are suddenly not there. And
yeah, when we were in Dunhuang in the Gobi Desert, they were in a town that they'd actually redirected the river. So in order to compensate, they've built up the tourism in the area. So there's a lovely big dual carriageway leading to hotels that doesn't go anywhere else. Do you know what I mean? They've spent so much money trying to create a tourism infrastructure, because there was like big Buddhist statues inside mountains and things, you know. And it's basically the money was to compensate for redirecting the river. But you found that local officials were driving fucking Lexuses and things like that. You know what I mean? You can see where the money went.
yeah.
They're all driving 4.5 litre Lexus, 4x4s.
It's so. I mean, when I was there, you couldn't buy in a city like Beijing. You couldn't buy foreign food. So the only thing you could buy was Coke, and then you had to go to friendship stores if you wanted something European, you know, so bread or something.
Yeah.
And you just.
It's KFCs everywhere in China now.
Yeah, and there were no. The nice thing, it were no private cars. So all the cars in Beijing were taxis. They were mainly yellow. They were named bread cars, like some kind of van, you know. So yeah. So very cheap, and we all went with bicycles, and it was blue sky, you know, and you could really, it was. I mean, there were a lot of pollution because of all the hot pots and all the coal burning, but you had blue sky, and last time I was there, it was like you didn't see the sky at all anymore, and this crazy.
I was there in 2009 for my wedding, and I was in Beijing for a few days before we went to my wife's city, and the place was grey. Do you know what I mean? It was like so bad, and we were preparing for the 60th anniversary of the communist government. You know, it was 59 to 2009, so there was a big parade going to be on, and then we went to Shenyang, and we looked on the TV that Saturday when the parade was, and the sky was fucking clear blue. You're like, no fucking way. There's some kind of CGI shit happening there, like.
Yeah, you know, during the Olympics, they really sprayed green plants. Green.
Oh, do you know what they did during the Olympics? They, what do you call it? They put a system in Beijing where cars ending with a registration plate ended with an odd number could drive on a Monday, on an even number on a Tuesday, odd number on a Wednesday, even number on a Thursday, to try and half the cars on the road to try and make up. Yeah. And one of the things that was quite nice was all the taxis were fitted with English-speaking meters all over China, because they expected tourism. They expected it to happen all over the country. So now when you get into a taxi, if you're white, do you know what I mean, they'll switch on a machine that will talk to you in English.
Yeah.
But yeah, the pollution thing, that's mental. I was actually, a funny story, I went to try to take my mum to Forbidden Palace, and they wouldn't let us in. We were forbidden from going because they were getting ready for this big procession, for the 60th anniversary, and all the soldiers. We just go in there. We got a taxi to go there, and all the soldiers just walked out the building and went along the edge of the pavement. And it was a case like we could walk. We could walk along the pavement fine. We couldn't go into the palace. As soon as we took a step onto the road, we weren't allowed back onto the pavement. Do you know what I mean? It was like they were being courteous enough to say, look, you can, as soon as you go off this road, you're not getting back in. Like, you know what I mean? So we went to Forbidden Palace and we were forbidden to get in. That's a funny story I tell sometimes. Yeah.
Well, the new thing I saw in Beijing last time was dogs. So, and I went to a park there. I think they had to pay a lot for having a dog, and they were all very shampooed, very clean, you know. It was so.
We can only hold this conversation for so long, mate. Somebody else is going to jump in.
I could speak for hours about this.
Yeah. I could speak for it. I do Tai Chi every day, and I'm actually going to China next year for a push hands competition. It's one of my bucket list things to do a martial arts competition in China. So yeah, there'll be I'm invested in the subject. Let's see.
I want to, when we talk about it, I wanted to go there now, actually. So no, I've studied Chinese, and I haven't been talking Chinese for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to. It's also I actually had. I wanted to do this all winter, but I never got so far, and I have good reasons to go there. Also to fresh up some Chinese and
Notice you were saying about the hot pots. Were you talking about the food? You just mentioning the hot pots.
Sorry, the hot pots. What?
Yeah, we're talking about the pollution, the hot pots, and the coal. Were you meaning the dish, the hogwa?
Yeah, the hogwa. Yeah.
Yeah. And that and xiaokao. Xiaokao is the other thing. I love that. I love xiaokao.
Yeah. There's so much good food there. It's crazy. Oh. And it has nothing to do with what you get here in China restaurants. It's just a different thing.
Yeah, the yan au toir, the lamb kebabs. you get them on the street. Oh, I live for that. I live for going to just Jan Rochoir and beer on the street in the evenings when the sun's it's
I have to go there. Yeah. No, when I studied there, there were a Uiguran street north of Beijing, and all the students, we always went there. They had this nang, this bread, this Turkish bread. They made it in fire ovens, and they had fried, grilled lamb meat.
Yeah.
And the pasta that they had belts hanging over pasta belts hanging over the shoulder, and just ripped over one portion in the big in the boiling water, and then you got this pasta with tomato and lamb meat, and or you could have fried grilled meat, and then you had this bread. It was just and it didn't cost anything. It was that time. It was 1 yuan for a bread, and that was also the only bread we got that time. So all the foreign students they went there just to have take bread with at the university back to the camp. Oh.
What am I thinking about? Bing. That's that bread.
Bing, yeah.
It's like
Bing is some kind of, can be every kind of cookie also. Bing, yeah.
Yeah. That's it's quite nice to have bing with cabbage and meats. But I was
the bing. Yes, it's on made on a flat plate.
Yes, it's big.
And
it's a big.
Yeah, bing. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's also a traditional. Yeah.
And then you've got baozi, but that's like bread, but it's got meat inside.
Yeah, baozi, yeah, and jiaozi, even better.
Jiaozi.
In bamboo, the best is the baozi in bamboo basket. I think they are better in the south actually than in north. But
there's a tradition that if you're leaving, like whenever we go home to Ireland, they make baozi for everybody before we leave. Or sorry, jiaozi before we leave. It's like a tradition, and also in New Year's Day, Chinese New Year, jiaozi.
Yeah, I made the jiaozi many times in Europe.
Yeah.
So very easy to make. You just have to get the water out of the cabbage. So you use some kind of clothing, and then press the water out, and then ginger, pork meat, cabbage.
But my mother-in-law uses celery. She uses chopped celery.
Okay, celery. Yeah, I used not grass onion.
Oh yeah, chives. It's like Chinese chives. We've got it growing in the back garden.
Okay. Yeah.
There's two types of jiaozi. You can get meat, and then there's one that's like it's like prawn and chives. Yeah.
Yeah. You can put everything. You can shrimps and No, we in China for the Chinese students we made jiaozi with chocolate. So.
Yeah.
Dark chocolate.
I love what's our topic for this evening? Sorry, I know that's a bit abrupt.
Sorry, yeah.
What are we discussing this evening? What's supposed to be the topic?
Chinese food.
Oh,
we were just going off because we have some experience from China, so we were just going off on a dialogue here. But I don't know what Piro. You have been away for a long time now, so.
Yeah, Piro got a phone call, so we just had to chew the fat until he came back, and we've found a common.
Okay.
Yeah, your audio is very low, Vivian.
It is? Oh, okay. You see, I'm on my phone.
Okay, sure.
So it probably wouldn't be coming through especially well.
Okay, I can hear a little bit better now, sir.
I'm a bit tired.
That's actually strange because I saw your picture and it was you sitting in your room, and I'm going, he's sitting very still. He isn't moving very far.
No,
that's when I realised it was a photo.
Have you cut your hair?
Yes, my hair has been cut. I went to the barber's earlier this week.
Okay. Well, I've seen you once before here on a hangout, and I think you had. I think I remember you had quite a bit longer hair.
Yeah, it was too long. I needed to have it cut.
Just to Blinded Sun there again. He's talking about learning the Chinese language. When I said it's about motivation, it's basically you can do anything if you really want to do it, right? As far as it being a difficult language to learn, once you get, the only thing that's difficult about it is the intonation. There's like 4 intonations in Mandarin Chinese. There's 7 in Cantonese. But once you get that down, once you, as long as you can get the intonation, I find it quite easy to learn. But it's, like I said, it's got more to do with motivation than anything else.
Yeah, I've heard different things, so that's why I was asking.
Yeah. It's got to do with the love of, like, when I learned, I'd never tried to learn a language before, and I'd always wanted to go to China, so I'd spent 8 months just trying to learn the language. So I'd never tried to learn any other language, so all I've got to go on is.
I mean, if it's easy as Spanish, I'm going for it. I guess I'd take a crack at it.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is the best way to learn is to get immersed in the fucking language. I had friends who were cleaners in the work I was at, and they were Chinese, and it was the best thing was to bounce off them and practice. You know, if you could find a group of Chinese people to practice with, that would be the best.
Yeah, that's usually what it is with any new language.
Yeah.
Someone speaks it.
Is it true Chinese is pretty much entirely in the present tense?
No.
No?
It's a little bit true, but because you got characters, so you cannot conjugate you cannot conjugate characters, but you have one character that shows that something is done already. So you have one. It's yes, exactly. Le. But you have to mostly you have to give a time to make sense of. You start with a time to make to indicate, yeah, today or tomorrow or something like that. Yeah.
Hey, you guys, I'm glad you didn't all leave while I was gone. I had a phone call from an old friend in Hawaii, so. I see somebody has shown up, Grime or Grain, with an excellent Father Ted icon. One of my favorite shows ever. Anyway, I'm not interrupting. I'm just saying hello again. I'm back.
Hi.
Oh, hey, Vivian. Everybody's watched Father Ted, of course. Oh, it's lovely.
Drink.
Arse.
Girls.
And just every one of the islands has a corrupt priest, an idiot priest, and a hedonistic priest.
Yeah.
What a formula. God, I love that show.
I can tell you something funny, actually, about Father Ted, how it came up recently in Ireland. There was a protest where somebody at a car that was holding a government official from the Labour Party, and what happened was that somebody took the caption from Father Ted, where Father Jack is petting a brick, like a pet rock, except he has a pet brick, and he says in the episode something like, "I love my brick," and so what they did was they started a Facebook page that said, "I bet this brick can get more likes than the Labour Party," and I think it actually did. The profile actually got more likes than the Labour Party in Ireland. It's very funny. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there was a comparable one during the referendum, which was, I think this haggis could get more likes than the Conservative Party.
Awesome. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
But it's haggis.
Haggis, it's a little animal that lives on the sides of the mountains. There's the season for shooting them, and it tastes quite nice. They're a little bit like chicken.
Noise.
That's Graham.
Silenced.
Yeah, no, what do you call it? Haggis is the sheep stomach filled with entrails and barley and spices.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, is that really better than the Conservative Party? Let's be honest.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, have you ever tasted haggis? You ever had you've never lived until you have had a haggis supper after a night in the drink.
No, I don't eat blood pudding either, or various boiled meats seemed unpalatable. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of your English or British foods in general. No offense, but the stuffed intestines and blood pudding, I'm sorry. Not.
To quote Stephen Fry, this is from a country where they have spray-on cheese.
Oh, so what's up, you guys? Are we still talking, or are we tired? What?
But me and Balthazar were basically in the holding pattern talking about China for half an hour.
Well, China is the future.
Yeah. And then a bunch of new guys joined in.
Hey, so what's up with you? You were doing some world traveling and some trips coming up, or already took, or what was the deal with you?
Me? Oh, sorry, I'm going to a martial arts competition in China next year. That was
next year, right. So then we have a while on that. When is that?
Oh no, it's not until May next year. It's more a bucket list thing than I'm that good. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, I see. Well, good luck. Good luck with it. Sounds fun. Sounds like a good project.
Yeah.
I'd love to go to Asia, and I was there in Hawaii, and it's sort of a lot of people from in Hawaii, it's a little easier to obviously to get to Asia. People go to Thailand. My wife was more in like, let's go to Europe. So we ended up over here on the East Coast, so I guess I missed my Asian escapades. But I would love to. Where I really want to go is Bhutan. I don't know if you know about Bhutan, north of India.
Well, that's where they have a national happiness scale or something, isn't it?
Yeah, I really want to go there, and actually I'd also like to work there for a while.
Yeah.
Because they're smart. They skip the whole thing of like, hey, let's do what Bangladesh did and open, we'll make shirts. But now they're starting like, hey, we are into doing what India and Pakistan did. Let's start call centers and have computer programmers. And so they have a big project. Like they'll let people like me come for 6 months and use their facilities for free if we'll teach computing. And I'd love to arrange something like that. So we'll see. That's my life goal at the moment.
Don't they factor in the nation's happiness into like the GDP somehow?
Yeah, they have and they did that when they still had a king. They had a surprisingly benevolent king who turned it over into a democracy just a few years ago. And there's a bunch of interesting things. Another thing is, even though they're not pot smokers, marijuana grows there more commonly than like grass. It's kind of where marijuana is from. The other interesting thing I like about them is, to them, Tibet is the aggressive, you know, like imperialistic country. Their whole country is set up. Their little villages are kind of historically located where they could defend them from Tibetan invaders. So that's funny, because it's like Dalai Lama, liberal, you know, but from Bhutan's point of view, they're one of the evil empires, Tibet. So you gotta love that. They got this monk this Buddhist monk that's one of their national heroes, who was the drunken monk, and you know, and so there's all these phallus symbols painted on things because that was one of his deals, and I just love the idea. Plus, it's in this you know, it's at the foothills of the whatchamacallits, oh my God, you know, the Himalayas. So beautiful of a setting, you know. I don't know. I just really want to go there. They charge you like $200 a day to be a tourist.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, no, literally, you got to pay the government like $200 a day, and all but 20 of that goes to your tour guide, though. So most of that money goes to the person that shows you around the country, and only like 20 goes to the government. But it's just to limit the, you know, they got a lot of tourists that want to, you know, do the Howley Hindu thing and walk, you know, in the Himalayas and whatnot.
Yeah, I didn't know all that stuff. It sounds like a really, I don't know, hippie nation or something. Sounds good.
Yeah, it kind of is, but it was funny because so it was a part of when the British run India. They didn't go up to Bhutan, but they made an agreement that we kind of run you, and so it was part of the Indian nation. Then when India went independent, they spun off Bhutan, and they instituted a royal family there. The royal family turned out to be really good people, invented this idea of measuring the national happiness. They're really into co-ops, and it seems like they like to empower their people. There's only like 1 million people in the whole nation. And then, like I said, this king instituted a transition to democracy, and so now his son is the head of state, but it's a democratic system. So, pretty rare, right? Like, get a royal family, they actually care about the people, and it's 1 million people, and they're tight-knit, and the thing is, they were poised to do what Bangladesh did. They're in the same part of the world. They had the same chance to just sell out their people as slave labor, and they didn't do that. Instead, during that era, they built some hydroelectric dams that India wanted, and they sell electricity to India. And now they're willing. They just got TV in like 1998 or something. They didn't have TV till like 1998. And now they're trying to catch up, and they're going to do tech stuff, and they'll have call centers or whatever.
Yeah, I've heard there's really kind of wicked results of having TV in the country. Do you know, it's kind of totally, do you know what I mean? It's like totally changed the culture just by having Western TV or whatever piped into a country that beforehand never had any.
Yeah, but that happened most places, 70s, 80s at the latest, right? And it was because they're waiting for electricity and stuff, whereas Bhutan just is like, we don't allow TV. Until the
kept that.
We're ready, let's do it.
Yeah, nothing good can come from TV.
Now they have a YouTube channel, so what's that?
It's kind of amazing how there isn't really a particular country that has outlawed the internet. I mean, obviously North Korea has effectively outlawed it, but they have their own internal stuff.
That's what I was going to say, yeah.
Right. They have their internal stuff, which means that people can connect to the outside, and even if they couldn't, they haven't actually rejected this concept. Yeah, I think it is interesting. Considering in history so many things that were inevitable that certain nations rejected, the internet is pretty special on the people. Some countries want to control what comes in and out, but nobody's rejected having it internally, really. North Korea might be the closest to that, but like China, they've had no problem having an internal network. They try to control its connection to the outside.
They do block what comes in. So do other Muslim countries have blocked social medias for certain things. So it's controlled but allowed, I guess, would be the best way to describe it, isn't it?
Yeah, which is weird. Which is really weird. I mean, I would think a more common reaction for a nation that has a problem like that is to just, we're not going to have internet, and you can't. It's too compelling. The rich people won't allow it, and it's just people are not going to. So you have to try to control it as opposed to prohibit it, which is different from a lot of technology. So I think it's similar to TV. It seems to me TV took over in every country that got electricity. You know what I mean? There's really no keeping it out as a matter of policy. You can control what stations you have on the air, but trying to keep TV out, you know, the kids just won't have it. It's too compelling.
Yeah, it's a dead medium though, television, isn't it? Because people are so used to getting what they want when they want it through like selective streaming and selective buying media. Do you know what I mean? It's like the normal television, terrestrial television, they would call it, is dying a death.
Oh yeah, I can't wait too, because those are such corrupt, politically corrupt companies in the U.S. I'm excited for that. But yeah, it hasn't happened yet though. There's so much inertia. I can hear you guys, but I'm going to go downstairs for a sec.
Yeah, certainly a lot of corruption. In Ireland, we're kind of having difficulty with the state broadcasters at the moment. They used to at least try to remain somewhat neutral and just generally to seem more unbiased but still informative. And now they're very clearly being used as an apparatus for propaganda purposes by the current government. Whereas
I don't
beforehand,
think a better example of that than the BBC, though.
At least.
Do you live in Ireland?
Yes, I do.
So do I.
Oh. What part?
Dublin.
Oh, wait, no, I shouldn't ask that on the internet. I shouldn't ask that on the
No,
internet.
you're okay. No, I live Dublin.
Ah, me too.
Yeah, there you go. You sound Scottish, though.
How the hell do I sound Scottish?
You do. You sound you've got a kind of Edinburgh brogue type thing happening there.
Edinburgh.
Edinburgh.
Accent.
Even the way you roll the R in Edinburgh. Sorry, I apologise. I honestly thought you were from Edinburgh when I heard your accent.
I really are, because it's correct. That's all. It's like it's not. You sound Scottish. I mean,
definitely, yeah.
Yeah, that isn't really a. Anyway. What else? I know that South Korea, they had an interesting sort of rule. They used to ban Japanese cultural imports, as they classified them. So they only, for example, something like Pokemon only became available in South Korea in I think like 2007 or 2005 or something. That was. It's interesting how there are just very small controls, very liberal
because of the war, right? Because of the bitterness of the war and stuff. Well, you know the history. I just read this book that's a great book called The Imperial Cruise. It's all about how the United States went over and forced Japan to open its borders after 200 plus years of isolating themselves and only like trading with the Dutch or something like this. And we went over there with the biggest armada that had ever been sent by the U.S. And basically with our steel ships, we're like, hey, we're going to blow up your wooden country unless you open up to trade. And then the other thing, Roosevelt made an illegal deal both with the Japanese and the Koreans. And his deal with the Koreans was that we were going to help them against the Russians. And our deal with the Japanese is that the Japanese would be allowed to take over Korea. And basically, we set off that whole fucking firestorm that turned into World War II in the Pacific.
That's what I tried to tell you earlier, yeah.
Totally.
But it goes right back before then. It goes back to the Boxer Uprising and the killing of the Qing dynasty.
So, so what's that about? Yeah, is that the Hong Kong thing, or what was
no,
that?
No, that's the late 1800s. The Qing dynasty basically was basically destroyed by the British, the Americans, and the Germans, and the Japanese. Yeah, because they basically China was a country, but only in name. Do you know, it was fractured. It was full of clans and tribalism, I guess you would call it. So there wasn't any consensus. So it was easy to dominate.
One thing I had read was that for like 2,000 years, China had worked on that Great Canal, and then they completed it, and that actually made it easier, you know, to send drug dealers up the canal and do the whole opium pushing thing, because they'd actually created this great piece of infrastructure that actually made them vulnerable, because you could get all the way to inland China from the sea.
Yes, and you're probably aware of the Opium Wars that I think there were 2 of them that the British waged against China in order to try to force them to maintain opium as a legal product for sale.
Yeah, which it wasn't. It was illegal before then. It was illegal after then. It was illegal during the whole time. But we Americans were the British, took Hong Kong and injected it in there. But Queen Victoria is the biggest drug dealer, I think, in absolute dollars, let alone inflation. I believe she's still the biggest drug pusher ever. And if you follow the money, you'll find out that a lot of our rich people in the U.S., these banker types, and they put their money into other things. But like the Roosevelt money came in, married from his mother's side. Franklin Roosevelt was all opium war money. A lot of the money up here where I live in the northeast United States is opium money, and what it was is because up here they were Atlantic whalers. So when the Opium Wars started, they were already, some of them had been trading with Asia, and they could just turn that trade into opium trade and make a shit ton of money, and that's what they did. And a lot of the American money, sort of the, you know what I mean, like getting your steak, where did your first extra money to play with come from? It was from the Opium Wars, from our being the little brother to Britain in the decline of the British Empire. Can we get in on it? And they're like, yeah. And we got some rich families out of it, and it's like, as far as I'm concerned, we're still living off of those profits. It's a huge geopolitical injustice that was perpetrated against China, and that's where communist China comes from, and that's where all of our problems with Asia come from.
Because the vacuum left after the fall of the Qing dynasty is where Japan stepped in and started land grabbing all through Manchuria and Korea.
No, and that's the thing. There's a historical fact now. They didn't know the letters. Teddy Roosevelt was asking them to do that. He was creating that vacuum, and they were supposedly like the Anglo-Asians. They were like our Anglo.
They were the dog.
Yeah, until they started kicking ass, and then it was like, oh, they're not Anglo-Saxons. Let's support the Russians, and we backstabbed both the Japanese and the Koreans. And World War II.
Yep. It's amazing going to. I went to a museum for the Mokeden incident. I was talking to Balthazar earlier, and it's basically the incident that started the Sino-Japan War, that led to it went along the same time as the Second World War. It started in 1931, and it's amazing if you go to if you read the history of the Second World War from a Chinese perspective, Europe's hardly even in it.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist. Like, it's not even. It's written out, and the American fucking dropping the bomb in Japan isn't even in the historical texts. Now this is a government-run museum. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can buy government paraphernalia in the gift shop. You know what I mean? But it's mental. You wouldn't get a similar museum in the West, because they actually have a piece of land taken from Nanjing that still has all the bones of the dead Chinese as part of the exhibit. It's fucking mental. But the Second World War, as we know it, is written out of the Sino-Japan War.
Right, and this book, Imperial Cruise, which is investigative journalism, proved that we actually asked the Japanese to do all of that. And then we backstabbed them, so they started wearing Western suits. They were pro-America, and we backstabbed them, which is, there was no need for a war in the Pacific in World War II. The Japanese could have been our allies. We had already pumped them up, we sent money to them, we were helping them take over Asia, and then racism, we seem to get worried about, oh my God, the Asian guys are the most powerful in Europe, maybe we should back the Howleys, the Russians, and so we screwed them over. We absolutely, the U.S. screwed Japan over and forced them into this position of thinking something like Pearl Harbor, which we were also probably complicit in. And it's a big farce. It's a big theater that we had this World War II we had to fight in the Pacific, and really we created it. And for that matter, we created Hitler too. I mean, our Ford and we were selling the Nazis all their bullets and their guns. We created Hitler too. So U.S. is in this weird situation where we need to face this one justified war in the history of mankind that we had to fight against the fucking Nazis. We had to fight it just for, we created the Nazis. We created this enemy. Just like Noriega or any other modern thing where we created and then fought it. We actually did that in Europe and China too. The United States is incredibly complicit. Meanwhile, Americans are taught that during that whole era, during the whole 1800s, we were supposedly isolationists. The people were isolationists. In reality, we were occupying the Philippines and waterboarding the Filipinos, and we were anything but isolationist. We were creating World War II. We are complicit in the murder and the high death rate of the 20th century in a way that almost no Americans acknowledge.
Well, I think it's not exactly fair as regards the European theatre when you mention Hitler, because to his credit, President Woodrow Wilson did warn the Europeans about the consequences of the Treaty of Versailles and did attempt to set up the League of Nations, which eventually fell through and is now succeeded by the United Nations. So I don't, maybe in the Pacific, I take your word for it about the Pacific, but as regards Europe, their intentions were very different.
Well, I'm not going to remove the culpability or, for that matter, the personal responsibility of Europeans in that whole phenomena, absolutely. But you do have to look at who really, Remington sent bullets to those brown shirts before they took over. You know, we had celebrities like Lindbergh and Ford that were supporting, or for that matter, the Prescott Bush from the Bush family, supporting the Nazis, and with money and bullets. So we have a culpability. On the other hand, yeah, I agree. Of course, Hitler's also a part of European history. It's not like Americans are driving European history, and there was some inevitability, or, you know what I mean? It was on its own a phenomena as well. But you can't. Americans don't even realize our helping of that movement. You know, we think that the Great Generation just went to war against pure evil and it was a justified war, and we don't face the fact that we had a lot of Americans supporting that fascism, that thought fascism was a good idea. We still have Americans supporting that. So, you know.
But I think if we were looking for an American tie to the rise of fascism in Germany at that time, and what I would say is really the Wall Street crash was the definitive aspect of American politics and economics at that time that resulted in that. Without the Wall Street crash, Germany would have remained probably in the Weimar Weimar Republic. Sorry, I'm trying to pronounce that correctly.
Right. Wait, what are you saying though? Wait, what's the relationship between the crash in the U.S. then you're saying and the?
Oh, the Germans borrowed from the U.S. creditors to a very significant extent.
The Weimar, so the socialist Germans had borrowed and then were left in the clutch because you're saying.
I wouldn't say. Well, no, I mean not necessarily even the state. Though actually, I think the state had borrowed from the U.S. I don't know exactly who was borrowing what, but I'm aware there was a lot of debt held by Germans that for creditors in the United States, and if market crashes in the United States, then creditors start looking for their money quite aggressively, and there is no more available credit from the United States.
Right.
So that created a problem. And then, of course, you got the hyperinflation in Weimar, Germany, which resulted in the rise of the Third Reich.
Right. Well, the hyperinflation, because they were at the bottom of this economic system at the time when a global economic crisis hit. So, of course, they were at the place where the most chaos was going to happen because they were already sort of like, they were out of the... They were not in the in crowd. They were already getting the worst of everything and having to pay all these reparations, maybe justifiably, and but whatever. It led to this situation where they were the most hit by a global economic crisis, one way or another, and thus they had the hyperinflation, the famous hyperinflation of the Weimar Republic. Makes sense. Sometimes I often have thought that, one thing that Europe has the advantage of is that it's been through these Nazi things. In America, we've just narrowly missed having the brunt of them. We've had our McCarthy anti-communist hearings, but McCarthy burnt out and didn't take over and, got discredited. We've been so fucking close to, to burning out on a lot of these phenomena that we haven't actually experienced. When a country has a successful fascist kind of movement, whether it's literally fascist or just something else like it, they grow from it. They learn, like, hey, there's negative sides to having this empire. We've never experienced that, so often I'm worried that the United States still has a successful fascist populist movement latent, ready to happen, that we won't overcome until we do it. And it would be scary, because America is still powerful enough, obviously, that a true fascist, a true Ashcroft president, or even a McCain, for that matter, Bush and Obama are bad enough for me as a liberal, but I mean, I think it could get even worse, that we could have a Hitler in control of America, and that would be pretty fucking bad. That could ruin the 21st century, and it's not that far-fetched.
On that point, and the fundamental difference is that the United States is not a nation state. It is not a place that could be said to be defined purely by a much more limited sort of ethnic group. And to that extent, it's not really a nation, and it's not a nation state. I mean, it's attempting to develop this sort of nationality based on multiculturalism, but it's quite unique in that regard to the extent to which its identity is based on multiculturalism. I think, to be honest, the United States has gone through the necessary lessons, such as through the American Civil War, dealing with the Confederacy, dealing with slavery as a concept. At least it has learned some of those lessons internally. Having said that, there was that awful shooting in South Carolina recently, which I'm sure everybody's heard about. But the majority of the population have learned that lesson.
Well, you're more optimistic than me. I think we're waiting for this lesson. It's just staring us in the face. And the reason we're having a lot of this kind of violence you're talking about, school shootings and stuff, is partly because we haven't faced it, but maybe not. I don't know. I mean, it could be a different phenomena. But, yeah, you could be right. I don't think we have faced it. Americans don't know their own history. We are still taught in school that we were isolationist until Pearl Harbor, and then we were forced to join war.
And that's just a lie. Just a lie. We need to learn better history. It's just not the case. You know, our leaders were involved in the 19th century geopolitics as much as anybody, and we need to realize that. I think, you know, we literally don't know that. I mean, I'm not just saying, oh, Americans are kind of ignorant. No, people do not know this. They don't know about our socialist past. They don't know about what we did in the Philippines. They don't know we waterboarded and tortured people. You know, the death ratio in the Philippines was like the wounded to the dead. There were way more dead. Like, it's a statistic that doesn't even hold in any other war. Why? Because we were just killing them willy-nilly, killing women and children, whole villages, and Americans don't know it. And it's not like we can't get past it. I mean, this is how world history goes. I don't have to feel that guilty that I was part of a country that did that, but I do feel I have to know I was part of a country that did that. You know what I mean? I don't think it's impossible to say, well, the world was a hard place, we did this fucked up stuff, but Americans don't even know. And the Philippine example is an interesting one because the Filipinos love us. Why? Because we also started World War II, and the Japanese were so bad to the Philippines, they were happy to have us come and rescue them from the Japanese and never did blame us for the whole thing. But certainly we're just waiting for a generation that studies their history to know that what really happened. And so here we have the Filipinos that are very positively disposed towards America that we totally abused more than the Iraqis in the 21st century, more than, you know, we just totally fucking abused them. And yet they're positively disposed towards us. And instead of making that a friendship and go, you know, thanks for forgiving us, we don't even know we did anything wrong. And it's it can't sustain, I don't think, in the long run, to have these kinds of attitudes. You have to face what your country has done to another country, and if that country is still positively disposed towards you, then you need to be like, awesome, you're a lovely person, thanks for forgiving me, not like just ignoring that there ever was a crime. And that's the state that America is in. We don't really acknowledge, you know, when I was a kid, people didn't acknowledge even that we'd massacred the Native Americans. Now people acknowledge it, but they don't really think about it. You know, they don't really want to do anything about it. They don't think there's any reparation or way to fix or address the situation. Yeah, they slightly admit it, but I am only 47, and you know, when I was a kid, Americans weren't even admitting that the cowboys weren't the heroes in the, you know, in the Wild West. They didn't even admit that we'd killed off Indians.
African Americans.
Yeah, not that we're not still doing this imperialist bullshit, but for the most part, we're still coming out of this really kind of archaic civilization. It's just Americans are. It's still, you know, it's been what 30 years till we have some kind of recognizable goal of what we want or how we see a good society should be. You know, yeah, it's going to take a little bit more time, I think.
Well, I think you unfortunately do have a recognizable outline for what a good society should be. Now, it's not an outline I would agree with. I don't think it's an outline that Piero will agree with. But in the form of neoconservatism, there is very clearly an outline as to what a good society is supposed to look like. It's supposed to look like the States. It's supposed to look like a presumably capitalist, not necessarily democratic sort of society with certain rights for certain different minority groups and stuff like that. That's the sort of domestic political ideology which is projected upon different parts of the world. And I think that that's very much the particular outline that the US has been trying to project. Now, it tried to project it much more during the Bush Doctrine when there was a black and white distinction as to, you know, countries that don't follow this ideological outline are evil, or rogue states or something like that. And it's still present during Obama's presidency, but his presidency, I would say, is more reactionary to terrorism rather than prescribing an ideology for different parts of the world. I'm very sorry to say this, though. I think I have to go. I'm very tired and I have work tomorrow.
All right, well, thanks for coming, Vivian.
Fine. Yeah, I thought he was Scottish, and then he mentioned he's actually lives in Ireland. But now I hear his accent. He's got a kind of a D4 accent.
Yeah, didn't he say he wasn't from Scotland? I thought he said that. Or he just had an accent that he recognized as from Edinburgh or that area.
Yeah, what do you call it? He said he's from Ireland, and I says, so where you're from? He says Dublin, and I says me too, because that's where I live. But he's got now I hear it. I can hear the D4 accent, which is it's a specific accent. It is quite similar to an Edinburgh accent, in fairness. But what he was saying about America reminded me of something I heard. What's the quote? War is God's way of teaching America geography. Quite like that.
Seriously, like you know, when I was young, I'm like, I met Iranians, and they're like, I'm Persian, we're not Arabic, and you know, so I kind of knew this thing. There's no American at the beginning of the second Iraq war that knew that. Now, there's, you know, I don't know, there's 20% that understand that the Shia are different from the Sunnis, and that there's actually, you know, internal politics in the Muslim world, and still most people don't, you know, realize that, but it's like, you know, it's like some of them at least have learned, yeah, some geography, and that, you know, Arabics and Persian are not the same thing, and yeah, exactly. So if we just attack everywhere, we'll become a little bit educated. Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, what was I going to say? Yeah, the only problem is the internet. It's both a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing as in it educates, but it's a bad thing as it creates bubbles where eventually it's just like lots of little bubbles, little echo chambers. And you don't need to hear any contentious views or any views that alter that of your own, whether it's the view of having contentious opinions or whether it's the views of having a certain dogma or doctrine that you follow. You can go to somewhere where you don't need to hear anything other than apologetics and fucking... Right.
So let us celebrate ourselves here for a moment, in that we are generally a group of people that likes encountering people we wanted to disagree with, and that distinguishes us from this part of our community that wants to isolate in a bubble and be like, I'm a men's rights activist, I just want to hear people shit on feminists, I'm this and I just want to hear shit on that, and I'm this and I want to hear shit on that. And it's like, I feel like at least we're not perfect and we don't have all the great ideas, but at least we're part of this that wants to be challenged. You know, because we feel that we'll prove we're right, fine, you know, but it's different than one isolated. And I agree. I think the internet has both of them. There's a lot of us that are looking for argument. Some of us are shitheads, but at least we're looking for argument. And there's people that are looking for just agreement, and they can be nice folks, but they aren't really nice folks. They don't want to hear the opposition. So. It is the problem of the internet. I think part of us is solving that. We want to burst those bubbles. We like to go in and disagree with those people, but they sometimes reject us in our conversation. But good, you know. Fuck with
what
them.
you're saying is we're a group of individuals. Is that what you're trying to say?
I think so. I think us, or even in Manham, we can bitch it in Manham, but I mean, these are people that want to engage with people that disagree with
which is different from this bubble creation thing that we absolutely sure see. These groups of people that just Twitter to each other, self-congratulatory and insult. You know, I mean, I think it's distinct from how we do this conversation, and I want to beat those people. I think the people creating these bubbles of self-congratulation, those are bubbles that we can and should pop.
Yeah, that would make us the exception that proves the rule, though, because I have actually joined a couple of those bubbles, and I've joined groups where people have tried to bring people with different opinions, and it generally explodes into a fucking 5 minutes argument, then a year of mediocrity, where all the people that actually had an opposing opinion leave, rage quit. They decide they don't want to argue because they're losing or for whatever reason, and then it becomes an echo chamber eventually. Do you know what I mean? It's just something that happens. It's something I've noticed about fucking groupings and fucking online community.
Well, right. We can complain about YouTube, and what I noticed before then is that I've had a lot of online communities that self-destructed the same way you're talking about. Nice thing about YouTube, probably because they're like, we don't care what the politics are. We're trying to find, you know, smosh. And but whatever. I mean, it's still survived because it's a multi-community. But in reality, yeah, when you have a community startup, an online community, it almost is. It seems inevitable that it ends the way you just described.
Yeah.
So,
well, see, the cool thing about YouTube, right? And like, it's dying a little bit because a lot of the discussion is happening in other social medias like Twitter and Facebook. But what I like about it is, regardless of what part of the great debate community you're in, we're basically bottom feeders for the fucking the smoshies and the other larger channels. Even now there's like large American corporations have got YouTube channels now that have for their big television programs. So we're basically surviving because we have the freedom that the big corporations paying for the fucking channel is giving us, I think.
Yeah.
I think if they didn't have things like Conan and fucking PewDiePie making millions and millions and millions and millions of views with millions and millions and millions of subscribers, they wouldn't have the freedom to allow us to fucking spew our bullshit whenever we want to for free, you know?
yeah, I mean, I'm all bitter about the situation, but that's the truth. Is we have to face. We are living off of the excess of who's making money at this shit, or else, you know, YouTube could have shut down by now. So, yeah, it's a little bit, you know, sobering. Because it is true that we are living, you know, those guys pay for our bandwidth. That's just the situation now. Maybe it'll become cheaper, but right now, the Smosh and the, you know, Onision even, I don't know if he's still around, but these guys are paying for our bandwidth. It was expensive. It's just now getting cheaper. We've had it for 10 years. Those guys were paying. And also the fact that before anybody was paying, you know, they were hoping for those guys to pay. So those guys basically were the business model. It's hard to bitch at them too much when we're taking their extra bandwidth for free. So as much as I hate that whole thing, you got to face facts. Yeah, it's good for them.
You need to know your position in fucking in the hierarchy or the fucking food chain. You know what I mean?
Yeah, in the food chain, right. I mean, hierarchy would almost be because I'm not willing to accept that like they're higher in the hierarchy, but in terms of being upstream in the food chain and why it makes sense for people to pay for YouTube to run, then yeah, you have to admit they're higher in the food chain or just earlier or somehow more primary. If they couldn't do what they do, it would be harder for us to do what we do. And back in the golden age when we ran YouTube, YouTube wasn't making any money. So that was lovely, but there was a fact of...
Yeah, as soon as they brought in ads, that's when it became a case that fucking Viacom and all that started saying, well, you ain't using our shit to make fucking money off it. Do you know what I mean? That's when the big corporation says you can't use our video, you can't use our fucking content. Do you know what I mean? And that's when most people decided that YouTube wasn't good anymore. That they were like, oh no, we're not allowed to use minutes of fucking something that other people spent millions to make in order to make a parody video. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's the fucked up part, because we do not have our legal rights. On YouTube, we should be able to use that content under all kinds of fair use, especially parody. It should be very liberal. People do it anyway, but they get their videos taken down, so there's like this pushback on them. But really, what they're doing is legal. And because we're not in a public governmental framework, but in this private company framework, they don't have to protect our rights to fair use. But my attitude as a liberal is they really should be. I mean, we have a right to fair use. They should be defending that. Instead, they don't really defend it. Meanwhile, they have kept protecting the people that really are stealing intellectual property and redisplaying it on YouTube. So they're complicit with those guys, and then Heitlade wants to make a video with some movie clips, and fucking he can't do it. That's not actually legal. He should be able to do that. It's fucked up. That's what bugs me about YouTube.
Once you get to the view level of fucking Ray William Johnson, you can rob other people's material ad infinitum, right? And make money.
But that's what's fucked up. That's what's fucked up. Fair use is more like the guy that has 300 views should get away with anything, and we have the opposite.
Yeah.
We have the opposite. Thunderfoot can rob IP left and right in every video he's ever made and get away with it because he's making money for YouTube. You got to assume that's why. Meanwhile, Heitlade gets fucking strikes on his account because he's actually making a philosophical video using, you know, video clips that are totally fair use length. He's not trying to show us Apocalypse Now when he shows us 10 fucking seconds of it. And yet he's not allowed to, and Thunderfoot can go ahead and rip off still frames from science shots and stuff. It's like, you know, that is what bugs me about YouTube. I mean, I understand how we got there, but it is a little fucked up. I mean, it's like law doesn't matter, right and wrong doesn't matter. It's just like what they're going to do as capitalists. And, you know,
no, but it does promote creativity in a way, because if you want to get your message across, you have to do it in a way that doesn't involve just fucking yeah,
that's a silver lining bullshit. But that's a silver lining bullshit. We should be able to, like one of the things I got hit, I hardly ever use copyright material. I opened a video with like 10 seconds of Monty Python and it gets flagged.
Well, in fairness, I actually bought, do you know the opening theme tune to Monty Python? It's the Liberty Bell, as the song's called. And I actually bought a copy of that song from Smart Sound, and I used it. And there's a company, I can't remember the name, that actually just flags anybody that uses the fucking Liberty Bell.
Yeah.
And I had to fight it. I had to contact Smart Sound and get them to send me a letter saying that it categorically own this material because I paid for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
No, and the computers are flagging us. Computers are flagging us, not humans. Not anybody that knows you bought the license, not any database that actually bought it. They just assume you're a criminal and that they can do whatever they want. And if you're using their, it bugs me. This is the corrupt side of it.
No, but when you're uploading so many thousands of hours of data a minute or a day or whatever, right? You need an algorithm. You know what I mean? The fact that it doesn't fucking catch everything and it isn't all encompassing isn't really their fault. Do you know what I mean? It's just the system that they have to deal with as well, I suppose. That's what I would say.
I just posted a link on a nice article that can be read poetically and literally in regards to a free internet.
Yep.
Well, anyway, you know, I agree with what you're saying, but I'm just a little more bitter than that. So I see how they got in this situation. I see why it's natural. I see the silver lining of it. Like I said, we got this free bandwidth. Obviously, other people are carrying the economic burden of, and you know, whatever. Still, not as forgiving as you about the way they're running it.
Well,
you know, they made $1 billion pirating software, you know, and that's like they made $1 billion
ripping people off. That's fine. The bankers are fine with that. They gave him the $1 billion. And yet, not to hang on Heightful Day, but then Heightful Day can't have a little, clip from Goodfellas? That's just fucked up. It's not fair. Right? There's no explanation, really.
I don't know this guy, but I heard if you what do you call it? If they give you
I'm talking about Heightful Day, Justin. He just happens to use video clips every once in a while. He's kind of a savant about it. They'll make a clip where he's finding relevant things, like 20 movies, and put them together, and they get flagged. Can't make those.
Okay, I don't know who Heightful Day is. I'm just going to Google him at the moment. Blinded Sun gave me his name.
Oh, you'll recognize him. He's in here all the time. I know. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. The point is that, he has the ability to remember, hey, I saw a movie that's relevant to that, and he'll clip it together. I find that value because I know sometimes I have a little clip in a 2-hour movie. I can't remember what it was. I can't go to find it. For somebody that can do that, it's like, hey, you're processing my cultural history, things I know, who you know, and then you're going to be prohibited because Disney keeps making money off of Mickey Mouse. And that really pisses me off.
No, I think it really. Well, here's the thing, though. I think it depends what media you use, because I've used clips for the Kentucky Fried Movie, and I used a heavy metal song for the 80s, the late 80s. It was Halloween, and there was no copyright claim on it.
Oh yeah.
Either of them.
Oh totally.
It depends on the popularity.
Movie though. It depends on the company. Viacom and Disney. Try to find a fucking Disney clip. They are like on it. You put a Disney clip. You can't even find a Disney clip copy. They're on it. Viacom also. So it definitely depends on whose copyright you're violating. Whether they're active on searching for. I'm pretty sure companies pay for YouTube to do the search for them. And if they're not active, then no search, boom, you can violate the copyright. And that's what I'm saying. It's nothing about the law. It's about, Disney is out there sending their lawyers to Google. And Viacom is sending their lawyers to Google. You got somebody that owns an old movie that doesn't send their lawyers to Google. Oh, well, it's not a problem seeing an old sitcom on TV if it's not owned by fucking Viacom. So, but to me, that's part of the problem, is that, the squeaky wheel is not supposed to be the only one that has their rights protected. It's supposed to be either in general, you protect them, or in general, you don't. You don't just we don't protect anybody's rights unless they're Disney, and then we protect their rights with the law. That's.
I know, but wait a minute. No, I get what you're saying, but if you think about it logically, right? If you are Google and you are YouTube and you're saying, right, use whatever you want, you can use clips for this, that, and the next thing, and somebody says, use my shit, and I'm going to sue you for so much fucking money, you're going to have to shut your website down, then to say, okay, don't use their stuff but use anything else, seems a practical solution.
Yeah, but that's how we got where we are now, and I get that. I'm practical, and I work in business, and I even make some of those kinds of decisions. But the fact is, isn't that a sign of a corrupt society? It shouldn't really work like that. It's like, look, if intellectual property is important in the society to be protecting not Disney, but the people with no lawyers. It should be protecting the intellectual property right of some poor writer that wrote a movie that's being infringed upon. It doesn't do that. It only works on behalf of people that can handle it themselves.
That's not really true. That's not really true, because and I'm going to disagree with you on this, because I've got an.
Well, you want to be wrong. I mean.
Okay, I'll.
Sorry, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
No. There was a video I tried to upload. It was a complete copy of another video. It was a Hong Kong martial artist. Okay, I put it on another channel, and it get fucking. The audio get cut. This is copyrighted. Blah 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 blah. Because they've got an algorithm that says, right, this one's got a specific license on it, and you've copied it. blah blah blah. It's that because they created the algorithm because of Viacom doesn't mean to say it's only Viacom that uses it.
Yeah.
Right? There is like any
yeah,
song.
I use stock audio from iMovie, and
Yeah.
because it's got all this world-sounding stuff, I got copyright tagged songs that had nothing to do. They just sounded a little bit like the iMovie sound, which I had the legal right to. Sounded a little bit like it because there was some, I don't know, some vocals or whatever, and it sounded like music, and I'm getting copyright infringement in European countries. It's like I love it.
No, but what I'm saying is, it's not only Viacom that they protect. Viacom brought in the laws of protection, but the laws protect any copyrighted material. For instance,
you can't be saying they do that equally, though. No,
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. No,
talk about it. There's things you can get away with and things you can't get away with. I mean, I can go on and get old TV movies owned by NBC. NBC isn't out there trying to hunt that down, so it's on YouTube. I mean, that's undeniable. They selectively prosecute these issues based on who makes, who the squeaky wheel is. They make a big noise. They protect you. If you don't.
No, but if you were first to put on that NBC material, you could copyright it and then fucking put in claims against other people that use it. And as long as NBC isn't there to fucking say, no, by the way, that belongs to us, you would win the counterclaim.
That'd be a fun thing to try to do.
Yeah, because that's what happens. That's what I'm saying about the Liberty Bell thing. I had a song that I bought from Smart Sounds, right? And some third party had... Okay, Graham Stewart's saying that you're echoing through my microphone, which I didn't know, so I'm going to mute it whenever I stop talking. But what I'm saying is a third party can copyright material, and what do you call it? It must just be through Graham's then. And suppose I've got a song and I use it first. One that I used to use on a video was "I Want Out" by Halloween, right? Now, is it possible if I put it on my YouTube page and then put the proper license in place, that I could, if you used it, I could then put a copyright claim onto you? Is that possible?
Well, I think it is, but the thing is, I mean, you're not denying. You actually made the point before me that there's a selective processing. I mean, the big fish in the sea get a draconian amount of enforcement where computers are searching for your songs. Sometimes they hit somebody else that maybe has, signed up for the YouTube, detection system. But really, they are just serving the Viacoms. They're just trying to go forward by, placating the huge companies. And as a result, they serve the huge companies. I mean, I agree that there's some bigger pictures and right and wrong, and I believe in intellectual property, and there's sort of, if you believe in intellectual property, then okay, you have to acknowledge that some of this is justified. My complaint is not that it's unjustified, but that it's selective. That we have Disney and Viacom having their alleged rights protected, and then the people, for example, have no right. We're supposed to have rights. We're supposed to be able to use copyrighted material as citizens, and I do not see them supporting our rights. Get away with it, but they won't support it. It's
no, but you can't. If you don't report a crime to the police, you can't really blame the police for not following up on the criminal activity.
Well, I'm not sure about that. Don't you think the police have a responsibility of determining what's criminal on their own and prosecuting that? It's not supposed to be a complaint-oriented system. It's supposed to be justice. The cops are supposed to see the injustice and see that it's illegal injustice and they're supposed to act on it. You're not supposed to have to. You're not supposed to have to make a noise. I mean, if your neighbors notice you're getting robbed, the cops are supposed to stop that. It doesn't matter whether you complained or not, really, in principle.
No, but you earlier in the conversation, I know this, it sounds like a debate, is it really, because you probably do agree, but you accepted earlier on in this discussion that other bigger companies are paying for our bandwidth, right? It's the guys that are paying for our bandwidth are the ones that are getting the copyright claims. Do you know what I mean? So it's just, if you're going to piggyback on the big fish, you need to accept the consequences.
Well, yeah, there's a good argument there, but I guess I'm socialist enough to think that they're getting favoritism. That's not okay, and we're supposed to expect that what they're paid to do is enforce justice. And maybe there's too much for them to do, so they have to make selections. But they're not supposed to make those selections based on who is the biggest concerned party. They're supposed to make it based on where the biggest injustice is.
It sounds a bit utopian to me. I don't think they're actually paid. I think they're paid to make money. So I understand what you're saying, and maybe if it was a cooperative.
Wait, the police are paid to make money.
Huh?
You're saying the police are paid to make money?
No, I'm saying YouTube's paid to make money. I'm not talking. In fact, the police are paid by making money. What's the thing about? And the big thing in America is trying to get people for speeding so you can pay for the fucking public services. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is YouTube, which is what I thought we were talking about, as an entity, is a money-making business. So if Viacom is a big fucking reason for them making money, then they are going to tailor the. They're going to what's the word I'm looking for? Let's say pander to them more than they would to fucking Piro and Sugarland men. You know what I mean?
Right. So I think the government's role is to say, well, we're the one that actually determines this. I don't think YouTube should have to deal with copyright. I mean, I think the government should be dealing with copyright. You know, and I don't think that it should be a collaboration.
So you're looking for greater government control in what goes on in the internet?
I suppose that I am. Yeah, I think that there's a legal issue, like have you violated copyright? That is the domain of the law and the government, and not YouTube shouldn't have to worry about it.
You're going into territory of North Korea and China there when you're asking fucking. I think the last thing we're looking for is government to fucking legislate on what happens on the internet. You know what I mean? If you don't like what YouTube's doing, I'm pretty sure Vine or fucking Reddit or some other fucking site can pander to whatever your sensibilities are.
Why did the world never create the internet? The government created it. The reason it's egalitarian and open as it is because the government created it. So, I mean, I don't feel, you know, I was here when Microsoft was saying that the internet wouldn't take off. Who would ever have an internet address on their card and stuff? So, they weren't on board, and now it proved to be the main thing for them, and they just have to keep running. The national, like the park system or something. I mean, I don't feel like we have to. I mean, we own it as the people, as the government, North Korea, whatever. We, as the governments, own this internet thing, and I don't think we have to let the businesses use it as they see fit. We can tell them what's appropriate.
But if what you're saying, right, and this is totally America centric, right? But if you're saying get the government to fucking help in the freedom of use of the internet, in this case YouTube, the only word they would use is lobbyists. Viacom is going to have better fucking lobbyists than fucking Stizor and Pyro 314. Beware what you wish for because it may happen, is what I'm saying. At least YouTube's going on a business model rather than fucking political fucking ends.
Well, it's just a matter of, look, I'm willing to cooperate with the private sector. I believe that it's an important thing. I'm not against it. I just feel like it has to take a secondary role. I mean, the primary purpose should be for people to be able to do whatever is legally right for people. And if that means fair use, then we should have more fair use. Somebody should be looking out for our legal rights of justice, of fair use, and they're not.
But what about the legal rights of Viacom? See, this is what I don't get, right? Right, suppose Viacom spends... wait a minute. HBO spends 10 million euros an episode on Game of Thrones. I can't remember if it's HBO or not, but let's pretend it is, right? Right, so they produce Game of Thrones, right? Fucking great television, right? But some wee guy on the internet can fucking rob clips from it, free ad infinitum, right? It's just not. It doesn't make sense. They never paid for it. They never made it, right? It's a bit like me taking your test results and using them as my own to pass a fucking course in college, right? But all I'm saying to you is, if you think about it, we're getting the bandwidth for free, right? And if you think about it, it must mean that whatever Google's or YouTube's business model is, having us here is part of that, right? Having us here and having us have free artistic license is part of the plan. The only problem is they have companies like Viacom and Disney telling them, if you use our stuff, you're going to sue the cunt off you, right? So surely a happy medium is to let the big businesses have their stuff and we use creativity and fucking try to make some kind of original, interesting content.
Yeah,
so that can only be good.
I agree. I do that. That's what I do, and that's the part where I'm benefiting from other people's payment of the bandwidth and the rest of it. So I agree with you. I guess I'm just saying that I think one reason we agree with that is the status of society, and that it's unfortunate, and it's not a matter of right or wrong. It's a matter of fighting. So yeah, I agree. We feel lucky. But we're getting a big benefit. But it's really back to the way our society works. In reality, it's not a that the law tells us we have the right to speak. Why do we have to go through a private company to get it then? If governmentally we're guaranteed it.
Well,
so it's a little bit of an irony there, and it's not.
No, you're allowed free speech, as in you can stand in a soapbox and say what you want, but if you want to use a private medium, such as YouTube or Reddit or Facebook...
Yeah, but that's just an assumption. Why is this not a public medium?
But it's not a public medium because it's a private company.
We've just decided that it is. It could be.
Well, you're entirely free to make your own...
Why do we let you use it at all if they're not going to support our rights? We created it. There's no doubt that it's governmentally created and run thing.
No, but you're conflating YouTube with the internet. That the YouTube is not the internet. If you're entirely free to make your own social media website and then put your own content on it for whatever reasons, and if you did that, you would be just as liable to be fucking sued by Viacom and Disney as YouTube are. Now, what YouTube has is they have a platform, and they allow us to use that platform for whatever reason for free, right? Now, they have rules and regulations.
The internet in the first place.
Okay, if you walk... No, but see, here's the thing, right? You have the right to walk into a bar in America, right? Or a restaurant in America, right? But you can't walk in and then make your own food in it. And you can't walk in and use their food. Or you can't walk into Chipotle's, right, with a McDonald's and sit down and eat it, right? There are rules and regulations for any platform you use, right? It doesn't mean that they're violating your rights. It means that they're creating a platform or a medium for you to use, right? But you have to, if you're going to use it, and it is a business model, it's not a fucking socialist utopia, you have to follow the rules of whatever platform or business you use at the time.
Yeah, but I don't find it acceptable that we have these laws that say we have certain rights, and yet we let private companies work where we don't actually have those rights. We're just pretending.
No, but what you're trying to say, what I'm getting from what you're saying is, YouTube should allow us to do whatever we want, but it is a fucking it isn't a socialist utopian government run business. It's a private business that has.
Come on. Wait. So is AT&T and MCI and whatnot. They're private-run businesses. Would it really be acceptable if they could tell you what to say in a phone call? Like, they're responsible for what's going on in a phone call. So they should listen and decide if you're saying something acceptable or not in a two-person phone call. No, they should not do that. It's the same thing with the carriers online. Someone like YouTube should not be responsible or even have a say on the content of your message, in my opinion. They have a say because of the practicality of private industry, but fine. But I'm saying they shouldn't. That if you want to talk to somebody on a phone line, the AT&T should not get to say what you're allowed to talk about. And how are you going to do that unless you protect people's right to say whatever they want? You can't. People need to be protected in what they want to say. If you let the AT&Ts decide or be responsible for what is said on their phone system, you have a big fucking problem. You need to let people say whatever they want, including illegal things, on the phone system, and the carrier should be protected from that. That's not their statement. That's the people using their communication medium. And we need to expand this from our understanding of the phone network to the network in general. We have
I don't really think you're comparing like with like. You're comparing a private phone message between two people with a public performance. If you
What's private about the phone message?
No, wait. Okay, now
why is it private? Because they let it be private. Why don't they let it be private in our?
Okay, I need to. Okay, if I give you a phone call and I said something to you in a phone call is one thing. Now, let's say I said to you that wait, I pick Blinded Son is a mass murderer who murdered his family and then stole $1 million. Okay, that's information between me and you. It isn't public. Okay, if I then made a video on a public platform saying that, then I would be liable to litigation. Unless you recorded a phone call and litigate it in a private phone call. Do you know what I mean? There's a difference between making a phone call and making a public video on a public forum.
No, come on, Sugarland. I mean, if I go off on Sonny Bono and Disney, is that really different from a private conversation? Well, because I did it in public, shouldn't I be more protected rather than less? I mean, come on. I'm saying my opinion. It's just like anything else private. Why couldn't I say that in public with as much protection as I would in private? Why should YouTube have to police what I said is the point. They shouldn't.
I'll tell you why. Because it's a private... No. If you allow me to explain and understand that I'm getting echo on my mic when you're speaking, right? But there is a difference. There is a difference, okay? If you speak out on the street, okay, something that's litigious, let's say something that's, I don't know, suppose you went on the street and said, Suglan Wren is a mass murderer, Suglan Wren robbed 5,000 houses.
Of course, right? In America that would be more legal than in Great Britain, so that's an important thing.
But it's libelous, it is libeless, okay? No, but if you then...
libel counts for nothing.
Okay.
Libel, you got it.
Okay, here's one for you. Okay, so why are radio stations not allowed to play any music without paying money? If you're on a radio station and you want to play Rihanna's next single, you have to pay every time you put that single on air. Do you know what I mean? Now, what you're saying is we should be free from that, right? You're saying that somebody's intellectual property shouldn't actually. Do you know what I mean? What you're saying is, in this utopian society, right, a private company is created to make money, right? But when they make a product, you should be able to use it for whatever you want without any fucking recourse. If you've got a radio station and you want to play the top 10 singles, of the American top 20, you have to pay every one of those 20 artists A&R men or fucking music companies for using that song if you put them on air. It's no different if you're going to use stuff if it's one of us. Now, either we pay the guys who we are ripping off, right? If I want to use part of Scarface...
Well, I don't think you're necessarily ripping them off. I mean, if you are playing Rihanna songs, and how is that not helping her popularity? How's that not helping her marketing? It is.
But the truth of the matter is, if you have a radio station and you're going to play a Rihanna song, you have to write down every time you play it, and you have to pay royalties every time you play that song. That's the truth of the matter. So why is it any different for YouTube?
Yeah, I think it's actually just I think it's just a practical thing. I mean, who's supposing, there was no public forum for anyone to just, stumble upon and eavesdrop. Who's going to regulate that kind of privacy if you were to get it to her?
If we do classifying a Rihanna song as intellectual property.
I'm using intellectual in the loosest terms.
Yeah. Well, I just believe very differently about copyright. I'm part of sort of this internet information wants to be free community, and I believe that there's this ancient idea or this older idea of you can't copyright an idea. If somebody sees a play and then from the play they get an idea, they can use that idea. You can't copyright, you can't police thoughts, right? So if people want to get out there and known in people's minds, then the price for being known in people's minds is that you're in the public, like you were saying. And you want to say,
surely there's a difference.
But I'm private, and so you got to pay me, is a difficult situation. I do not entirely endorse that is okay and the right way to handle things. I think people that see a movie, if they watch Mickey Mouse and they have their own idea for a Mickey Mouse story, that the traditional sense of intellectual property where you have this idea and you can now work with it, that's what we should be endorsing. We should not be endorsing free ideas and charging for old ideas.
But you're conflating inspiration with plagiarism, though, or full-out fucking counterfeiting. Like, there's a difference between me seeing a picture of Father Jack and saying, "Oh, I've got a similar character," and seeing a picture of Father Jack and say, "I'm just going to rip that off and stick it on my fucking shit." Right?
That is me.
Well, no, it's a perfect example, because what's the problem? He uses a Father Jack icon. Does that really impact, whoever owns Father Jack? Is that not good that we brought up Father Ted here in this show? It wouldn't have been mentioned. How is that automatically a bad thing? Because right now, showing that Father Jack icon is illegal. Nobody's doing anything about it, so we can ignore it. But I don't want to ignore it. It's illegal. That's stupid. That's fucking stupid.
Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, wait. I think you're conflating the topic of the fucking point. No, listen. If you allow me to finish, you're conflating the topic and the point. You're conflating the topic and the point with the point. Okay, if HBO spends 10 million on an episode of Game of Thrones, what's to stop every other fucking network from playing it 5 minutes after it was aired? If that is the case, then nobody is ever going to make the Game of Thrones again. Because who's going to put that kind of money on it when they're not going to make any money off the back of it? Because anybody can put it on. There could be 5 million fucking YouTube channels with the Game of Thrones Series 5 on it by the end of fucking June. That's just...
I haven't been saying that. Okay, here's the thing. I do kind of believe that. I would like to go in that direction. I think it could be made to work. But I haven't actually been arguing that. I mean, I'm like, people should be able to use fair use. They should be able to use 2 minutes of that episode for their own argument. It's like, hey, I'm arguing about
Politics. Look at this thing from Game of Thrones that's relevant. That is supposed to be fucking legal. Our laws say that is legal. Replaying a whole episode with nothing but the episode there, that's illegal. But if I have a little clip of Monty Python, that's not a replacement for watching the Monty Python movie. That's actually advertisement for that as a movie. So, you know, there's a fundamental difference. The law recognizes the difference. We don't actually have the rights of using this as fair use, which we're supposed to. So, you know, I'm not saying we should be able to copy, you know, an episode of you know, whatever Suits and play it somewhere else and make money as, you know, I'm in India and I'm playing and I shouldn't pay money for it. No, I should have to pay for that. That's a whole episode. The fact is, we have fair use laws, and they are not enforced for us. So how can you justify that? They are not enforced for us.
I've had a video removed from YouTube for having the words Kirsten and Stewart in the video description by Kirsten Stewart's agents, even though none of Kirsten Stewart's copyright material was in the video. This is what it comes to.
What do you mean? Is that something that happened to you?
Yeah, it totally happened to me. I had the word Kirsten in the video description and the word Stewart in the video description, and Kirsten Stewart's agents filed a DMCA against the video because they just typed Kirsten Stewart into YouTube, found a whole of the results, filed DMCAs against them, they got removed. And there's no proper measures against these kind of things happening or these kind of errors happening because it all verges upon the side of
And when you leave this kind of thing to a private entity that has to spend its own money, it's kind of hard to complain against the private entity because they're just struggling themselves. But you cannot fucking say that that is socially acceptable. That you're going to get nailed for a copyright infringement that didn't happen. That cannot be justified, no matter what.
No, I can justify it.
What they did was illegal, and I could have sued them. I could have sued Clear Channel Communications for their filing of a false DMCA against me as well, and other people who have filed false DMCAs against me. But I can't afford the solicitor. Those people can, and that's why they win.
It's a flat suit. If you have money, the law exists. If you don't have enough money, the law might as well not exist. And we just accept that.
No, but wait a minute. You are talking about a major company that allows the upload of literally thousands of hours of footage a minute. Okay. Now, what you're saying is that this company, not only should it try to make a business model out of that and offer us free bandwidth, but it should be able to monitor each minute to the second and have the staffing to do that in order to fucking protect the little guy. It's just not possible. Either what you're saying, you can only have. What was the thing I heard once? You can only have one of two or three things. You can have it. Wait a minute. You can have it quick. You can have it cheap. You can have it good.
Okay.
You can't have all three, right?
I didn't know you were a fan.
No, what I'm saying is, if you listen.
Look, the Triple Lane Rand, what I'm saying is that YouTube could make all this money off of Smosh. They could do all of that and still protect our fair use rights. They could do that. They could make all of this money, protect our fair use rights. Right? We're making it anyway. We go along even though they flag our videos sometimes for these unjust reasons. We make it. There's no reason they couldn't protect us in our fair use right. Well, there is a reason, but I'm saying there's no real just reason. They could do that. They could have their same exact business. They could focus on the smoshes, ignore us. That would all be fine, and protect our fair use right. It wouldn't cost them anything. Why? Because our fair use costs them nothing because we're just a few 100,000 views. And
no, but they're working on algorithms. They're not working. There's not a guy watching your video and saying, I'm deciding that's got Kirsten Stewart. Right, I'll go back to the point I was trying to make. Right, somebody intelligent, I can't remember who, once said you can have something cheap, quick, or good. Right, you can only have two of those. Right, you can have it cheap and quick, but it won't be good. You can have it quick and good, but it won't be cheap. and you can have it cheap and good, but it won't be quick, right? What you're looking for is instant upload of material, right? And for that to be automatically fucking decided on whether that, you know what I mean? There's algorithms in place because it's a business model. It's a there's thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of videos being uploaded. There isn't a guy watching your video and saying, "Oh, that doesn't have Cuss and Stewart in it."
Yeah, but why does the algorithm? Wait, why doesn't the algorithm say, "Look, you've only got 200 videos. You're only using 2 minutes of the copyrighted video that is 3 hours long. That sounds like fair use, so we don't flag that guy." Why isn't that happening? You could write the algorithm that way. They're choosing how to write the algorithm. I write algorithms for a living. They are choosing to write that algorithm in a way that is not just. It's not
because if they get it wrong, Viacom will sue the fucking shit out of them.
No. Viacom
They're siding upon power. They're siding upon.
Wants it wrong. Wait a second. Viacom wants it wrong. They want to have the people prosecuted that are actually protected by fair use. That's what Viacom wants. That's what Google and YouTube are doing, and that's my complaint, is that that's what Viacom wants, but it's not what the law says, and that a public company should be doing what the law says, not what Viacom wants.
No, but I guarantee you,
the law trumps Viacom. In reality, the law should trump Viacom. In actual reality, Viacom trumps the law. That's what I'm complaining about.
I'm going to guarantee you, Pyro, I'm going to guarantee you that you signed away any rights to those laws when you joined YouTube.
No, well, you can say that, but I believe I'm in a nation where everybody in this nation is under my nation's law. They can't even operate unless I give them a charter of a corporation. I give them that. My government.
Yeah, that's kind of annoying.
All right, somebody else should get to talk. Hey, very interesting, Sugar Land. I see your point. I think you're making a really maintainable point. I'm not at all dismissing that. So it's fun to be able to disagree with you because I do disagree. But I think you're making a good point. I see what you're getting at. I just think some of the practicalities that you're identifying are because that's the world we're in. Not because it's the right world, not because it's the way things should be, not because in 100 years that's how it's going to be interpreted. But yeah, okay, we're right there right now, and what are you going to do? And like I said, we're getting free bandwidth that's paid for money-wise by other people, so I accept what you're saying on that regard. On the other hand, let's talk about how it's going to be in 100 years. I think in 100 years, you know, we need to fix this problem of how we look at this shit. And a company that wants to protect Viacom should take it as a moral imperative to also protect the laws of the land, to make sure that Viacom is protected, but so is, fair use. And they're not in a situation to do that, I agree. YouTube is not in a situation to change our society, to change the way the laws work. I think YouTube is in a situation of having to pander. I don't think they have any business choice but to pander to the Viacoms. They would have been out of business if they hadn't done that. So I accept all of that. But I think in the long run, if we're talking about how intellectual property rights should really work, then, you know, our fair use has to be protected just as much as, you know, showing a video of Justin Bieber that belongs to Viacom.
It reminds me of the South Park episode. Do you remember the South Park episode where Kyle signs the Apple terms and conditions for his iPhone, and he signs up to having himself attached to two other people, a la Centipede, the human centipede.
No,
do you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure if you read your terms and conditions, you will have clicked I agree on whatever terms and conditions you're now fighting against.
Yeah. No, and more so, you know, we always had this society where people were signing legal agreements they didn't understand, but now with software it has gotten kind of silly. I mean, nobody reads those agreements and they click OK, and those agreements could say that you signed away your firstborn child and you wouldn't know until you got sued for your firstborn child. So who's going to read that shit? Nobody.
That's what I'm saying. You've like any argument you give me now, I guarantee you, if you check the terms and conditions, you'll find that you've already signed those.
Oh no, I know that.
things
I'm
away.
not talking about that. Yeah, no, I know that. That's true. Yeah, that's true. I'm talking about the
You just
justice.
want it to be more acknowledged.
I need to go pee. I'll be back in a bit.
Well, okay, fine.
Let the Jawa speak.
Fine, go ahead. Give in to the necessities of your human metabolism. Weakling.
No, I see. You just want it to be acknowledged and held. And made available for future generations, so we don't just piss all over the idea that certain media is free for practical use and ethical use. You can use it in that manner. I mean, it's fine, yeah. In a practical sense, no way. But right now on paper, I mean, it's just not. There's just no way you'd be able to regulate something like that, though.
I'm just
What
gonna
are you saying?
Like, you wouldn't be able to regulate.
I just want my own thing, which maybe is true actually. If you're accusing me.
Yeah, you just no.
Yeah, it's a will to power. Maybe I'm not justified either. I totally accept that. So yeah.
I mean, just write it on paper until there becomes some manner that we could write an algorithm that does meet the criteria of every single individual. Instead of just ignoring, what's going on. That you're not able to use 2 minutes of a video. All right, get off.
Well, the thing is too, it's like I've seen a lot of underground art about Mickey Mouse, and I, in my lifetime, was ready for Mickey Mouse to enter the public domain, and people could actually make, sardonic T-shirts with Mickey Mouse, giving Minnie head or whatever crazy ass thing that Disney just does not want to see with Mickey Mouse. That's the way it's supposed to be. Copyright used to be 7 years. Once something's really popular and everybody knows about it, it becomes a property of the society, right? And the society can do sardonic things or crazy things. It's not going to hurt what Mickey Mouse really means if somebody makes a fucking t-shirt that's a little countercultural with Mickey Mouse because he's finally entered the culture in his public domain. But what we have is a bunch of fucking corporate politicians that will never, ever free up. Oh, I got a call. I got to take.
I get you. All right.
He's playing Sonic the Hedgehog by the sounds of things.
Oh, good. You called me. How you doing? So what are you doing in Arizona?
Yes, I mean, so Huck, I mean, I get it.
Where are you?
I don't know. What Piro's saying sounds like it belongs more on paper for the time being. And there's just there'd be no way to implement or allow that kind of privacy and law and sharing on the internet that he's talking about, especially on an individual basis. I just don't think it'd be possible.
What were you doing in Arizona?
Blinded Son, I think both of them were playing the extreme ends of the conversation, where we should really be talking about where we draw the line, and where YouTube draws the line is too far towards the corporate end of things, I think.
Oh yeah, I agree. Oh yeah, I totally agree.
It's really loud here. I had a couple things I want to tell you.
I mean, I've had a DMCA against me by Clear Channel Communications, and the video clip of it's about 2 seconds of video that I uploaded in amongst the video, and they apparently disagreed with me uploading this and filed a DMCA against me, but the logo on the screen was from MSNBC, so they didn't even own the video clip that I was uploading, but they still filed a DMCA against me, and it was overturned, but I asked YouTube for details of the person who filed the DMC against me so I can sue them, and YouTube just completely ignored my request. You know, it's because they care more about the people who are filing the complaints than they do about the people who are uploading the videos. And that's purely because they're afraid of litigation. And they're afraid of litigation because rich people can afford rich lawyers.
Right.
That's what they're worried about.
Yeah, I mean the laws are a little fucked up right now, and the way they're being handled are really messed up right now. But as long as it's, yeah, I think Piro's just trying to make sure people are aware of this, and you know, it's letting their voice be heard and not forgetting, you know, what's going on the internet. You know, for some future time where it might change.
But if you're going to use a private platform, then the private platform has to primarily look after its own arse. And if its own arse is to protect itself from expensive lawyers, then as a bottom feeder, you have to accept that's the case, I would have to guess.
I agree. I think that I don't care about what YouTube want or what YouTube think my video should be about. It's about the people who might find my videos on YouTube and might come to converse with me more than it is about, you know, where my videos should be or should it be on the front page or all of that bullshit. I know people come here for distraction or, you know, to amuse themselves or whatever, or look at fucking cats or whatever the fuck, or Smosh or any of these things. I don't care about that. I mean, that thing is there to make the website run, and if the website runs, then I can use it. But I do feel that there's some kind of fairness to be involved in it, and I have spoken with individuals at YouTube when I've been dealing with these DMCAs who only deal with it from the side of, am I going to be sued? And that's the problem. And as soon as they think they're not going to be sued, they're gone. They don't respond to you anymore. They don't give you the information you require, legally require to give you. Like they don't give you the details of the people that you want to countersue, even though I don't intend to. But this is a scientific experiment. Give me the details of people who filed this complaint against me so I can sue them, and they don't respond because they know you have no power, and they're just like, yeah, fuck it, you're gone.
That's called a food chain, my friend.
It is indeed, but you guys were talking about TV earlier on, how TV is dying. This is the way YouTube is going. It's going towards the corporate, it's going towards the big power, it's going towards the elite, and you know, in 5-10 years' time, YouTube will just be this thing where people like us are fucking absolutely nothing, and they can just dispose of us however they want.
But that's one of the things I was trying to get across, is that we're piggybacking on the back of these corporate giants who are, you know what I mean, we're bottom feeders and they're the guys that are paying for the bandwidth, right? And in order to use that said bandwidth, we have to follow certain parameters, and it isn't fair. Life isn't fucking fair. It's like if you're standing outside the Gherkin in London, right? You might have certain rights on standing in the street, but I guarantee you, if you start protesting, that the police are going to move you. They're not going to give you a right to protest. It's just it's one of these things that just happens, and I don't think, I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. All I'm saying is it's just the way it is. Like if I was going to use a clip for fucking Family Guy, I'm going to expect that my video is going to at least have the audio taken down, or it's not going to be allowed to be played in certain countries, because that's an agreement that YouTube's made in order to not get sued out of existence.
On the other hand, there's easy ways around that. You can flip the video, and YouTube can't detect it. Their algorithms can't detect flipped videos. If you flip it horizontally, you know, no matter what the audio is, if you flip a video horizontally, they can't detect it. So there's always ways around it. There's always loopholes. There's always ways around these things. So why bother having these ridiculous regulations other than to keep up the entire system of that's the way it is, you can't do anything about it?
Well, my argument would be, and I'm being devil's advocate here, right? I'm not trying to pretend I'm in any way pro big business or pro YouTube or anything, but what I'm going to say is it's these loopholes and these people that fucking manage their way around the system and fuck the system that create these archaic, overly fucking imposing laws and algorithms. Do you know what I mean? If people just played the fucking game, right, and says, okay, we're not allowed to use Viacom stuff, we won't use Viacom stuff, right, then maybe we would be able to have a more lenient system. But people fuck the system all the time. Do you know what I mean? It's like, okay, so people take guns onto a plane, right? And people realise that, so they start bringing in metal detectors. So people fuck the system with putting fucking explosives in their shoes. Next thing, we're not allowed to wear shoes walking on a fucking plane, right? So they start putting the fucking explosives in bottles of water. So now we're not allowed to take liquids on the planes. Now somewhere along the line, you have to say, look, I get it, right?
Right, but you can't discard all that. But at the same time, you can't discard. You know, it has your inherent freedom that you are, a co-owner of the internet. So
It's
I
got
mean,
the smell. That kind of argument's got the fucking the aroma of the gun legislation argument. Do you know what I mean? I don't care that 9 people were shot in a fucking church in Carolina. I used my gun sensibly. Do you know what I mean? It's some point you're gonna have to accept. But here's the best argument I heard
it's true.
about gun.
I mean, like I was saying, for practical purposes, you're right. I mean, that's the only problem with the the ideal that Piro's talking about. But you can't, we can't dismiss what we started with, which was a free forum outside of the television that already become a kind of a
See, here's the
something else
thing.
that was ruined.
At one point, there was a free and open internet. Then people started selling pictures of fucking raping children, right? So there had to be some kind of fucking legislation,
No, there
right?
didn't
Then
need
there's
to be.
copyright infringement, all these different laws. The internet's not free. There's a reason there's a dark internet, right? It's because you have to create a situation in order, because
Not extending my contract.
But what you're saying is people have had to impose more order on the system because of all the people breaking loopholes and using their ingenuity to countermand the order. But the answer is to not impose more order. That's the thing. If we keep on imposing more and more order, we're going to come to a fascistic society. And we should say, why are people trying to break these rules in the first place? Why are they doing this? Why are they doing that?
But that's the easy answer. That's the easy question. Fucking money. Do you know what I mean? Like, what you're I totally get it. I totally get the argument. I'm arguing through my fucking ability to see something with a modicum of common sense in map, is the way I see it, right? I don't agree with YouTube's position, but I totally understand where they came from and how they got there. Do you know what I mean? Like, if people weren't trying to fuck the system, they wouldn't have to put algorithms in place. If people weren't trying to go around the rules that they already had in order to do something that could get YouTube sued, then there wouldn't be any need to put these things in place. It's the thing like taking your shoes off at the airport. If somebody hadn't tried to fucking put explosives into their shoes, then there would be no need for people to take their shoes off at the fucking security check-in. Do you know what I mean?
I don't see that way. I think that's a kind of victimhood complex. But I think in the terms of YouTube and Viacom, YouTube could have won that lawsuit if they had broken the rules or abused loopholes themselves. So if they had taken on the mentality of the shoe bomber, they could have beaten Viacom and beaten the system, but decided instead to play along with the system and keep the status quo as it is. And hence, this is why we have to get more and more draconian, more and more sort of corporate, and more boring.
But not to overstretch the analogy, is that no similar to America waterboarding Pakistanis? Do you know what I mean? You're saying if the terrorists start doing fucking bad things and we do bad things, then that two wrongs make a right. Now, we're obviously, I don't want to overstretch the analogy any further, right? But what I'm saying, all I'm trying to say to you is, right, if you've got a shop, right, and school children start shoplifting, right, eventually you're going to say, right, there's no school children allowed in my shop again because I'm losing too much money, right? And then there's going to be innocent school children want to buy stuff. They're going to feel aggrieved, and it's just it's just the way the shit goes. Do you know what I mean? Now,
and the shop loses revenue because it doesn't allow school children in, which is the main consumer group that buys sweeties. So the shop closes because they can't make a profit. And YouTube is playing a fine line in that, and they are business people, and they are adequately involved in playing a fine line. But the thing is, they're playing it too much upon the side of not being sued, and I think that is the complaint. You know, it's a nuanced complaint, and that is a complaint that they're playing too much into the hands of people who they think might have expensive lawyers, and I think that's the complaint that's going on here.
Yeah, I think Huck and I are agreeing. Like, you know, there's definitely an imbalance on YouTube in that respect, but at the same time, you know, what the hell are you going to do about it? I see, you know, you understand why there are, you know, white hatters, black hatters, you know, deep web and all that stuff. It's by necessity still in existence and probably always will be with the internet. I mean, it's not going to be some utopia where somebody's not regulating something that someone else will consider a restriction, you know.
Yeah, I think you're over.
Deep web's like the last frontier. You know.
Yeah, I think you're overemphasising your own importance in this thing. Wait till I get your name, Graham. I apologise. In the big scheme of things, we are like the lowest of the lows, fucking Z list, right? So if we use some of Viacom's material or Disney's material, we are so low in the fucking totem pole, right? You can't, like you say, you can't afford to fucking legislate against fucking Disney to prove that you've got the right to use something, and it's just unfortunately the way it is. It's like YouTube can't change that, and Google can't change that.
First of all, I've been on YouTube for 9 years, so don't lecture me about the way it is, okay? And also, the law is blind, okay? So it doesn't care about how much money you own or anything like that. So what I'm saying is, and I think what Piero was trying to say, is that, you know, this is a whole illusion that we have, that we're all equal and that it's all just and justice is blind and all that kind of bullshit, which it pretty much isn't, you know, because we know it isn't from our own life experiences, and the experience of YouTube just plays into that whole life experience thing. So, you know, you don't need to lecture me on how it is, because I know how it is. What I'm criticising is how we pretend that it isn't that way when it actually is.
The only thing I would say is I think the reason I'm arguing one side and you're arguing the other is because I don't. I'm under no. I'm not saying. Look, I get it. You've been on the YouTube 9 years and stuff. I wasn't trying to lecture you. In fairness, I was just trying to argue a position. But all I'm saying is, it's like if you go into a nightclub, you don't mess with the bouncers once you get into a nightclub, because you know that at the end of the day, unless you bring 20 guys with you, right, they're going to outnumber you. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not
No,
saying that you don't know
I
that.
mess with the bouncers. I mess with the bouncers.
Okay,
and I
because you're a
get
big
away
cunt
with it
guy.
99% of the time.
Fair play to you, mate. You know what I mean? Maybe it was a bad analogy because I didn't know your specific situation. Maybe I should pick. Do you know what I mean? It's the problem with trying to choose an analogy is that you end up arguing this finer points in an analogy rather than fucking trying to get across the actual point you're trying to make. You don't walk into a police station and then dictate what colour the walls are going to be. Is that a better analogy? Do you know what I mean? When you join, what I always try to say is, when you join YouTube, you sign a certain set of terms and conditions. I'm pretty sure any fucking rules and regulations you're going to argue about are covered under those terms and conditions because they're big enough and they've got big enough lawyers to fucking make sure those terms and conditions are clicked away before you even put a minute of fucking video content up. That's all I'm trying to say. And maybe it's my fault for putting the argument across badly, or maybe it's my fault for not just saying, yeah, YouTube the cunts. But I just understand that. Do you know what I mean? I understand, like, I don't spend 10 million euros on an episode of Game of Thrones, so if I use a minute of that content, then I know it doesn't belong to me, right? And it's, if you want to use YouTube,
you're guessing what the YouTube terms and conditions are because you haven't read them yourself. You're just assuming.
yes, I would agree with that, but I would guess that if it wasn't the case, then there would have been, somebody would have read them and somebody would have fucking. Do you know what I mean? It's your own argument about people bucking the system and going round the system. It's happened already, and somebody has blocked those fucking. Do you know what I mean? Somebody has found that loophole, and somebody else has filled it in. Do you know what I mean? At this stage of the game, YouTube's 10 years old. If there was a loophole, somebody's already filled it. Is my point? Do you know what I mean? I don't think it's possible, and I'm sure it would. If you had a read at it, you could find something, but I'm pretty sure it's not there. If it was there, then it would have been found by now, because there's enough people, there's enough heads that are trying to buck the system that would have found it if it was there.
Yeah, there's loads of people bucking the system though. There's plenty niches in YouTube and parts of YouTube that are entirely out with what do you call it? Fuck, I don't know. I can't remember the word because I'm pissed, right? But basically, there's lots of copyright infringement on YouTube. There's entire films and TV series on YouTube that are still there year in, year out. And the reason they're not there is not because the algorithm hasn't picked them up. The algorithm hasn't picked them up, but because people haven't reported it. People haven't reported it as copyright infringement, they haven't filed DMCAs, the community hasn't filed reports against them. It's all about people. And when it comes to people who file, like Hithliday was the start of this, he's put up clips apparently of copyright material and then he's been DMCA'd off of YouTube or whatever. It's because people have reported it, and people have reported it because, you know, people in this little avenue of YouTube that we are in, that's the valid tactic that they consider to be, you know, a way of counter-arguing people, is to fucking flag them or report them for copyright infringement or whatever. And that's why those people have been removed. It's not so much a corporate fucking legal framework that's had them removed, more than it is about the community or arseholes within the community have deemed this a valid tactic.
Well, another thing, and I would start with a question, right? I don't know yourself, in fairness, Graham, but he says you've been on YouTube for 9 years. Have you had the same YouTube account for the past 9 years?
I have, yeah, and you do know me. You've created a video saying that I was an arse or twat or something like that.
Oh, I know who you are. You're fucking, what do you call it? Wait, I'm going to get it. Oh, yeah. I've gone. No, I'm too drunk. I'm drunk as well. You're Greatex.
That's right, yeah. Well
Okay,
done.
no, so here's the thing, right? If I apologise, Greatex. No, what I think it's got to do with is how much you value your name, right? Because if you didn't value Greatex, you could upload any old shit, copyrighted X, Y, and Z, right? Next week somebody takes it down, you pick up another channel and start uploading something else, and then next time you upload something else, right? But because you, I don't want to insult Blinded Sun because I don't know his channel at the moment, but I know Greatex, I know you, I know Styles, right? They've ordered names for a long time. And the reason is because we value the name we've got at the moment. Do you know what I mean? In some strange way, right? So we follow the rules that kind of way because we don't like getting strikes against our accounts.
I've had strikes against me. I've been suspended for 6 months. I've had all these things done to me by YouTube. I've had multiple DMCs filed against me. You know, these are the kind of things that fucking happen. And I don't put music up. I don't put films up. I do put copyright material up, but it's fair use. But the most of the times, I know it's not going to be a problem because I know it's not going to be flagged because it's something that's uncontroversial that I put up that's copyright infringement. If you put up something that's controversial that's copyright infringement, you know some fucking arse fucking twat is going to flag it, and then it's going to be a problem, and then you're going to get in trouble. So you're not really going against the corporations, really. You're going against people's opinions, and people's opinions matter to YouTube, and then YouTube will think, well, if people are really upset about this, then we will do something about it and censor that person. And it's just the way it is becoming. The way it is becoming is the way it is with TV. If people file enough complaints with the Complaints Commission, then that program gets removed. And that's how YouTube is becoming like TV and how it's becoming like the status quo, and hence it's becoming as irrelevant in people's lives like TV has become already, you know? And that's the problem. If we capitulate to order too much, if we capitulate to the powerful too much, then the thing that people are all amused by and distracted by, like TV was, like the YouTube is now, will become entirely irrelevant in the next generation.
You're probably right, because in fairness, a lot of the arguments that are happening at the moment, they're only happening in YouTube. Even between YouTubers, they're happening on Facebook and they're happening on other social medias. Do you know what I mean? But I'll go back to my original point. It's like when you start using episodes of South Park and this, that, and the next thing, eventually you're going to get to an Napster situation where there's too much money being lost and a litigation happens. And once that happens, then it's like a company as big as YouTube has to make that kind of decision. Either you allow everybody to do what they want and you fight the litigation and you end up having no money and you lose your company, or you over legislate, do you know what I mean? There's so much content getting put on YouTube so quickly, thousands of hours every minute, that it's like I said to Pyro earlier, there isn't somebody just listening to every minute. There isn't a wee guy listening to your video and then going, right, that's okay. It has to be algorithms, it has to be computers, it has to be something that doesn't know the nuances, doesn't know the differences, and doesn't know the finer parts of your arguments. You know what I mean? And and I'm not saying that it's right. I'm not saying that fucking that there isn't a better way. I'm just saying, as a business model, that's just the way it has to be. And it's fucking wrong a lot of the times, but it does allow guys like you and me to upload videos. Do you know what I mean? So that you have to.
I understand what you're saying, but in the experiences that I've had with DMCAs, the first time I had a DMCA, it was by a company called Clear Channel Communications, which owns all the billboards, most of the billboards around the UK and America. And it was a video of Rush Limbaugh, and it was maybe about five images of Rush Limbaugh, and it wasn't owned by Clear Channel Communications, even though they are his employer. They filed a DMC against me. I filed a counterclaim against them, and I had to file the counterclaim 5 times because every single time I filed the counterclaim, it got rejected by YouTube because of some bullshit fucking thing about it. And on the 5th attempt, they said, okay, this has been accepted as a valid counterclaim against Clear Channel Communications. Now, in US law, USCC law, that means that they have performed an illegal act, and hence I am entitled to sue them. So I said to YouTube, okay, now that you've accepted this counterclaim, give me the details of the corporation that have filed this claim so that I can proceed with a civil lawsuit against them. And YouTube didn't respond. So not only did they attempt 5 times to stop me acting that claim against me, but when they accepted that claim, they denied to give me the legal right to respond legally towards that person or that group. And what I'm saying with this is, with my experience, I can only speak from my experience, is that it's entirely weighted against law and entirely weighted towards power. And that's the problem with our society, is that we claim that we're a society of law, but we're not. The law is not blind. It's balanced towards the people who have the actual power. They get off freely. They get off scot-free. They get probation where they should get jail. People who steal a bottle of fucking vodka at Lidl's get jail. People who steal $1 billion get probation. That kind of thing. I think that's what's being said, that YouTube is a reflection of the civilization itself, and that's the problem. The problem is with the civilization. Fix the problem with civilization. Fix the problem with YouTube. And that's what I'm all about. You know, fix the problem with fucking society, you know, and everything else will follow suit. I'll play along with YouTube and its bullshit rules and laws and so on until that gets fixed. And it will probably never get fixed. But anyway, I'm talking too much.
No, you're probably right. Do you know what I mean? My only point was the difference between society and private corporation. If you sign up to a private corporation, then you sign up to their rules and regulations. If you're part of a civil society, then you're bound by those laws and regulations. Now, if somebody is being I almost guarantee that in YouTube, and I'm going over a point again, I apologise, but if anything that you don't like that's happened on YouTube, I can pretty much guarantee it's probably in the terms and conditions. Do you know what I mean? Because they've probably had somebody come across it before, and they've probably had they've probably came across the problem before, and they've added a wee bit to terms and conditions, and then when you sign it again, or when you go over it again, then it happens every now and again. They say, right, there's new terms and conditions. If you remain using our product, then we take it for granted you've agreed to those terms and conditions. I'm pretty much sure that you've already signed away your liver, your kidneys, and your firstborn just by uploading a video. It's not a society. It's a private entity, and that's in order for us to be able to put out content, we have to fucking just accept we're fucking bottom feeders, I guess, until such times that we're making them enough money that we can fucking we can demand shit, and that just isn't going to happen anytime soon.
Well, to be honest with you, I have been reading the terms and conditions while we've been talking and while you've been arguing with Piero, and there's not much like that. Most of the terms and conditions are basically the same as any corporate terms and conditions, which is, we don't like you making money out of this website. That's basically what it is. I mean, even like the general restrictions on use, it's part A is you agree not to distribute any part or parts of the website, i.e. the code, or the service, including but not limited to any content in any medium without YouTube's prior written authorization, blah blah blah. It's basically, don't make money out of this. You know, that's what they're saying. You're not entitled to make money out of this unless it's advertising revenue that's funneled through us. I mean, it is a business, and I understand that. And I've always said this on my YouTube videos. It's like, YouTube is a business. There's no point in complaining about it being a business. You know, if you want to deal with the problem of YouTube being a business, then deal with the problem of business. And if you deal with the problem of business, and you deal with the problem of how individual human beings are, you know, second-class citizens compared to business, then deal with that problem. Deal with the problem of how, you know, everybody's afraid of businesses instead of being afraid of people's rights. Deal with that problem and change the society so that, you know, people's rights are more important than people's rights to earn money. And if you do that, then that will solve the problem of YouTube being a fucking business, you know? And that will solve the problem of your videos being fucked up by YouTube because, you know, you've got more rights to your content than Viacom has rights to determine what your content is. And that's how to solve that problem. But, you know, people just seem to decry YouTube all the time. Whereas I'm saying YouTube is a business. You know, deal with the problem of business and you deal with the problem of YouTube.
I think Piro's went to sleep. I think he's probably sitting in the back of his man cave having a wank, listening to us this one.
Yeah, I would say man cave is a pretty accurate description of that attic thing that he's got going on. He's got like at least 5 monitors. That is pretty much the description of a man cave, you know.
Yeah, I think there's some auto asphyxiation or what's the name of that thing that Michael Hutchinson done? I think that's what he's doing.
Both of us are too drunk to bloody enunciate it.
Yeah. He's hanging himself while having a wank with an orange in his mouth. That's what I think he's doing there.
An orange in his mouth with a bin bag over his head and a little budgie flying in the bin bag.
Yeah, upside down. Upside down.
Maybe you can share the link where you got all the information on how to do that properly.
Sorry, share the video link to that asphyxiation video?
I'm just saying, maybe Piro can share the link to the information you got on how to do that kind of thing properly, so you don't kill yourself.
You know, just got to play it to the edge. You got to play it to the limits until, you know, you got to test it for your own endurance sort of thing. That's where the excitement is.
Fair enough.
Where the hell is Stizor? I mean, Stizor is the most mouthy fucking person on the internet, right? Stizor is like the loudest, mouthiest fucking person to ever be on YouTube. Why hasn't he said a single whiny Scouser word tonight?
Why hasn't he said a single what? Whiny what?
Scouser. He's a Scouser. He comes from Liverpool.
I don't think he had any oranges. I think he used a grapefruit. Maybe he's.
I think he's dying in a pool of his own vomit right now. That's what the problem is.
Stizor and Piro are both lying in their own phlegm.
I think Piro's lying in multiple bodily fluids right now.
Yeah, he's gonna have to set up a new channel for that one.
Maybe on another website. What about you, Blinded Son? What's with the Java look? What's going on there?
Yeah, the window's open right now. I don't have any lights on. Oh, I initially set this up on my camera to just go with my name for a little bit. Well, I guess I could change it.
Well, Pyro's still alive, apparently. He couldn't have found the orange.
There are no oranges in the northeast of the United States. Moved away from Hawaii, from the orange paradise.
No, I'm pretty sure that Stizor's dead at this stage.
I remember he had a medical problem, his leg stopped working, and I work for the emergency services, right? And I was listening to him retelling his story about how his leg stopped working, and I was thinking all along, you are just such a typical fucking twat, you know? I mean, I love Stysor and all that kind of thing, but I was listening to a story about how he lost the use of his limbs and how he went about it, like he phoned for an ambulance and he was shouting and swearing at them, and then they cut him off, and then he kept on phoning them, and he ended up smashing his phone to pieces, and then they ended up sending the police around because he was so aggressive, and it almost led to a delay in him getting medical help, which would have led to him losing his legs. And I was thinking, that's just classic Stizor. That's why I love the guy so much.
Yeah, it's like that story I heard in QI about this guy saying sometimes when he goes through the check-in at the airports, he changes his hairstyle so that whenever he goes to a different security guy, he looks different. And Stephen Fry says, "And who do you think that's going to affect the most?"
Well, I tell you, I've had so much fun. Do you know if you go abroad, you go to any country in Europe, and they don't give a flying fuck. You know, it's like they don't even look at your passport. Maybe if you go to Germany or something like that, they'll probably look. But when you're coming back to Britain, they're like looking at you as if you're going to blow up the airport. You know, it's funny. It's like you go to Spain, they're just like, you're interrupting my conversation. Fuck off. Get through the gates. You know, when you come to Britain, it's like, what have you got in your suitcase, sonny? It's like,
See, I went to Britain in 2006. It wasn't too long after the bombings there, but yeah. So me and my buddy were wandering around London, and I had my bags with me, and I was in the subway and stuff, and I set down my bag for just a second, and all of a sudden these megaphones go on with a siren. Return to your bag immediately. I don't know. It was really startling, but yeah, didn't even wander from my bag or anything. But whoever was watching me was on it right away as soon as I set my bag down and walked 5 feet from it. And some security guard showed up and just explained the precautions they were taking. I doubt it's still that way, but
it's always been that way. When I was, I think I was maybe about 9 years old. That's 30 years ago. I left a brown paper bag with a model airplane inside it in a shop by mistake. and then walked away, and then half an hour later I remembered and walked back to the shop. It was like a big department store, and they had to evacuate the entire store because of a possible bomb threat, because we were living under the troubles with Ireland, Northern Ireland at the time, and they thought it could have been a bomb, and it was like a model plane left by a 9-year-old child, and they had to evacuate the entire store. But the ridiculous thing about it is like we're in Scotland. There's never been an Irish bomb planted in Scotland, and there probably never ever will be. So it was a completely ridiculous situation. But you know, the fear lives on, and the procedures live on, and you know, it's all about the whole fear thing.
Yeah, isn't London the most recorded city in the world? Something like that. Most cameras or something like that.
There's a lot of cameras, but a lot of them are being switched off. A lot of local councils are switching their cameras off, or at least not recording the information, and or only using the information they have recorded if a crime has been reported. So there's a lot of cameras out there, but they're not necessarily useful. I've had my bike, my push bike, stolen from outside a police station with a camera pointed at it, and they haven't been able to identify the thief or find any video footage of the bike being stolen. You know, they're only there as a deterrent, much like anything else.
Yeah, they're not manned anymore, the cameras. That's the thing. They've got the cameras there, but they're just on automatic pan. And then if anything happens, they'll go back over the footage, but they can't afford. I don't know why. Maybe it's economics, but they can't afford to man them anymore. Is the thing they say.
Yeah, I'm just basing it on my one-time experience in the London subway, and yeah, it was like 15 seconds I was away from my bag maybe, and this guy was Johnny on the spot to confront me. Yeah, then I walked up from my bag.
So how was your orange, Pyro?
I'm back. I was talking to my daughter. My daughter called me. So anyway, what's up?
Yeah.
What I missed? Yeah.
So how was your orange?
My orange?
Yeah, we were discussing whether you were auto-asphyxiating eroticism with an orange in your mouth.
No, not this time. Not this time. But it was a good guess. No, I was talking to my daughter, called my living daughter.
Yeah, we're guessing that you had an orange and maybe Stizer had a grapefruit because he hasn't spoken for the past 3 hours.
Yeah. I know, what's up with him? Stizer. Probably in some other hangout, you bastard. No response.
It's the heroin.
It's the heroin. So what did I miss? Is it time to shut the room down?
Yeah, I'd say so. It's about 2 o'clock in the morning where I am anyway.
Yeah, a bit early in the morning for you Europeans. Well, anyway, I missed the last half hour or so, but
anyway. We're kind of agreement that the people in power have too much sway in the legal system, I think. We're in agreement.
Oh, good. That sounds good. That sounds good. I agree with that general sentiment.
Yeah, we went back on we actually continued the conversation you and me had, but it's the conflating YouTube with government that seems to be a kind of a point. Do you know what I mean? It's like
yeah, totally. No, I get it. Yeah, I get it because I understand the distinction, and I'm kind of like, well, you know, I believe public companies that are incorporated are like public entities, so you could force them to do some of these things. But yeah, I understand the issue, and I'm a private person, and the idea that in my business I should have certain, you know, things that I'm obligated to. You know, I understand that's difficult. That can be you know, impractical. But I do go in that direction. I believe, you know, hey, in the long run, we could do things like this. It's like if you were going to own our public roads, then you would have to run them as public entities. But it isn't really that simple. So, yeah,
nationalise YouTube.
Quite the problem with FIFA recently. The problem with FIFA is that they're corrupt and they're taking bribes. And my sentiment towards it is, it's a private company. Who cares if they're accepting money to, you know, have a World Cup in some country? Because it's a private company. However they organise their World Cups is their affair. And people are getting all upset because they are an authority. And I've got to ask, why are they an authority when they're just a private company? Why do we give so much credibility towards big companies?
Yeah, but they're caretakers of something cultural is why, Greatex. I mean, they're caretakers of something cultural. So why should they get away with whatever you want to do is fine? Why shouldn't they have to be caretakers of a cultural entity? You know, and thus responsibilities for that. You know, why should it just be like, hey, you're private, whatever you want? You know, I think, and the thing is, people have a latent expectation that that FIFA is making soccer as a sport or football, whatever, you know, work, and they're not, and they fail. And why can't you have such expectations for a private organization? Why do we feel you shouldn't have expectations like that?
Isn't that a problem with people's assumptions, that they think that's a caretaker? They're only a caretaker because we make them the caretaker of it.
Yeah, but what's the option then? You have some other caretaker or no caretaker, or you just realize, oh, it's just sport. Who cares? They can rape it however they want. I mean, why?
Yeah, just kick the ball around, enjoy yourselves. Why not?
I had
Well,
to
I mean,
quit
I
a
agree with
job
that
as
in general, but the fact is that that doesn't acknowledge the cultural role that this sport is playing, right?
So why would you distinguish between FIFA and the NFL? Like the NFL can pick up a country or a business like the Bengals or something and move it from Cincinnati to fucking wherever, right? On a whim. So why is FIFA bound to a different set of regulations or expectations than a company like the NFL? Did I get that right? The football is the NFL, is it? The Football League?
Yeah, it's the NFL. So, I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, what is the answer to that? Well, there isn't an answer, but we're in this fucked up situation with a lot of organizations just being corrupt. So, you know, what am I supposed to say? I mean, the NFL, FIFA, these are corrupt organizations. I'm not going to defend them. And yet I will defend the fact that people like sport. I think that's okay. I actually think that is okay. Sport's a little bit stupid, but it doesn't mean that everybody that's into it should be just treated as stupid. I mean, who doesn't have a, you know, maybe you like going to Broadway plays or whatever. I mean, it's okay. So you like sport. Sport is legitimate as a human endeavor. It is much less legitimate that you have these organizations that turn it into corruption. There's really no reason a game has to be corrupt. I mean, you just play the game. I mean, nobody else is asking you for anything other than to play the game, whatever the rules. Or like we had this thing with the NFL, right, with our Super Bowl champions had cheated in the semifinals. Well, it's just sport, but how about this? You cheated in the semifinals. You lose your Super Bowl rings. What's the problem? Why not do that? You know, and so there's all these ulterior motives to make the sport seem like something it isn't. And in reality, what I would like is if sport was legitimate, then what you have is a bunch of arbitrary rules that you follow to enable the sport to exist, and then that's what you worry about. It's like, I'm FIFA. I make sure that the rules of soccer are followed at every game, but that's not what the FIFAs and the NFLs are doing. I mean, come on. I mean, what are you going to do with the World Series in Qatar now that it's we all knew it was corrupt to begin with, and now it's proven to be corrupt? You're going to still have the World Cup in fucking 120-degree weather? I mean, it's fucking insane. So someone should do something about that.
Don't care.
You don't care why?
Scotland won't qualify for it, so we don't care.
Okay, yeah, it's like let Manchester worry about that shit.
We might
Yeah,
qualify for
exactly.
the European Cup, though.
Yeah, it's funny because it doesn't really matter. It is just sport, and it's all fuck all. Who cares? It's sport. But, I mean, if people are going to care about it and they're going to manipulate people through it, then, let's face it, it does matter. And for that matter, I like sport enough to say that, geez, I wish I lived in a world where it did matter and was just taken seriously as sport, and it wasn't war, and it wasn't life, and it wasn't death. But, hey, we didn't corruptly decide where to have the game. We did it, it should be a good thing, right? Instead of war, we have international sport. It should be a fucking fantastic thing. Instead of war, we have international sport. And still they managed to make it corrupt. That's
Wasn't it Sir Stanley Matthews? Wasn't it Sir Stanley Matthews that says football isn't a matter of life and death? It's a lot more important than that.
Right. Right.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why America should get on board with the whole soccer thing, is because it would, be embracing the rest of the world along with, 99% of the other countries that actually are.
Yeah, no, and I think America might be on the verge of that. I mean, we really did enjoy this last World Cup, even though, America had a little surge in the beginning that probably facilitated it, and then they burnt out like expected. And America watched the World Cup, I'd say, for the first time. We really did actually watch it over here.
Well, see, America doesn't need to. Apologise, go.
Sorry, 1994 was the American World Cup, wasn't it?
Well, that's true too. Yeah, I know we've had our teasing along with it for a while now. It makes it look inevitable that we'll pay attention. But you know how Americans are. We're going to have to win the motherfucking World Cup for it to actually become a major sport in the U.S. So you might want to just let us win.
I was going to say there, you don't need the World Cup because you keep winning that World Series every year.
That's right. It's the world, man.
Yeah,
every year,
Canada.
in a fucking World
Fuck
Cup
those
every year. I mean, that's quite good.
If you let Cuba join in the baseball, they might win.
World champions every year. And all it took was semantics. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I always thought that was funny as a kid. Same thing with like Miss World was, and Miss, it was always like, America will choose who the Miss World is. How about that? Yes.
Miss Universe, that's even
Universe! We are captains of the universe over here in our continent. Yeah. No, I know, it's silly. But,
yeah, soccer, that's the game the other countries play.
Yeah, no, it still is. But see, the thing is, what's happened over here is we have this ASO, which all the kids have been playing soccer now for 20 or 30 years. So we really are on the precipice of, Americans understanding soccer enough to enjoy watching it. And so it'll probably happen. I mean, I think it's going to happen in the next few World Cups that America gets sold on. Because the thing is, it's just the sport. It's fun. It's fun to have a sport that you can share with totally different cultures and care who wins. It's not automatic. Yeah, it's Mexicans, the whole world. You guys have a whole Asian, mostly European, but European, South American. It's a kind of thing that America needs to get in on, the North Americans, the U.S. people. And it's right there. It's ready for us. It's fun. Besides what sport it is, it's fun to compete with other nations. So I think, I think the writing's on the wall that we'll actually finally get into it. My generation was certainly the first American generation where we all played soccer, and I think that was the barrier. Now that we're playing soccer, it's just a matter of time. No, I don't think we're not quite willing to do that. I mean, sure you use the foot and everything, but
it's a foot against the ball, football.
But come on, soccer. It's just so random. Come on, you gotta like soccer. It's random. What's it even mean? Why soccer instead of football? You play with your foot. Well, you sock it. You sock the ball. Come on.
I think it's historically got to do with beating your wife because you sock her.
Yeah, I mean, come on. We gotta find a common ground. Yeah, no, it's funny. No, but in all seriousness, it was more popular over here than I've ever seen it. So I think we might be getting into the worldwide sport here sometime in the next 20 years.
Yeah, because we've given you David Beckham, and you can keep him just like you can keep Piers Morgan and.
That's right. Else. We can keep Piers Morgan. I don't want him, but okay. Thanks a lot.
We could do with John Oliver back though.
It's a great idea.
No, we'll keep John Oliver. Piers Morgan would like to send back for prosecution, is my understanding. And
Stiesel just woke up.
Seriously, didn't Piers Morgan have some like huge controversy in the UK? Like he's a corrupt.
Oh yeah, he was the head of one of the newspapers that fucking did the phone hacking. Yeah. Oh
really? The whole Murdoch phone hacking thing, right? Exactly. So what the fuck is with him? But well, they put him on Fox and didn't last that long. Now we got that other dude.
That's right. That's why he doesn't want to go home. He doesn't want to.
We've got to have one token British accent on American news at all time, of course.
But Pierce, you know him. You could have Stephen Fry, for Christ's sake.
You have Stewie Griffin.
We'll take Stephen Fry. That's okay. Okay, that's a good deal. That's a good offer.
Yes, Stephen and Laurie. I'll take Stephen and Laurie, and you just chuck a couple more, and we'll be good.
Didn't Fry and Laurie, weren't they the team when they were young, or is it somebody else? I'm forgetting. Who was Laurie with? Yeah, good, yeah. So I watched him on House and slowly realized that he was this guy I'd seen on my, young, we geeks, we like British comedy. So I had seen him, and then when I watched House, it took me like a year to realize, oh my God, that's Hugh and Laurie. That's the Laurie dude out of the whoever that was. So, but anyway, he's a great actor. He's also on Veep now, this HBO show about a vice president. It's kind of like as if a liberal Sarah Palin became vice president, and this season they've got Hugh Laurie on it. He is a really great actor.
It's the US version of the UK show In the Loop. It's written by it's written by Armando Iannucci.
Yes.
And Chris Morris as well from Brass Eye, which is also an old-time UK geeky favourite.
So yeah, no, I know him too. Also from getting into Stuart Lee, that he's close with Stuart Lee, and he had some bits on the Stuart Lee comedy vehicle and stuff.
I love Stuart Lee.
Yeah, me too. So that's an interesting thing, actually, how great that comedy writer you just mentioned. And yeah, he's doing great in Veep. So what was the UK show you were saying? I'd love to watch it.
In the Loop. Oh, that was the name of the movie, sorry. The name of the program
movie?
Is The Thick of It.
Oh, The Thick of It, okay, yeah.
Your man from Sopranos was in The Loop, wasn't he?
The guy from Sopranos was in The Loop, yeah. What's his name again? I can't remember. Gandolfini.
Gandolfini, yeah, I seen that in the cinema.
I just watched Sopranos this year after he was dead, and then I was like, oh, that's why everybody's so sad he's dead. That Sopranos guy was really good in that show, but everybody was. But yeah. It was really such a great show, like everybody had said it would be. But yeah, I watched it late. I just watched it last year. But boy, yeah, I really missed him afterwards. And also I saw some interviews of the guy. He seemed like he was a really nice guy as well. As being I
watched The Sopranos late myself, and I watched The Wire late as well. I watched that about 3 years ago.
Right. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I was just talking to my daughter about The Wire, actually. She just started watching it. That's a really good program. I don't like cop shows, so I'd never watched it, but I was kind of like, hey, what can I watch while I work from HBO? And so I watched The Wire, and it's like, wow, this is actually it's one of those shows that kind of shows you how things really work.
I thought it died in the fifth series. In the fifth series, when it went into the newsroom, I thought it kind of fucking lost its edge a wee bit, you know?
Mm. Well,
think
to admit, I stopped watching at the third, fourth season. But the first couple seasons were like, well, this is really great. And then they sort of stretch, you know, to keep it going. It's always
the first
true.
season, like, the pits looked like my neighbourhood when I was growing up. And I was shocked that American housing could look like that. You've always got these images on American TV of even the lowest of the low have got big 4 or 5 bedroom houses.
Oh,
and
yeah,
electric,
right.
you know.
Yeah, well, it's not like that, but yeah. Yeah, when the Roseanne show started up, everybody in America, all the TV critics were like, oh, her house is such a mess, it's such a pigsty. And I'm like, really? Because it looks like a working class person that keeps their house nice. So, yeah, maybe your value system is a little bit off. And we don't all live in, you know, the typical thing is they'll have a sitcom in New York and they'll have an apartment for a poor person that would cost like $4,000 a month. It's like, yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think that's happening. But
Okay, I'm going to hit the sack, chaps. I'll see you
yeah,
later.
I gotta head out too, you guys. So thanks for coming. Sorry I missed so much of it, but I got a call from my daughter. I talk to her every once in a while, so that was good.
Okay, peace.
All right.
Father's Day.
Yeah, that's right. It's Father's Day. All right. Cheers, Styes, or you
Have a nice
silent
night, guys.
motherfucker. All right. Bye. Great takes. Bye.